This is the bit, isn't it? That confuses me. It's like, did we choose to come here to get this sorted out, or is this just seems a little unfair, doesn't it? That you know, we seem to be here and there's this parasite messing up our experience.
And you know, I know in my own life, the times that I've made major changes, it was like it became more painful not to change than to change. That was when I made big changes.
You know, it's this whole ridiculous narrative of, it's, you know, it's an unsafe world, there's not enough for you, it's scary, everyone's out to get you, and clearly the old civilization was completely the opposite to that. It was all about empowerment, like literally.
Cosmic resonance, I think they called that one, or
cosmic
something
resonance,
like
that. That's a better name.
Real science, you can actually produce free electricity, and this is part of what Tesla was doing, is the differential between the top of the spire to the ground actually creates an electrical differential that you then connect to another wire that goes into the ground, your grounding. Put that into the third phase in your circuit, and then you have a bell ringing circuit, and that actually produces plasma electricity out of the air. It's real technology. These things actually function producing electricity. It's crazy.
The movies are the truth and the news is the lies. They've completely flipped it.
You know, when you look at everything with new eyes and you come across information like she was born into a very wealthy family with elite connections, you know, it means something very different now to me than it would have even a few years ago. And it's our free will that they've really also messed with, because we've been lied to and we react based on lies. And then just getting their independence and end up in civil wars for 20, 30 years happens a lot.
Because we keep choosing to pick up the gun and use it on ourselves instead of building and uniting and accepting that we are one people, one spirit, one harmony, on one plane that together, united, can achieve anything we dream of.
So do you want to, you know, wake up, or do you want to just keep going along because the change is too difficult?
And then give them pieces of information that they will then pursue themselves and look into, and then they'll wake themselves up.
I was going to mention, it's the whole red pill, blue pill of the Matrix. I mean, that of the movie. And you can consider that movie as a documentary, because they're telling us something about what's happening here. So do you want to, you know, wake up, or do you want to just keep going along because the change is too difficult? Wake up.
Hello, awesome beings. It is Bernie. I am here with everybody's favorite, Mike from Faraday Research. And then we also have Mark with Falcon with APEC. And he's one of the staples on the Alien Scientist channel that will also be giving us his 2 cents from time to time. But Mike, it's getting late there. Everybody's probably wanting the updates on your spark gap quadruple generator, and yeah, let you take it away, my friend.
Yeah, well, I did a really good live stream the other night, and had a lot of good feedback. So if nobody's seen my work before, I do have a YouTube channel as well at Faraday Research R&D, and I work on mainly on Tesla, back engineering Tesla's energy devices. So I've taken the old patents and put a modern twist to it, and trying to prove what's real and what's fiction. some other people down the road came along, like Don Smith, and I've been working on devices that he has built. And I worked on one the other day, and I'm going to be showing that here tonight to see if it's fact or fiction. And as you know, I'm working on a project right now to make a complete energy device that is self-running, which is going to consist of a flywheel type generator and the Don Smith / Tesla energy device used to charge up batteries, which runs an inverter, and that's what you use to power the house. So that's my ultimate end game goal, is to be able to power a house for basically free and forever. And
exactly. And all of those legal grow shows up in Canada here.
Yeah. So yeah, it's been a long road, but I've made a lot of gains as far as knowledge and, you know, weeding out what's real and what's not real, because on YouTube there's a lot of fictional stuff out there that are scams, and you just have to wean out the BS and work on the stuff that looks very tangible and realistic, and try to prove it that there's something worth in the projects. So, and one of the projects that Tesla really intrigued me on was the hairpin circuit and the spark gap. And my early testing I did with the pulse motor generators, I was using a spark gap, and everybody was using MOSFETs. And I was getting some very interesting anomalies. And one of them was, everybody that are working on pulse motors right now are trying to figure out how to basically eliminate the lens effect. Well, guess what? The spark gap actually does that. And I'm very surprised that nobody's really caught on to
what
it.
Voltages are you running this at?
What, the spark gap or the
Spark gap, yeah,
pulse motors? Okay, well, the spark gap generator, I'm working with 11 kVA. So I'm working with some pretty high voltages. And if you add it in certain scenarios, especially like say in a pulse motor, you start basically eliminating the effects of the lens effect. They start disappearing.
Also, we've noticed with IonCraft, when they short out, you can see that the pulse that caused that short out, it sort of like knocks the IonCraft out of the air. It seems like it's falling faster than the speed of gravity. Have you noticed that?
Yeah. And when see, Tesla was working on a special spark gap back in 1896, I believe, where he was taking magnets and he was quenching the spark. That's what his term is. So basically, he's putting two magnets. They're not opposing, but they're attracting fields, and he's going in between the spark and pushing that spark together. And what happens is, because the spark, if it's not in sync, it's going to wobble a lot, and that's when you get your flashes. It goes out of control. You get those bursts. When you quench a spark gap, it eliminates this. So I've actually got mine tuned right now to 60 hertz. Now you're probably thinking that's kind of crazy. How can you tune a spark gap like that? Well, when you quench the spark gap and you have a good setup, a good rig, I have the ear for it now where I could actually get that spark sounding like an engine. It's a harmonic. And when you quench the spark gap with the magnets, it helps that. So the device I'm working on, I could actually simulate running light bulbs at 60 hertz. Meanwhile, I'm using a spark generator that's 11 kVA at 32 kilohertz. So I'm actually able to step down that frequency to a proper frequency that would light utilities. So that's been basis of a lot of my research in the last year, and it's starting to work. It's working, and I've got a very good setup right now. It uses 3 spark gaps in series, and the middle spark gap is where I do the quenching, and that's where I can prevent that spark from going out of control. I can keep it in sync, and that's the key to the spark gap. So if you can control the frequency of the spark gap, one, you'll get more power, and you won't get those flashovers like you're saying with the lifters, and they won't drop out of the sky. Now, when you get the flash, as far as I understand, you're distorting time space, and when you get that flash, that's why you're getting the effect that the lifter is falling faster than gravity, because you've created this field around the lifter device, and it's pushed basically, as far as I've heard from a couple of sources, gravity runs at 2.6 million hertz. So if you match that frequency of 2.6 million hertz, you've canceled out gravity. It's almost like well, gravity is a wave, and it's definitely a push effect, not a pull, in my opinion. You know, some people might debate me on that, but as far as I understand, if you can get that frequency at 2.6 million hertz at the proper harmonic, it creates that field around the object or the ship or whatever you're building, and it cancels out that gravity wave. So if you can achieve this, that's, well, basically cancel out your mass gravity in the ship. So I think there's connections there. So I don't know if you have any input on that. Everybody here?
Yes.
I think I'm talking to myself.
Oh no! You're never talking to yourself, and there's 60 other blessed souls also listening right now, plus thousands that will eventually listen to this afterwards.
Right.
But yeah, no, that's awesome. You went into great detail there about the history.
But tell me more about the. I'm sorry, I was just away from the phone for a second, but I was.
Oh,
listening.
okay.
Yeah, all good. I'll let you ask some questions here, Mark. Just getting the questions dealt with and whatnot.
Yeah, like
Yes.
going back to what Mark was saying about the
3.2 megahertz. Where did you hear that from, and what's the source?
I'm trying to remember the guy's name. It's on the tip of my tongue. He's made this special coil where he hits it with a linear field, and when he does that and he tilts the toroid coil at a certain angle, it cancels out gravity. I don't know if it's a scam or not. He's claiming that if you charge your object at 2.6 million hertz, there is definitely a mass gravity effect that cancels things out. Now, how he's achieving the
2.6 million, or was it 3.2?
No, it's 2.6 million hertz.
Okay, so 2.6 megahertz.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of devices out there that can vibrate at those frequencies.
That's right.
2.6 million hertz is, HF radio.
That's right. That's right.
Long, very large band radio.
Right. So I was thinking in a lifter device, if you can get that amount of 2.6 kilohertz into that frequency with the high voltage.
But I said it's megahertz.
Or sorry, kilohertz. Kilohertz.
Oh, 2.6 kilohertz. That's a very different number. But yeah, I don't think there's any way you get any coherence with a lifter.
Mm-hmm.
You're not gonna get coherence.
Yeah, see, I haven't really dabbled with the anti-gravity stuff yet. Eventually, maybe I might try it. But right now, in the foreseeable future, I'm sticking with the energy stuff right now. But there's definitely relationships on the stuff that I'm working on, related to anti-gravity effects and also time distortion. I made a miniature version of the end machine. And when I was hitting that with 11 kilovolts of power, I was getting slight time dilations. And even Bruce
How do you know they
were
time dilations? You just said something very well. How do you know that?
Well, I've had several clocks, analog and digital, in the close proximity, and they were going out of sync.
Okay,
And
well, did you
yeah,
Faraday shield them?
no, I didn't. No.
So then you don't know that you were with time.
Yeah, there was definitely some anomaly there. The clocks
I mean, you'd
weren't like.
expect an anomaly if you're pulsing anything with 11,000 volts at 60 hertz.
Yeah,
You'd
like
expect
these.
electronics to go haywire. Phones 5 feet away, the touchscreen wouldn't work. You'll see like the touchscreen looks like there's a monster, touching it, invisible, ghost or something like that playing on your phone. That's from high voltage static electricity can cause those types of effects. So that is what is expected. I don't know if an anomaly
Now,
affecting a
I know Bruce De Palma. He was doing experiments with the end machine, and he put analog clock nearby, and there was no voltage added to it. It was basically he was spinning the magnets, and it was actually affecting the clock.
That's really amazing. I would love to learn more about this De Palma device.
Yeah, it was called the end machine. He was developing it in the late 70s and early 80s. Bruce De Palma's, I believe he passed away in 97, so he's no longer here. Adam Tremblay made a similar device, kind of a spin-off.
Sorry to interrupt. Didn't the original end machine end up somewhere in Australia, like in an Australian university?
He moved off to New Zealand after he was
New
getting
Zealand.
threatened.
That's right. It's in
Yeah,
New Zealand.
yeah. He was getting threatened quite a bit with his life, and basically packed up his bags and shipped himself off to New Zealand.
I'll bring it up. I'll look it up right now. I'll let you guys keep talking. There's a Global Breakthrough Energy Movement Conference project video on the follow-up to the sorry, can you say his name again?
Oh, Bruce De Palma.
Bruce De Palma's end machine, and they went looking for it, and they tracked it down, and there's the papers for it, and I guess it's still locked up in a university lab somewhere in New Zealand.
It is in New Zealand. Yeah, because that's where he took off. He was getting threatened with his life too many times, and even Adam Tremblay had some issues there too, and they seized his machine and declared it national security, and he would be threatened with prosecution and all this kind of stuff from the feds. So basically, you had to basically fold the whole project because of the government. And that was a big reason why Bruce De Palma left. He wanted to continue the technology, but he knew it was impossible to do it in the US. And that's why he took off to New Zealand. And he died there in 97. So unfortunately, he's no longer with us. And
I heard a lot of these stories, but they're always in a different age. I think the attitude in the U.S. has changed toward all this technology because basically the people who are alive, who are in charge.
Absolutely, Mark. Ever since 2012, I couldn't agree more that thank God our lives are no longer at risk for working on these things.
Yeah.
And the worst that will happen is they will claim that you publish pornography and terminate your channel, but I won't get into that right now.
Yeah, I know you're bitter. It's understandable. But yeah, you know what? The attitudes are changing. And
Bernie, if you really want to show them, come down to the lab and help out, because that will really piss them off.
As soon as like the freaking stupid lockdown stuff is over and the passport restriction stuff, I'll come down for months at a time, my friend.
Yeah, it's been over for some time already. The stupid lockdowns are over.
Not here in communist Canada.
You're in
socialist
Canada?
Yeah, that's the issue. That's the issue is the travel restrictions.
We're the socialist, friggin' imperial Canadian. Yeah.
I have a guy from Montreal who's driving in. He got his he got the blood clot shot.
Is it right? I don't want to risk that at this point. maybe in a year or two, like at that point, I'll be comfortable with it. If you know, but it's like I want to be part of the 50% that isn't the guinea pig and is the control at this point. Anywho, I will not go into that subject further. But yeah, I'm up in Western Canada, and that is what is keeping me from coming down there in the meantime, brother. But I will be planning on it.
Yeah, I'm about
keep developing. Yeah, Mike's a lot closer to you.
Yeah, I'm like well, from your friend from Montreal, so I'm about 4-hour drive.
That's what I meant to ask. Mark, is it Jared Morin by chance that you have, or have you seen Jared Morin's work at all?
No,
yeah,
it's
he's
not
in Vancouver.
Somebody else is coming.
All the help is great. Like the more the merrier, right? And
Well,
anybody that is by New Jersey that wants to help out or learn some cool electrical engineering and interdimensional physics, please do. Mark has an open invitation for volunteering at the research labs, as do we all.
That is right. Almost
I'm going to show
room as there is room. So first come, first serve.
I'm going to show my device. It is kind of crude, but it does work.
Working in this field is not the opportunity of the lifetime. It's the opportunity of a civilization.
Yeah.
There's only one time in a civilization's, history that you can invent the airplane. Only one time that we can invent the warp drive. And this is it.
So
right? It's all about that higher dimensional physics that it's like.
No, it's all about coherence. Higher dimensional physics is bullshit. It's about coherence. It's about
so you got to get to the key coherence of all of the different factors at once. That's what I mean by higher dimensional. I'm not talking about like some voodoo space shit. I'm just saying it's like combining 10 different sets of physics, thus they're higher dimensional because you're dealing with several dimensions of physics simultaneously.
Oh, okay. Not dimensions of space. Okay. Yeah. There are only 3 dimensions of space.
Exactly. They fold up into themselves. They're the higher dimensions. The ether, the plasma, and all of those sorts of physics, or the opposite realm down into like I like personally Nassim Haramein's fractal universe and holographic universe, the Schwarzschild proton paper. If you've read that or looked into that theory at all, it's pretty good.
I'll make sure to check that out.
Basically, it says every proton is its own black hole, and he calculates all the mass within the universe and then equals it all out, and it's crazy. But I'm not going to try to explain that. Mike,
I believe that too. That
right? It does, right?
Mm-hmm.
And anywho, I will let Mike take over a little bit more on his demonstration. Explain it as he's setting it up.
Yeah, I'm going to just set up here real fast one of Don Smith's old experiments. Now, Don Smith, there was a lot of the stuff that he was showing back in the day. A lot of people said he was a scam, and a lot of his stuff was very vague. I found that older generation, they were more into keeping stuff proprietary, and they didn't really want to give away a lot of their secrets and stuff. So, he was just part of that different era of engineer, right? They didn't really want to give away too much. He did give away a lot, but there was a lot of loose ends and a lot of I's and T's not crossed and dotted. So,
that was anyways, back when they thought they could actually turn this into an entire industry without going public first.
Yeah. And also they were always getting screwed around by the patent office and stuff like
they're
that.
They're so easy to screw around with because they're trying to keep it secret.
Yeah.
They brought that on themselves.
Yeah, exactly. It was just that old mentality, right? It was.
Yep.
Even with Floyd's.
It's not going to happen to us.
No, we could learn from the mistakes, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm going to show this device. So basically, we got the plasma ball, and I'm starting to find out the plasma physics are becoming very important in this free energy thing. So this is kind of what Don Smith was working on. I got 3 plates, 1 copper and 2 aluminum plates. They're all hooked up in series. I got a few capacitors down there to add some capacitance. And also I got capacitors hooked up on the ground. And I'm finding that's helping out the circuit immensely. So this is an 8-watt bulb. It's LED, but it just kind of proves the point of does it actually work? Can I actually extract power from a plasma ball? So I'll turn it on now. And there we go. Here, I'll shut the light off so you can actually see it a little better. And the bulb is really bright too. It's fully lit. And it's only about 8 watts. That's, no, actually about 6 watts that's running the plasma ball. And this is a 8-watt LED bulb. And it's all done by just having these conductive plates hooked up. You have a good ground, and you're able to light stuff. So yeah, what Don Smith was working on, it does work. So the question is, where do I go from here? So the available technology is now is batteries and a good inverter, and then you can power a house. So my focus is developing an energy device where I can charge up batteries very effectively with very little power input to do it. And if I can achieve that, then I can have a system that can be self-sustaining. I'm putting out more power than what I'm putting into the system, and that's kind of my
That's
focus.
impossible. You can't charge a battery with more efficiency than it takes in. I work with batteries for the past decade or over a decade, and that is virtually impossible.
Yeah, well, it's stuff that that's what I'm trying to find out, right? That's all part of what I'm working on. It's you know, what medium do I have to work in to achieve this? Now, this is only one part of the system I'm working on. The other part is the flywheel. And I know a couple of people in the US that have worked on this stuff, and they've kept under the radar. They haven't really published much. It was almost like finding a needle in a haystack on the device that they were working on, and they were claiming that, you know, they were getting a gain of about 300% on their flywheel generator. So that's another
Mark,
device.
Were you saying that it was batteries that were virtually impossible?
It's impossible to charge a battery with less power than comes out of the battery.
Yeah, and I definitely from that angle for sure. Our current system,
but definitely the plasma. The plasma's, I'm getting a lot of gains with the plasma.
Exactly,
so, and
having it in the circuit in resonance, right?
Yeah, that's a big part of it.
Reducing the resistance throughout it, and then tapping it with the pulse motor, right?
Well, not the pulse motor. I'm going to be doing the flywheel generator. So the
yeah,
flywheel
generator, but don't you tap the flywheel with the pulse motor?
No, that's a separate unit altogether.
I know that, but I was talking about you wanted to, originally we were discussing, and you're wanting to combine all 3 of those things together, right?
Yeah, there is a way of doing it, but I have to go step by step. So I want to see where I'm at. Yeah. So after I've kind of figured out where I'm going with the energy part of it, then I have to get the flywheel generator going. And I know that basically can sustain a battery. The generator I have will put out about 30 watts of continuous power. And if you get a big enough rotating mass at a certain RPM, it takes very, very little power. And what you do is you pulse torque into the wheel. Every 360 degrees the wheel turns, you give it a pulse of power. And as the wheel rotates faster and faster, you got the kinetic energy building up because you got a rotating mass. And because of that, that's where you're getting your gains of, I guess you could say, quote unquote, over unity, is by rotating a mass at high RPM. And as you go in a higher RPM, that means in order to sustain it, it takes less power to sustain that RPM.
Potential.
Right. You're building up the inertia in the wheel. So that's where you can charge up batteries. Now, I have a motor generator right now that can put out 30 watts. Doesn't sound like a lot, but if you have it charging a battery, 24/7, 7 days a week, this wheel just keeps spinning and spinning and spinning. Then I can take that power off the battery as a load to use it to power other devices. So that'll be in the new year. I'm going to be working on that flywheel part.
Let me just explain why that is. The reason why you use less energy when a gyroscope is coming up to speed is because your motor is probably an AC motor and you're just watching the current on it. So in the beginning, when you're rotating it from 0 to 10 RPM, the amount of inertia that just went into it is a lot more than if you were going from like 1,000 RPM to 1,010. So therefore, as the RPM rises, your current draw will drop, and then eventually all you're overcoming is the resistance of the air against the gyro, and then any of the bearings you have in the system. But there's no over unity happening over there. It's just that the draw, the power draw, is non-linear.
That's right.
Given
it's becoming less. It's becoming less amount of power needed to sustain.
But that's a resistance issue that has to do with your bearings, air resistance.
That's right. Yeah.
And geometry.
Right. There'll always be losses like that.
If you want to look at free energy, look at solar panels. Those are free energy devices. Look at windmills. And if you really want to get rich, look at thermal electric converters, direct thermal electric converters that don't need a gradient. And this is something that Aidan Schaefer is working on. He's actually coming down to the lab for a month. On the 13th, he'll be here for a month. So, screw COVID and all that. He's here already. He's working on this stuff, and we're going to help him out.
I just emailed Cam the link again, so hopefully he joins us. And yeah, no, I like your. That's exactly the point I've been trying to make, Mark, about the solar being free, and then I want to reverse engineer one of those washing machines and try it out in one of my family streams at my ranch and try to harness hydroelectricity for free as the second project. Eventually I want to get up to like the aspects of light and sound through the plasma tubes in regards to like the Air Force's and Bell Labs research in the 50s and 60s. As well as Walter Russell's work with it and Tesla's work with it. But and then also finally the last project will be hydrogen out of the electrolysis and like Stanley Meyer's style of work and whatnot. But and that's something that you and Jeremy kind of explained to me on why you don't believe the what's his name there? It's hydrogen car. Rocket Man.
What, Stanley Meyer?
No, not Stanley Meyer. Rocket Man car supposedly worked on element.
Bob Lazar?
Yeah, Bob Lazar. Why his electrolysis car is so ridiculous is because he claims he has to build a particle accelerator and collider and then harvests it all within his own yard, that he built that himself, and then has to use some insane graphene to like hold the hydrogen. And it's like, that's so ridiculous because all you need is the salt water and the spark, and you get a high metal exposure with that right frequency, like Stanley Meyer's and stuff.
Well, Lazar,
you don't even need to store the hydrogen. You just have a low voltage over a large amount of metal going into electrolysis, and right there it's producing your Brown's gas, atomic hydrogen, and your oxygen that literally combusts in superfuel and then produces H2O water instead of CO2 carbon dioxide as its byproducts. Like you
see, Lazar was using this. It was called a metal hydride, and what he was doing, it was infusing the hydrogen that he was producing at home using a solar panel, and he was pumping it into this metal hydride. Now that's a controlled substance.
The solar panels were used to power the electrolysis that was making hydrogen.
Yeah.
But it's like, why would you have to produce, like, that's just so efficient. What's like, you need to like produce and store that solar energy, put it into a battery, and then just have that battery produce that continued spark into the water as you're driving that will literally just there turn that water into the hydrogen and oxygen superfuel, combust back into water. Like, why the hell are you trying to produce a whole bunch of hydrogen, compress it down, do a chemical reaction, store it as this hydrogen metal?
Well, it's not compressed,
and then revamp it out back into hydrogen to then combust it all over again with your pressurized oxygen. It's like, that's just the most inefficient, stupid possible engineering design you could go with, as opposed to just switching water into hydrogen, oxygen superfuel on the spot. And you know,
see, what I understand his system works on, his metal hydride, it absorbs hydrogen like water does sponge. Into a sponge,
that's right. It's the nano superfuel.
So in order for him to extract it from that sponge, now he has to heat it up slightly. When he heats it up, then the hydrogen comes off.
Okay, yeah, you're breaking down the crystalline lattice structures, and then it shards out, and then produces.
Now the problem is
that makes sense.
The metal hydride that he was working with was extremely expensive because they used that in nuclear bombs and nuclear power plants, stuff like that. So he had to make a deal with the company that he was making it for the purpose of hydrogen storage for automobiles. So at the time when he was working on it, it was extremely expensive. And now he's worked on the patents. He's got his patents done. Able to...
Petro 22, I'm sorry, but I have to refute that my electrolysis alchemy all day and night long. I constantly prove this thesis that you claim to be false. But that's just the hidden atomic cold fusion science of nature and the universe, and how simple it really is. And it's going back to the Baghdad battery, but it's also plasma, it's your monoatomics, and it's Alchem, electrochemistry, which is cold fusion, not hot fusion. Hot fusion is the stupidest idea ever. It's like, our physics doesn't understand space. And so space, it's like 98 or 99, whatever. Now it's maybe down to 70% is that antimatter or dark space or whatever, blah, blah, blah. It used to be called ether. Regardless, it's like for hot fusion, you have to fill all of your space full of as much mass as possible, as at the most amount of pressure as possible, at the hottest temperature and energy as possible, and squeeze it all together to get that reaction. And it's like, it's the absolute macroscopic scale of a possible reaction you can do within your like simulated universal generator of creation and destruction. And then the cold fusion aspect is on the nano level, the monoatomic plasma single atom level of energy packets, where it's just like you're vibrating on your little like single dimensional fractional plane or lattice of your atoms, your crystallized atoms, or your solid material states. And it's just it's vibrating at that energy levels, and it's just these little in and outs between electricity and water and salt and the alchemy cold fusion that is how the entire universe works. And it's on the exact microscopic scale of energy reactions. But the thing is it's able to happen at room temperature in your cells, your blood, all plasma, lightning, lights, pretty much everything. Ionized. It's all the nano, single cold fusion or superconducting or anti-gravitic or higher dimensional energy, nuclear cold fusion, atomic energy reactions. So I hope that makes sense for people.
That was a mouthful.
Yeah, that giant word soup of trying to explain. I will redo that. I'll do a full episode on it with graphics and slides as a presentation soon. But you ready to show us some plasma lighting there, my friend?
Well, I just did. I'm kind of taking the setup apart now because I got to head in soon.
Oh,
so yeah, it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning.
I'm gonna actually just play a clip. Yeah, you got to take off. It's pretty late there.
Yeah.
But after you go, I will we'll scroll through part of your last live stream from the other day because you explained it pretty good. You had some pretty good live questions that you answered, and
yeah, I had a pretty good
review it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to back and engineer stuff that other people have done to see what's fact and what's fiction. You know what I mean?
100%, brother.
And
I take the same mental aspect of it.
It's important to do that.
Your mind, and is it practical? Could it work? How would it work? And
well, I know with the pulse motor, it surprised me because I was able to regenerate the battery that was used to power the device.
Yeah,
totally regen.
The magnetic motor based, and it comes from the principle first of oh god, why can't I think of his name now? But the dipole and the fact that you're not with AC, you're destroying, you're having to create and destroy twice the electromagnetic field as your electromagnetic completes one rotation of the circuit, as opposed to, or one cycle, as opposed to DC where it stays the same the whole time, and thus you're able to just do these little pulses, and AC is literally completely destroying, rebuilding twice or 4 times over in each rotation the electromagnetic inertial, potential, and resistance energies within the entire circuits due to the destruction of the dipole.
Yeah. Well, see, with the pulse motor generator.
Tom Bearden. Sorry, Tom Bearden.
Tom Bearden. There's a lot of stuff that I don't really agree with that he.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not talking 99% of Bearden stuff. I'm just saying, like, he put forth, like, back in the early 90s, like community mindset of understanding the monopole, the dipole, and breaking down the dipole twice, in which you have to understand the electromagnetic inertial, potential, and all of that energy of creating and destroying as exponential gains and lossages of loss, complete waste in the entire grid with every single cycle that we've designed the AC electric circuit systems, especially in the current grid, as opposed to the DC. If it's all in DC run magnetic motor cycles, it's exponentially on like magnitudes of like hundreds, if not tens of thousands less energy to run those DTC pulse cycles, because you're not having to completely destroy, recreate the dipole field, electromagnetic fields over and over again 4 times, either 2 times or 4 times per cycle. Sorry, I gotta write the mathematics of that down. And
see, what I found, what works the best, what I find works the best is one of the oldest circuits known as the Jewel Thief circuit. And, basically with the pulse motor generator that I built, is basically a mechanical version of that. So I was able to take a battery that was dead, run the device, and it recharged itself with no outside input of energy of any kind. So, to say that over Unity doesn't exist, well, if I'm able to recharge a battery that's dead and actually use that dead battery to actually run the system and it's recovering itself, obviously there's some anomalous stuff going on there. And I did it time and time again. Every time it will recover itself, a dead battery. And that dead battery was what I used to power the system. So, I know what's real and what's not, because I've pretty much experimented with pretty much everything. There's not too many things I haven't experimented over the years. And I've been doing this almost 20 years. So, and dual thief circuits are definitely one of the best, in my opinion. Dual ringers, dual thief, they have the highest gain returns. The other device I'm going
100%. And Keshi refers to it as like the bell ringer as well, the bell ring cycle. And it's because you're stepping it up, right? So you're pulsing and you have all of your load on one ring sealed cycle or circuit. And essentially it's like you got to take like the PoE vortex, like the Nunez's or like the Rodin coils, and you have to connect one of the Rodin coils. You have to have them stacked in like 3, and it's like you take your bell cycle or your ringer cycle with all of your load, and you have it connected on that one, on that cycle.
Yeah, see the magnetic
circuit, and then you have the bottom ones connected into the house and the outside loads and cycles. Negative and positive, and then it's like the entire load goes through the induction of that Rodin coil jewel thief.
And they're all interconnected, because I find a lot of these devices really take advantage of the back EMF, and that's definitely a big part of it. And time and time again, I'm finding out the same results with back EMF. If you do it right, like a dual ringer or a pulse motor generator in a configuration that's like a dual thief, you can take a dead battery, run it, and an hour and a half later, the battery is totally restored. So obviously something's working there. If I were to take it to a college or university, they would look at me like I'm freaking nuts. They'll say, this is not possible. And I said, well, it just happened. And I'm proving it over and over and over again. And, my testing that it does work. So obviously the harnessing the back EMF spikes.
Oh, you lost Mark.
It does
Hopefully
work.
Mark comes back.
Maybe he's at a remote location.
Yeah.
I could do about
Mark. Yeah, hopefully it will come back.
I could do about 10 minutes more, and then I got to call it quits. Then it'll be 1 o'clock in the morning, and then
for sure.
Yeah.
Well, I will post a link to Mark and also APEC and Alien Scientist Jeremy's links in.
Yeah, I don't like really debating with people on this stuff. Like I'm not really trying to prove anything to anybody. I'm proving it for myself.
Oh, exactly. Once you experience it, like there's nothing to prove.
You know what? It might sound selfish and all, but you know what? In the end, if I prove it to
not
myself,
at all, because you can't focus on like the haters. It's like some people, it's even just the natural condition of cognitive dissonance, where it's like we all have our own like cognitive dissonance, like
but
biases in our heads that we aren't even aware of, that it's like, oh, that just does not compute. And it's like I've been guilty of having that reaction and like just dropping out, and like some shit resonates with some people, some doesn't with others.
Like I said, before with anti-gravity stuff, I could totally dismiss it and say anti-gravity is totally impossible. Well, obviously somebody's doing it, because those visitors that are coming here are doing it. Now, obviously, they're several million years ahead of us in technology. Of course, they're going to have devices like that. but we're not on that level yet. We haven't earned our stripes. Okay, and the problem is with the dogmatic approaches to science in the last 100 years is the reason why we don't have it, or the general public doesn't have it, because they create this dogma bubble, and
it's like, I guarantee you that like not everything I say is 100% accurate. It's just how I'm like envisioning things, and then it has to be tested, worked out, and it's like throwing ideas out there. It's a discussion.
You know what?
Like, anytime I say something that's wrong and someone corrects me, it's like, thank you for correcting me, because it's like, or showing the no, I'm not going to say devil's advocate, but the opposite perspective, or like the other information on any subject, that it's like, in order to understand or to overcome something, you have to get all sides of a story, every angle, every geometry of the great architect.
Yeah, because know, the way I see it is, that's why I go on my show on YouTube and I tell everybody, I do not know everything. Okay, some of the stuff I could be totally way up. Some of it, if there's one thing that I did that helps them complete or add that missing puzzle piece to their problem, that's what I'm about on the show.
Exactly.
I'm not
these platforms.
I don't want any stardom. I don't want to become, I don't want to become an iconic figure like Tesla. That's not what I'm about. I'm the idea guy. I'm the guy.
I don't want to become an iconic thinker. I am the idea guy.
Yeah, I'm the idea guy.
That's thinking, my friend. It's one and the same. I'm joking.
Yeah, if I can.
You don't want to become a martyr on any sort of bias. It's like we're just talking, we're discussing. It's like we're just testing, like what we see, what we like envision, and like see what other people do, test it out yourself, apply it to like your own results of what you've already built and experienced and gone through.
Yeah, and like between my spark gap generator system and the plasma ball. Okay, take a wild guess. Which one's putting out more power right now? Take a wild guess.
Sorry, say that again. DC.
What power? Like my spark generator, the one I've been working on, versus the plasma ball. Okay, from the amount of wattage that I'm putting into it to the amount of wattage that I'm getting out. Which one's more powerful? That's the question. See if you get it right.
DC would be putting more.
No, I'm not worried about the
plasma or the spark gap or the. Oh, okay. Definitely the spark gap.
No.
The plasma ball.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Oh no, because I got a show too. Like, if you take your average radiation detector thingy, your Geiger counter, up to any plasma ball,
goes nuts.
That goes crazy, but it's only within like a couple feet, right? The drop off is very sharp.
No, but it's still out there. I was able to light up
100%. And those sheets of metal are absorbing all of that and taking it straight down. So that's why it's so much energy coming off of it. That's good. How much electricity do those things consume to run?
Well, this one here is only consuming about 8 to 10 watts, right? But it's a 2 kVA Tesla coil inside. Basically, that's what it is. So if I take the same concept and I make my own version of a plasma ball and put 11,000 volts in it, now we're talking. So when it comes power to power ratio, this plasma ball is doing a better job than my spark gap generator, is because the plasma state is able to accelerate the electrons and create a weight. It's an accelerator. The best way I can describe it, it's accelerating all the ions and everything. It's accelerating that field. And if you put inductors on the side of it and capture that flux that's been accelerated, that's why Don Smith was playing with this, because he's seeing how much how fast the electrons were flowing out of the system to the ground, right?
Absolutely.
And that's why he was able to light up like tonight. I was lighting up a 8-watt LED bulb. I'm putting like 6 watts of power in. That's with an AC plug, but this thing can run off 12 volts. Yeah, it's accelerating a lot better with a lot less power than my spark gap generator, and it's running as high as 11 kVA. So I'm getting a better effect in a plasma state. You don't have to put as many kilovolts into it to get the same effect. Actually, it was lighting a light bulb better than my spark gap generator at 11 kVA.
Right.
So that's proving to me, harnessing power in a plasma state is more effective than in the open air. And just with a coil, you need to put in a plasma state. And that's part of what I'm experimenting with. What works better? Where am I getting the best results? Is it by the spark gap generator or is it in a plasma state? And now it's showing me that I'm getting a better result with the plasma ball.
Exactly.
Which was totally shocking. I did not see this coming. I'm like, holy crap.
That is huge though, but it makes sense from all of my experience with it. And like, yeah, anybody like, but see, that's why I have this guy here, but I have not, I don't have him on most of the time because it's like, I have held the Geiger counter up to it, and it is freaking nuts when you are like from here to the like, and that's how where the light bulb lights up too, right? Like when you just holding it.
Yeah. See, I didn't see this coming. That's why I did all these experiments.
Yeah, those plates are a great idea, man. Like, so I'm gonna, after you leave here, I'm gonna just show your experiments from your live experiment stream.
That was fun. I had enjoyed that. Yeah, I do gotta head out. I gotta pack it in.
For sure, brother.
So yeah, I'll see everybody. I'll be doing more videos as usual. Just check me out on my channel. Subscribe to my channel. Don't forget I got the Patreon. You can become part of my members, help fund me a little bit, and I can keep the experiments running. But there is a new generator that I kind of kept a little bit secret right now. It is kind of focused around the plasma ball. So that could be a totally different direction I might have to go in because I'm getting better results with the plasma ball. Now I do have an ace up my sleeve. I'll reveal that later. I don't want to say too much about it now, but it's going to have an atomic element to it, and it's totally legal, which is the best part about it. So
amazing.
Yeah.
Nano is atomic. That's what people don't understand. It's just the cold fusion side, the plasma side of it.
Well, put it to you this way. Everybody has a little bit of atomic material in their house right now. And I'll give you the tip, but here's the hint. Take a look at your smoke detector and tell me what's inside of it.
Right? Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
So everybody's going to climb up now and check out their smoke detector. It has to be the ionizing smoke detector. There's an element in there that I can use, and it's totally legal.
Is it the one that is most abundant on the moon? Is that correct? Or
no, it's a byproduct. It's a byproduct mutation of plutonium. So it comes off plutonium after it's used. It's a byproduct.
Wow.
It's called Ameris. See if I pronounce this. I hate this one. I get tongue twisted. Americium. It's element 241. It has a half-life of about 340 years. It's in all your ionizing smoke detectors. Okay. It's a very small little piece of nugget. It's like tiny. It's about the size of a pea. And that gives off gamma and alpha wave, but not beta. Beta is more dangerous, but it doesn't give that off. But it's a very, very small piece of atomic material that is 100% legal, and it's in everybody's house right now in their smoke detector. So
crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, man. Wow. Sorry, just having this giant the winter coat I have, it's like got a certain nano coating on the outside to resist water. But having it closed, sitting on the chair, having this guy running, all of a sudden I started feeling a giant static electrical buildup on the inside of my silk hoodie on the inside between the cotton layers, and then on the outside it was freaking nuts.
Did you get
talk
shocked?
About becoming a plasma battery. Wow.
Yeah. Did you get shocked?
No, I turned it off before I discharged it, before I touched anything metal. I just instantly turned that thing off, and thank goodness. That makes me really think about like ancient Egyptian and Babylonian and all of their styles of clothing, the robes and the capacitors and the amplifier rods and tools that you see them all depicted with, right?
You need static guard.
Right? Oh. I think I think it's because I had 2 different layers of static guard on or something like that. It was freaking like it was like the entire outside shell was like building up a giant layer, and then inside, like between my like hoodie and like the hair in my like on my chest was like standing up and like puffing out and stuff. Like it was crazy.
Anyways, man, I do have to jet.
For sure, brother. Thank you always for joining us, and we will be doing another one soon. Everybody, Mike's channel, go subscribe to it. The link is already in the description of this video, wherever you're watching it, on whatever channel or platform, because we are streaming to many of them. Mike, thank you. God bless. Stay safe. And check out, put on the notifications for Mike's channel, Faraday Research, because he is doing next level work.
All right, guys. Have a good night.
Much love, brother.
Take care. Bye.
Bye. All right. So here is, if you guys have been here since the start, it was Cambell that, and I was talking to him earlier. I don't know. He must have gotten busy. He was supposed to join us, but I just emailed him the link again. Hopefully he pops in here. But it was Cambell's amazing editing that made that clip of me, him, and Michelle there. And this is another short clip that Cambell made for us, this one being on Red Mercury. And I believe both Mike and Ominous were in this. So I'm going to play this one for you guys. And then I'm also going to play Mike's latest video over on his channel, because it's where he breaks down doing the plates and harnessing that energy off of the these plasma balls. And yeah, then hopefully Cambell pops in there. But tell me, what do you think of this? Cambell's amazing work as always. No sound?
dinner that must be. Is the substance illegal? Oh, yeah, pretty much.
Apparently, in a lot of former Soviet Union, Eastern Bloc, and Southeast Asian grenades from the 70s, 80s. Do I mute it all out, or does this fix the sound? Exactly, right? Like, yeah, my dad and his generation in school in the 40s, 50s, like, they were handling large amounts of mercury in their, like, science classrooms, right? And they never had mercury poisoning or anything out of the sort. It's when it's oxidized and in the small nanoparticle state that you absorb it, and it can accumulate and become toxic. But any metal just that is not health advice, by the way. Or in its plasma state, then it's in fact good for you if you're needing certain plasma fields entered into you. All right, what did you guys think of that? Cambell is pretty darn epic at making videos, isn't he? So definitely hoping he comes in here. Yeah, that was Ominous will be back here in the next couple weeks as well. So in case you guys gotta see, we gotta get Mike up to 1,000 subscribers, guys. Only 60 more needed. So let me know if you can hear the sound on this one. And I'm just going to take a quick bathroom break, and we will go over it and answer questions when I get back. Can you guys hear the sound?
Hey, I got one viewer. Cool. Okay, I set up a really cool experiment here.
We're at 91 strong. Thank you, guys. I'll have some epic things to go over, and I'm emailing again Cambell. Hopefully he comes in for part 2.
He was working on plasma balls and tried to extract the radiant energy coming off the plasma ball. And I want to show you a quick little demo. There's only one person online right now. Hopefully we'll get more people on soon. So what I have is an aluminum plate. So I got that set up here. And on this side I have a copper plate. Okay, I got the plasma ball there. So I got one lead coming off there from the copper plate going to the negative of my light. And then from the aluminum plate, I got another lead.
I do not believe so. Please put in the description, link in the description.
So now we have a situation where we've created a capacitor in a way.
I will be right back.
The flux, the field that's coming off this ball is going to light this light bulb up. But the only way you can get that to work properly is by adding a ground. So I'm actually going to use my sink because that tends to be a pretty good ground, earth ground. Kind of limited in the apartment here, but anyways, it's good enough for a demo. So I'm figuring out that, you know, this is going to work out best by creating a good field. So that might actually lead me into the plasma physics of this energy transfer. So we got the flux emanating from here. These plates actually, believe it or not, could go pretty far away. I could go a lot further probably. And, but for the demo, a couple inches away is good enough. And yeah, we're going to do this Don Smith way of capturing energy. So I'm just going to shut the light off here. Bear with me for a second. I hope you like my kitchen. All right, so let's get the plasma ball going. It's hard to do this with one hand. All right, so we got the plasma ball going. All right, as you can see, the light's not lit up. I'm going to put the ground on. Look at that.
Also, please, links in the description to
Look at that.
subscribe to my channel. I
See,
only have
the second I put the ground
161
on it,
because they
I've completed the
destroyed
sync.
my one of 3,500 because they're savages,
So,
but
yeah,
hopefully
you
I
can
get it
see
back.
how important the
In the
earth
meantime, please
ground
subscribe to
is
Crypto.
to making the electrons move. So I got the aluminum plate as the positive and the negative plate as the copper plate. So I'm actually using the ground, believe it or not, on the positive is going to ground, which is kind of weird, but it works. Look at that. So you can kind of get the idea of how this field's working. So yeah, if you have any questions or comments, ask me now. I only got one person online, so I don't really have a big crowd right now. But yeah, this is pretty neat. So second I put it to ground, we got another person here, so I'll show. So I'm actually capturing the radiant energy, the flux that's coming off the two plates, one copper plate and one aluminum plate. And when I go to earth ground, whammo, we got power. So I hope you guys like this. And yeah, I'm working on quite a few things. So yeah, hope you enjoyed that little demo. And I've just been working on this other stuff here. Working with my spark gap, working with this coil here. This coil here seems to be working really good. So I've been messing around with that tonight, and I've also been messing around with an RF choke. So what this is helping with is basically it's sorting out the signal. It's taking away that high end RF frequency and bringing it down to a more of a controlled frequency. So when you light up light bulbs, oh, thanks a lot. Yeah, thanks for your comments. Yeah, it's a lot of experimentation. That's what I've been doing for so long. So I was supposed to go online last night, and I had problems with my gallbladder, so I was kind of sick last night and was not feeling very good. Well, since we have a lot of people coming online again, I'm going to show what I've done here. So I've done this Don Smith generator. He was toying with the plasma ball. And so on the negative, I got a copper plate. And on the positive side, I got an aluminum plate. And then the aluminum plate at the bottom, I have a ground, which I'm grounding right to the sink. So I'm going to shut the light off again here. Some people have already seen this, but since we got a bit of an audience now, so I'm going to turn the plasma ball on. Come on, get on there. All right, so we got it running. And the second I hook up the ground, watch. There we go, we got power. Second I take the ground off, see? I'll try to get it in the picture here. Look at that. And that's 5.5 watts, by the way. And I'm just picking that up just off the EMF field, the field that this thing is emanating. It's hitting the copper plate, creating the ground or counter space. The aluminum plate's picking up the positive field, that's the flux that's coming off. And then when I put it to earth ground and I get those electrons flowing, we got power. Look at that, just by touching the sink. See? It's pretty, that's 5.5 watts, people. Not bad, eh? For a plat ball. Kind of crazy when you think about it, how simple it is. And it took me all of like 10 minutes to figure out the circuit. So I'll go over the circuit again. So this green wire is going to the aluminum plate, and that goes to positive. The negative goes to the copper plate here. Now, you would think from, I could actually even try it, but I'm making the negative off the aluminum plate. One second, I put it to ground. Oh, we got power. Pretty neat, eh? Any comments or questions? Let her rip. I'm here. This is live. So, yeah. Pretty neat little experiment. Very easy to do. All you need is a plasma ball. So, yeah, I'll be toying with that more in the near future. You can see all my stuff I got here. I got junk everywhere. Complete mess. And there's my spark gap generator. Been playing with this all night. I was supposed to be on BurnEye's podcast last night, but I was kind of sick. I had problems with my gallbladder again, so that's the way it goes. And oh yeah, here's my battery I use for some stuff. It's my lithium iron phosphate battery. Probably the best battery on the market right now. Not particular this brand. I got this from Amazon. But the best part about it, it's a dry cell battery. There's no electrolyte in it. It's a dry cell. And even has a voltmeter hooked up on it. So I just recharged it. It's at 13.2 volts. This thing I got for like, I think it was 120 bucks or whatever it was. Took a while to get it because I had to get it shipped in from China. But yeah, but anyways, there's that's the aluminum plate hooked up to ground. Positive goes to the aluminum plate, and then at the bottom there, the ground, then you put it to earth ground. So that's what I've been toying around with tonight. Actually, let's change the light. We'll go to a smaller light here. Magnesium sulfate for gallbladder. Okay, cool. I'll have to look into that. I love health tips, especially when it comes to something as painful as a gallbladder. Okay, let's try this light here. This one's only a 4.5 watt, but she'll probably light up pretty good. Yeah, cheers, man. Okay, so I got the light going again. There we go. Here, I'll shut the light off here. Hold on. It's better when it's dark. Cool. I'll definitely keep that in mind. So there's the light. So we recreated a Don Smith experiment right here. See? And that's 4.5 watts lit up pretty good. I think the smaller one, the 5.5 watt, works better. And the second you put it to ground, that's when you get the electrons flowing. It has a place to go. See, they're accumulating all the electrons, all the magnetic fluxes forming on the aluminum plate, but they're not moving. They have to go somewhere. I could even use my body. Look, I'm using my finger. Look. See, I'm using my body as the ground. Actually, is a better ground. Just my finger as the ground. So it's actually pulling electrons from my body to that plate. So we do have power in our body. If anybody doesn't think that, they're wrong. Our body actually has electricity in it. We're somewhat alkaline. Yeah, it's creating tension. Yep, for sure. I'm a battery. Yep, no doubt. See, this is disturbing the electrons hitting the plate, and I'm providing the ground or the electrons to add to the system, which brings that power through the green wire to the positive. And yeah, I'm a capacitor, thanks. Antenna, yeah. Battery, capacitor, whatever you want to call it, that's what I am right now. Cool little experiment, I love it. I like doing stuff like this. You learn something from it. You can really come up with some cool stuff and actually make something, charge up capacitors or stuff like that, right? So if you just joined us, yeah, I'm just toying around with some stuff, and I got my lithium iron phosphate battery. I use that for a lot of stuff. Yeah, no problem. I love sharing this stuff. This is cool. I work so many hours a week when I do this. This is my happy time, right? Cheers, brother. Enjoy your beer. So yeah, let's see what else I can show you. Okay, bear with me for a minute here. I gotta put this on a stand, and I can hook up the other light. Just bear with me for a minute. I'm still here. Just gotta hook up this other light back up here.
Oh, it's still going.
Still here. I'm just hooking up lights here. I need more wire.
We are both in Canada. Couple of Canucks, eh? Freaking hosers at YouTube deleting the main channel.
All right. All right, so I got this hooked up. I've been testing coils. I went coil crazy about a week ago. So I'm testing different coils back and forth, like nonstop. Okay, let's get this. This one's an 8 watt, I think. 8 watt bulb. Cool. I follow Tesla too, so here's some spark gap generator. That's 8 watts. Once the light lit up. So yeah, I just been toying around with inductors. So I got a primary and a secondary. The primary is 22 gauge wire, about 350 turns. And no, it's the 8 watts is not crackling. It's not the light, it's the spark gap. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I know it messes up the audio big time. That's the EMF. So yeah, that's what I've been working on. Inductors. I'm working on this RF choke. This helps smoothen out. I could actually hook this in line with this. That smoothens out the power, so it doesn't like flicker. You get more of a steady stream of power. Yeah. The system that says audio putting a scalar. Yeah. Well, it is a scalar wave. Yeah, definitely. Most definitely. Yeah, I made these other coils last week, and these are like really tiny. They're 36 gauge wire. I've been toying around with these. These actually work really well. They could actually light up a light. If you put one inside, see like this coil here, I hook this up to the light and then shove it inside. It'll actually light the light up just by the induction. And I got some different sizes. These here are all 36 gauge wire. They're over 300 turns, and they're a bugger to wrap, like really hard. So it took me a while to do these guys. Very, very hard to do. The wires break so easy. Like they're like as thin as my hair. I don't know if you can even see that. They're so thin. But they make good inductors though. Yeah, a lot of time. Suggestion. MOT, what's that? Sorry. What's an MOT? Transformer? You talk about hooking it up to a transformer or? Ooh, now you're talking. Yeah, I'll have to get a hold of one of those. Now, the thing is too, when you hook up this system to a microwave transformer, it might not work because this thing's running in kilohertz. And when the frequency is too high, a transformer will not pick that up. You have to slow the frequency down. So I would have to put it through a RF choke, and then I would have to pulse modulate it down to a range where the transformer would actually be able to pick it up. So I'd actually have to take it from kilohertz and change it down to 60 hertz. And if I can do that properly, yeah, the transformer will definitely work. You've been driving yours backwards. So what you're using the secondary as your primary? That's cool. Yeah, so I'll have to somehow get a hold of a transformer like that. I don't have one at my disposal at this second, but yeah, I don't know what else to show you. Oh, okay, so you have to hook up the transformer to ground, earth ground. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you always have to hook it up to ground. That's where now Don Smith, when he was talking about his unit, he left out a very important factor of how his Don Smith generator worked properly. And he put a resistor on the ground in series. Now it has to be, the ohms resistance has to exceed the ohms resistance of the coil being used. So say it was a 30 ohm coil, that means you had to use 30 ohm resistor or above that, and you would hook that up to earth ground. Now you can't use the small little ones. You got to use the big honking ceramic ones that are about 1.5 to 2 inches long. And when you do that, the amps just go up exponentially. Now, this is dangerous. So if you were to ever experiment with it, take extreme caution, because you could very easily start pulling 100 amps. And a lot of people know about this, but they won't say anything because it is dangerous, and it is. So anything I'm doing here, you know, always use your own discretion. If it seems too different, dangerous, then yeah, the resistance helps create the flow of energy, and it makes total sense because the electrons are the resistance in power, and that's how our systems are built. They work off resistance. So the more resistance you have in your circuit, it's gonna, you know, it's gonna drive a lot of current into our devices, and that's what all our devices are based on: current, motors, lights, everything. It's all based on current, and Tesla wanted to go entirely the different route. See, with his system, you could use a lot thinner wires at a higher frequency and more controlled frequency and do the same job. But the powers to be had their way. They wanted to go with low, so 120 volts at 60 hertz. Okay, you touch that, you're dead. Okay, I could touch 5,000 volts at 34 kilohertz and I can touch it and walk around. It won't kill me. But if you do 120 volts at 60 hertz, you're a dead man. So that's how they want it. And it destroys the energy, because as soon as you have more electrons going through the circuit, you're actually destroying the energy. And Dollar talks about this extensively. It's the resistance in electricity. It's not electricity. And anybody who tells you electrons is electricity is totally off the rocker. So yeah, I'm going to show this other experiment again, and then I'll yeah. See, what Tesla was talking about extensively with the spark gap generator says what you got to do is take the high voltage, high frequency and dump it into a condenser. Okay. You have to dump it in a condenser. And then the second you have it in a condenser, which he's talking about capacitor, then you can change the waveform any way you wish. Any way you wish. So that's how you can change the waveform. You can change it to AC, DC, whatever the heck you want. So that was actually in the article. I was reading about how he quenches the spark gap, and yeah, it works. So the whole idea is take this energy, whatever form it is, put it into a capacitor. Then from there, you can do whatever the heck you want with it. So I'm just hooking up the circuit again here. Trying to do it with one hand. It's not the easiest thing to do. And I got one more wire. I just have to put it down for a sec. Bear with me here. All right, so I got the circuit hooked up. So I got the aluminum plate. I got a positive hooked up to the positive of the light. And then I have the ground also hooked up to the aluminum plate as well. And then on the other side of the negative, I've got it hooked up to a copper plate. So, sorry, my finger's in the way there. Okay, so that's the circuit. Pretty easy. So this can be the ground. The second I touch it, even myself can be the earth ground. I hold capacitance. I'm like a battery. I'll turn the light off here. Good. Running. Sorry, my finger's in the way. All right. So there we go. There we go. That's 8 watts, people. Yeah, I know. I need to clean the kitchen. Yeah, thanks. Had a good dinner tonight, so that's 8 watts. Second I hold it, watch. On the ground. That is so freaking cool. This is actually the first time I'm trying the 8 watt bulb. Yep, you need the 2. Yeah, like this is 8 watts, everybody. I got aluminum plate here, copper plate over there. I'm the ground, and this thing's lighting up. Now, tell me that's not cool. Look, second I take it off, look. Now I could put it to the sink, earth ground, and it works pretty good too. Amazing. I love this. So I'll be toying around, just hooking it up to the freaking sink. Sink actually makes a pretty damn good ground. Or me. I get a lot of capacitance. I'm full of energy. It is just after midnight my time here in Canada. Just recreating some of Don Smith's experiments. Ooh, I got a bit of a jolt on there. Got a little arc on there. don't know if you can see that. Booyah. Yeah. I got some power going in me. That's 8 watts. That's an 8-watt bulb.
Hey!
So, yeah, that's why I got the positive hooked up to the aluminum plate. Actually, I got a bigger one in the car. So what I'm going to try to do with that is I'm going to make a capacitor. So I got 2 aluminum plates. Well, I might actually use, I'll use the copper and aluminum, and I'll put a dielectric in the middle of it. Yeah, a lump of steel would hold the capacitance. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, see, I could hook this up to a capacitor. Yeah, there's an idea. Now you're thinking. Okay, let's see if I got something here to use. Here. Let's look in my bag of goodies. Find some everything you can imagine and more. There's my capacitors. Hold on, I'm just gonna put this down for a second here. Take this. It's locked. Right. Bear with me for a second here. I got these little, these are 11 kVA capacitors. All right, see, I got these guys here. They're 11 kVA. And what I'll do is hook up one end, see if this actually freaking works. Oh yeah, there you go. Okay, let me shut the lights off. All right, so now I got it hooked up to a capacitor. Look at that. That's 8 watts. Ooh, now it's hooked up to me. Right on. That's freaking cool. That's 8 watts, man. See now, actually, okay, I'm just gonna touch the sink with this. And I got the capacitor hooked up to it, so actually, this is what I want to do. Ooh, hold on, I'm thinking. Now you got me thinking. Thanks a lot. Okay, grab another capacitor here. I got lots of these 11 kVA capacitors. I'll get this up here. Bear with me for a second. Hold on. How the heck am I going to do this? How the hell am I going to do this? Okay, got that hooked up. Shut the light off here. So now I got a capacitor and I'm going to touch the plate with it. Oh, yeah, look at that, even brighter. So I got a capacitor coming off the plate here. See, I could hook up a ton of capacitors off this. I could do a whole bank. And I got the earth ground on the sink. On both ends, I got capacitors. Oh crap, that's cool. Yeah, liking that. So if you like what I'm doing, give me a thumbs up, everybody. I'll just get this hooked in a way so. There we go. Right on. 6 thumbs ups. Cool. Thank you. Yeah, so this is Don Smith's old style generator he was working with. That's just basically, it's getting it all off the flux. So I got a bigger plate in the car, aluminum plate. So I'm gonna maybe try to make a capacitor, I think. Maybe that's gonna be the next one. Change cap 1 wire, brother. Change cap 1 wire. What do you mean by that? Thanks, man. Thanks for the comments. Actually, I got bigger capacitors. See, look what you've done. Now we got them going. I got a hole. Okay, I'm gonna pull the big honking ass ones out. Hold on. Bear with me for a sec. Okay, so now we have 3 15 kVA capacitors. Okay, check this out. So, gonna get late. Too much. Oh, that's why. This guy got detached. Yeah, it's working. Yeah, works. Let me get my stand here for a minute. Sorry, I gotta tilt you guys on the side. Get that hooked up there. Take this one off. Oops. Hold on a sec. I'm gonna take this down here. Okay, now I can fart around this. All right, let's try this again. There we go. Look how bright it is now. That's 8 watts. Pure power. That's cool. So I'm going to probably work on the capacitor. Yeah, I've done 30 minutes here. I think that's pretty much it for tonight. That's what I've been working with. If you like what I've been doing, thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't become a member. And my Patreon's there as well. And hopefully, I'll be doing a podcast tomorrow night with Bernie. It's probably going to be a late show. So, yeah. Yeah, the blue plasma balls are the nicest looking. That even the green is good too. So yeah, we'll see everybody tomorrow night. Don't forget to check out his Crypto Alchemist, his backup website, his other site he had problems with. So yeah, we'll see everybody soon. Have a good night, everybody. Cheers.
Bye, Mike, again for the second time. Hello, Cambell, for the first time. Isn't it a great switch up? I love beautiful souls. everybody that's joining us right now. This is what the awesome thing about the multi-BurnEye stream is. At some point, one leaves and another one comes, and we are good to go. Right?
Very swanky.
I've been doing several upgrades to the studio, going full steam punk ahead into crypto streaming, with my now Crypto Alchemist channel being the top one, but that I have. But I'm going to also create a second backup channel, and I got a new tablet today. Freaking ridiculous how expensive these things are. They were completely sold out due to the shopping sales a couple weeks over the last couple of weeks, and just kids are glued into them now. I guess they learn their whole lives on these tablets, but I will be able to create a whole nother account with it though. So I will be able to with this tablet get all the top social media apps, as well as a brand new Facebook account, YouTube account that I'll just call BurnEye's, the science guy, or my third eye science guy, or something along those lines. That will be to announce. But I'm also going to be full-time doing streams of crypto as well a lot of the time. And Cambell, I'll just let you take it away here for about 10 minutes as I get our good friend Bender set up, and we'll have a discussion as I onboard some things. I also got one of the Stream Deck wonderful tool app thingies right here, and try onboarding some hotkeys and whatnot for a little bit. Chat, go over some
okay,
different things,
it's
and
like a mini keyboard sort of thing. Yeah,
and then
jeez, man, you're high tech.
Mark from Falcon Space, one of Alien Scientist and Apex top researcher guys. He's in New Jersey. He started the stream with us and was on for a while, and he was probably on for at least 45, maybe even an hour at the beginning. So I've played a couple of the awesome short clips that you made as well out of our previous ones throughout this so far. So I'd like to just go over, before we're said and done, a couple of topics that you can then chop off at the end of the stream and mix into some from the beginning, and make a good little video or two there. And maybe we can even
do that. I might even start posting them too. I'll put them up as like little.
Oh, exactly. That's what I'm going to be doing. Is I'm going to be connecting
none of them have been posted. Yeah.
Exactly. We'll do it as a multi-launch, that we can do it on all channels, right? So we can put those little ones where it'll be like on Spiral Up, both your Autodidactics, as well as everyone else that joins. I'm pretty sure also we could get Rex and Leak Project there to agree to let the little ones go up on there. We'll have Michelle back. Hopefully we'll have Paul Cook on again. And we'll repost the one that you did of with us and Paul Cook, that because a lot of people probably haven't seen that one. And I will, since we have everything saved, I'm going to be reposting each of the streams. I'm going to schedule them ahead, sort of thing, that we'll do them before like this, our scheduled weekly podcast go live. And why I'm also going to be adjusting this third window here, it's where Ominous performed, and it's where Ominous will be back, as well as I'm going to have a lot more upcoming artists, live DJs, and different interviews as the guest room. So on the podcast, we will be able to have all sorts of live music and amazing science of sound discoveries, as well as being everybody is autodidactic in one way or another. And it's just a whole thing coming together.
I was talking to Rex too, like a few weeks ago on a live stream, and he was saying he wanted to get me back on, but I don't think he's got my email.
Yeah.
So
No.
If anyone knows Rex, tell him.
I was literally just thinking about that. No, I'll email Kristen here after the stream is done. His wife, she does all the scheduling and booking and whatnot.
Oh, okay.
yeah, I was supposed to do that. Just things been hectic. My
That's
channel
what I
got canceled and whatnot. So that's why I went and got out the new
Yeah.
tablet so I can create the new stream or new channel. And once we have both channels up and whatnot, or at least that I've got the game plan, I can get them to get them scheduled.
Well, make sure you look up Odysee this time. And everyone, I saw I Heart Fairies. She had a channel taken down too.
This is said and done too, Campbell. Well, maybe we'll go private afterwards, and before you leave, I'll set one up for my Crypto Alchemist one in the meantime.
Okay. Aaron's saying just email him with your. I don't have his email. I have them on Skype. Oh, okay. I get hold of Rex. Oh, he's a Skypey, is he?
Well,
I'm on.
No, it's like Aaron, I said. I book with Kristen all the time, Otto. I'll get her to email you a confirmation for one.
Well, if someone can book it for, this is what I need. I need a Kristen.
Yeah, I can book it for you. Don't worry. I'm saying I got it. I got it, brother.
Be here at this time. I missed another bloody interview this morning. It's oh God, that's like about 3 in the last month.
Right, so right. Oh, and Ben Balderson, he was at the beginning of the stream.
Ben, brother, we need to get Ben back on.
Email you the link to the StreamYard if you want to join here if you got time, but I have to answer a call from Amber. I will. It'd
be good to get him on. We will get him back on because I had a chat with him. If you just put him in Balderson, his name will come up, or Benjamin Balderson, and he was talking. We were talking about the moon and sun being the anode cathode in the enclosed system, and he put forward Benjamin Balderson, and what am I even saying? And he was talking about a mud flood theory because, as we've all seen in BurnEye's little electrolysis experiments, when they work, it builds up this layer in the bottom of the jar, right, of this stuff, that could be like mud, right? Is that where the mud flood came from? It was what we were talking about. So we'll definitely have to get Ben back on to talk about that. Okay, I can see you're all talking to me. I was reading the comments before. Who we got here? David, how you going? Make a 24-hour streaming auto channel. It's actually crossed my mind, but don't suggest that. It's very scary. But I was thinking you could do like a like an old-time radio station, have some music going, then you could have some talk back, a few different shows. It wouldn't actually be that hard to do. Commonwealth Edison isn't happy with this stream. Oh, who's Commonwealth Edison? I don't know what that means. Edison. Yes, thank you, Aaron. Give different time slots to people. Yeah, and this is Bernie was organising a 24-hour, a 48-hour stream, and then they took his channel down, so that's been put back a little bit. Thank you. Oh, there you go. Yeah. We definitely got to get back on Lake Project. That was a good one. The Starfoot chat. Hello, Aaron. How you going? Bernie's going to send that for me. BurnEye's channel. It should be underneath in the description, but it is called God, I don't even know. What's it called? Someone the Crypto Bender. I don't know. We'll ask him. The link should be underneath. Crypto Alchemist. Did you do that, Bertie? Okay, Crypto Alchemist. Give me one tick, and what I'll do is there it is there. Oh, okay, we're actually streaming on. That's going to stuff the sound up really badly. Sorry about that. Okay, here it is. Paste. Crypto Alchemist channel. There it is. Everyone go across and subscribe to BurnEye's channel. Who we got here? Cassandra D can be my Kristen. All right. Where are you, Cassandra? I actually could really use. Look. Actually, she said she has a lot of time and can help. We'll Whereabouts are you, Cassandra? Let me know, because I would be interested. I'm sure we can come to some kind of, deal where we can, I'm working on the money bit. When I get money, I can pay you. We need to have the guy from Suspicious Observers. Oh, I don't think I've seen them. I'll have to, all right, let us, there you go, Burn, Suspicious Observers. Got to check it out. Thank you again, Cassandra. Send me, if you're serious, send me an email, or if you're on Skype, I'm just under my name, Cambell Purvis, Purvis. Otherwise, I would put I would put my email up, but I spent like 4 hours yesterday going through my emails, and when I got through them all, I checked, and of course, when you answer emails, you go back to the start, and there's another 20 new ones there. So I'm very scared of putting my email address up. Thomas Edison, AC to DC, Monopoly, yes, Salt Droid. And of course, AC/DC, the band. The story is that they got their name from their sister's sewing machine, because it had a tag hanging off it that said AC and DC. They didn't even know what it meant, but they thought it sounded cool. So there you go. Of course, there is the other thing that people say about AC/DC. Aaron, yeah, I don't sleep much either, Aaron. Definitely not in 8 hours.
What sort of Aussie are you that you don't automatically get into done destructed? Like you got the AC/DC, brother.
Yeah.
I just naturally, anytime
AC/DC.
I hear AC/DC, my foot starts like tapping and chanting, and
you started. Yeah, man, I like AC/DC.
Done destruct, jailbreak. There's just so many good classic AC/DC. Most likely satanic, but who knows? But they still got that rhythm, that the beats.
Yeah, it's. I mean, the first couple of Brian Johnson albums were okay.
Through that music, right?
And
it really
it's
does
very
show.
hypnotic.
Yeah, right. It's so hypnotic, but it also it's like anytime that song replays, then in the future, like anytime you had that song playing in it, like a special moment or a memory or whatnot, it literally like it's kind of like how traumas work, but it's like it can either work in a good way or a bad way. But it's like every time you hear that same song, it's like you relive those past moments and experiences. And I guess I've had a lot of good rocking out on the reserve to the AC/DC.
This is the thing. It's when you listen to AC/DC, you're always emotionally involved, and you're always moving. So it's in your head. You're moving. You're using all your different senses.
Like,
where a lot of
music,
songs,
the raves, the festivals, all of it. Right? There's the rhythm. There's like that tribalistic chant spelling,
boom,
like
boom,
arcane
boom.
nature of it, like especially around the campfires. Like nowadays, it's like the lasers and the freaking subwoofers going off. Like you're moving all sorts of resonance.
Yeah.
That the key though, and what I'm excited of working on is bridging this. There's a company that started out of Calgary, and I know a lot of people. Great company, great people that work there. It's called PK Sound. But they make a lot of the physical actual speaker subwoofers for like the music festivals, as well as all the touring like DJs and stuff like that. And a lot of my artists that have worked with me through my clothing line and art projects and stuff throughout the years, lots of them now actually have pretty decent positions throughout PK Sound. So once we actually have some of these crazy coils and start putting signals through them, putting them through water, doing some like getting some results and like understanding of which are like the good amplification signals that we want to be doing, and making sure triple checking that we aren't amplifying any of the negative harmful ones, because that can be equally as toxic, and why they some would say justifiably keep these under wraps as a national security technology, instead of teaching humanity the science of actual life and consciousness and the rest of it. But point being, once we have a general idea of what the solfeggio frequencies and the Schumann resonance and getting it back to the 432, and have a bunch of different, like, well-renowned musical sound engineers like exposed to it, seeing these results and whatnot, that PK Sound will be able to do all sorts of next level actual modifications and building of, like, I just envision connecting several of these rodent coils to those systems, and my goodness, you'd probably see the way the sonic bubble as it comes to you, right? Like, just the force it's intense.
It'd be interesting to see what it would come up as if you played that daughter and froze it, did an emoto on it, a bit of Brian Johnson screaming.
Ooh,
what do you reckon?
Oh.
And that's a good thing about AC/DC is they get a singer like Brian Johnson, so anyone can sing along and sound good. That's awesome. They're such a giving band.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just writing down something here.
Oh, good, brother. So I'm just going to run up and get Crypto Bender back up in action, and I'll see you guys in a couple minutes.
Crypto Bender. All right. So I'm trying to find an email to delete. Sorry, a post. Oh, well. There's a time difference on the live and the stream. It makes it very hard. So how are we going, everyone? I Heart Fairies. Okay, how you going? Yes, I Heart Fairies has a channel as well, and I did see before. I'm going to have to wait till the chat catches up. I saw before that some people were asking for wrenches. How rude. So we might have to have a look at that. Okay, let's go through these. Who have we got? So, yeah, I Heart Fairies.
Campbell can finally deal with wrenches on his channel, and if it's wrenches on my Crypto Alchemist one, I literally have to get it onboarded onto this guy before I can actually go back in and use that feature of the YouTube, because I'm only using it through StreamYard currently, which it doesn't give me the option to add wrenches to the crypto channel. And all my YouTube channel accounts on my other main devices are all Bernard Cocken, which was terminated, and it just like gives me forever buffering anytime I click on YouTube for like 90% of my devices.
It's because you got nothing to do with the fact that you got 3 streams running at the moment, Bernie.
Well, and that's another thing that I'm going to show you by like the end of this. The goal is that one of them will be like, I'm going to set up with 3 or 4 screens with the camera on it, showing the different crypto markets and charts and stuff like that, and like scrolling through several of them. And then I'm going to also, after this, for the next one, get the tickers for like the bottom of it, of the screen, and all sorts of stuff. I'm going full professional streaming. And also check out Project Moongold and Bitcoin Census YouTube channels for daily crypto TA. They are great. Despite the absolute carnage and bloodbath in that market over the last 48 hours, if you play it right and you don't panic, it's how you make these exponential gains if you buy the right ones that took those exponential losses or are about to make exponentials.
Indeed. And I Heart Fairies just posted her channel, so go subscribe. And also Angela. Oh, where'd you go? Gosh, comments keep moving. Angela, you can just go and grab your URL if you want, and you can post it, and people will be able to, including me, will be able to hit it and go over and subscribe. So do share each other's channels around, guys. And oh gosh, I'm just trying to remember all the comments that I was reading. Before, people were mentioning the orange hoodies. So there's a link for that below in the description. If it's not under this video, it's under all my other videos. and also my PO box, all that kind of stuff. That's all under in the descriptions. I'm going to get a link tree set up though, just to make it a bit easier, because it's, you know, there's so much stuff in my description now, it's ridiculous. So I think that what other people ask me stuff. Cassandra, I was waiting for your thing to come up so I could delete it. And oh my gosh, I'm running away. It's like a 5-minute delay on YouTube. But yes, thank you, Cassandra. I wrote down your email. I'll send you one. Thank you very much. That was very kind. We'll have a chat, see what happens. Of course, Michael, how you going? Yes, they did. They blamed that one on Goebbels, was it? One of the top henchmen. So yeah, 432, tune A to 432, and you'll play better music. You'll start to sound like AC/DC. Severe storms rolling through here a little bit. Benny, are you in like Northern Territory? Because Callum was saying there was big storms coming through as well. Thank you, I Heart Fairies. There you go. Look, see, look at this. Say, I Heart Fairies, very like working hard to be a wrench wielder before she is. So I just can't find your name anywhere in the chat. Gosh, this doesn't make for good. I'll go through that. Yeah, in a minute and give some people some wrenches. It's some big lag. Like when I'm going through on the live. None of these comments are up yet. Okay, so who we got here? Bless be he. I read the Gateway paper. Oh, I haven't heard of that. What's the Gateway paper? Thanks for the love, Ben. Where's Ben? Is that Benjamin? Oh, Benny Riley. How you going? RTA, hello. Oh, that was one I just read. Gosh, doubling up here. Oh, look at all these. Bob the Builder, hopefully the border in New Zealand opens up so you can find the Crystal City. Yes, exactly. I mean, I think keep your eye out for the next 10th and 11th. So what's that, 5 days, 4 or 5 days time? Lots of stuff going on, you know, in the ether movements, energy, all that kind of stuff. I think we're a lot closer to the end. Looks like, guys, of course, Ms. Maxwell is in court and all that stuff's coming out. They're not even letting anyone with a camera or any reporters or anything in there. It's literally back to the, you know, the court artist drawing pictures. So who knows what's going to happen with that. But I mean, basically we create the future. So, you know, don't watch the news. That's just going to give you a perspective that they want to create and we don't do that. Okay, there we go. Hang on, let me see. Oh, there we go. And who else was in there that I was going to? Oh, yes. I saw that you sent me a message in Instagram. I get on Instagram very often, Karen. So maybe I'll be able to, you know, if I if I have an assistant. I might be able to get on there and see some of those. The best place if you do want to contact me is email. If you can find Skype, just send me a request. I don't know. I've just got so many different places. It's hard to get to all the comments. And sorry, I'm looking at my screen. Who am I looking for? I don't even know who I'm looking for. Someone. Okay, so how long have we been going? 2 hours, 10 minutes. I actually have a music type called the blues. I know, right? But they don't have a music type called the happies. What's that all about? Very often, what's my Instagram? I have no idea. I'm guessing it's Autodidactic, and I probably haven't uploaded on it for months and years and all that kind of stuff, which is what I'm working towards. And I saw, sorry, that's what I saw. A few people were saying they were writers and artists or something. Was that you, Aaron? So, what Kelly's making a new web page, and you know we've got all these ideas and all these things that we want to turn into businesses, and I can't find your name, Aaron. Where are you? And basically, so we're going to start that up. So we do want people to, if anyone's interested in helping and building, if anyone's got skills, I'm at the moment, sort of just started a video course, and I'm halfway, well, maybe a quarter of a way into writing a book, and I'm doing all this stuff, and I'm on the Syncretism Society. So we really, we're going to need to make some kind of pool thing where we can all sort of get in and help each other and get things done, because there's just so much, so much that people want to do. iHeart Ferry, if you want to post it, can you not post? Why not let you post a link, Angela? Okay, maybe not. All right. But yeah, if that's basically what the wrenches are for, to just, I just can't find anyone here. Let's have a look. Okay. And I was going to give you one, Aaron, but I can't. I can't find anyone's comments. Oh my God, this is horrendous. All right, cool. Anyway, we'll get there. So a few wrenches given out. Obviously, the job. Just be kind. Tell people to thumbs up, share.
I'm currently sharing the end of Project Moongold. My good friend Josh, I'm going to see if he'll join us on here, but he's going to be part of the multi-stream 48-hour. Project Moongold, great non-financial advice. But here, he's literally
okay. So we're still doing that.
Oh yeah.
The 48 hour. When are you looking?
I'll do like a skit or something, an edit skit.
Sorry.
Trailer or something.
Is that live?
So this is Josh. He's great. This is live. He's just about to end, but he might come join us and talk. So.
Are we watching someone else's live?
Speaking of live, guys, I'm gonna start having some of you on live streams. Okay.
This may be the first.
I got a lot of Red Fox. Red Fox is good, but it's a metaverse coin. I'll look at it as well. Syscoin is dropping a bit. So for Moonshot Talk, I want to have a couple of you guys on lives, and the only way you're going to be able to get on it is by, I'm going to have it in game night for a prize, and then also. Yeah, so I want to have some of you guys on live streams,
giveaways. They play all sorts of digital.
Hey, Josh, I got to jump on a call.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody, for having.
All right, sorry. So that was just a little teaser because he was live and I'm trying to get him.
That was the very first ever live streaming of a live stream.
Live stream.
You saw it first.
It's the Inception weekend at BurnEye's stream. It just keeps on going within the stream, within the stream, within the stream, within the stream. Anywho, I will let you talk for a little bit as I get crypto vendor set up finally. Much love, and if anyone is into crypto, check out that channel. I'll post the link shortly.
Yeah, and Bernie's going to be getting more into that as well. If you're into crypto and all of that kind of stuff. Hello, Henry. How you going? Hippie Shake's gone, has she? Good night, Hippie. David, I'm dizzy. Double live, exactly right. Like the Ted Nugent. Oh, well, there you go. Maybe we'll have to get Ted on to play some tunes. He's pretty cool. Veracity is metaverse. Yeah, I can see where you're coming from. I want to talk about my baby, the Healing Power of Love workbook, Bernard. Oh, well, there you go. The Healing Power of Love Workbook. So do you have a channel? We'll have to have a chat, Cassandra. I'll send you an email. There's the other thing I'm doing is I need to build a website, and I'm not a website builder, and so I'm not going to spend. It's a skill I'm not going to teach myself because I just don't have the time. So I'm going to get someone to build that for me, and then we'll have a platform where we can, promote other people's, products, channels, or that kind of stuff. Oh, look, thank you. So and that's the other thing. Yes, thank you. Fairies, if you want to get a hoodie, please do. And that's something that I'm going to, sort out. There's a few things there. The store, it's all good. It all works. I just want to sort of get it looking a bit better. So going to do that as well. So, there's lots of stuff going on. It's just a lot of stuff to do at the moment. It's all fractally compressing on me. And what did Aaron say? I saw Aaron wrote something about fractals. So there we go. Now, I don't even know what this stream was about. I think Mike was Mike on. When I got on, Mike was showing some free energy. So another thing which would be good to do is to start to get, some how-to videos together, and maybe we can do these on streams. We might even throw around this idea of a channel, where we get, different people on, and everyone has their show, but it's a 24-hour channel kind of thing. So, there's lots of ideas. We can look into it all. I think, but the first thing is we really need to get a platform where we can talk, because every time I open up a platform, some people are on it, some people aren't, and it's really hard. So, some people are on Facebook, some are on Telegram, some on Skype, some are only on YouTube. So if we get a website that's that we own, that's private, that's uncensored, then we can get into that. David builds websites. There you go. I'm not doing the WordPress thing. I bought a domain and like a subscription to think. Can you build Wix? I was looking around. Apparently, they're pretty easy to do and set up for what I need. So can you build Wix? I don't know. I've been looking around on Fiverr. I'm making one called Memorial Library of Alexandria. Nice. Oh, that's an awesome name. Okay. So is that going to be the new Library of Alexandria, or is it just going to be where you're going to put all the old history books? Good idea. Please subscribe to both. Oh, Angela's been links, I think. Oh my gosh. I show my Instagram. Gosh, I'm gonna have to get someone to post some stuff at. So does anyone want to? That's maybe Cassandra, we can talk about that. But if anyone wants to run that channel, I've got thousands of pictures I can send you, and all you do is upload 1 or 2 a day, respond to the comments, tend you me, I guess. I don't know. But this is, I definitely do want to get Instagram going, because I know it's a very big platform. So yes, but we are working on this, getting there. All right, who we got here? David, my comments get deleted. Do that? I can see that one. I don't know. We do get some stuff deleted, I think, YouTubes. I'll hand over the National Memorial Library of Alexandria. Oh. Who? To me? You're going to build it? I don't want more work. It's where Bernie's dream. I hope to bring. Yeah, well, where's Bernie? He's gone away, definitely. That's a great name. We could definitely do something and all maybe contribute to it, so it's out of the hands of the controllers. Exactly right. I've got a lot of old books. I just downloaded about 7 this morning, actually, from Scribd. Have you heard of Scribd? It's got all these interesting books. There's actually a series of books on Tartaria and mudflood and all this stuff, and they are the worst written books I've ever seen. It's it's unbelievably bad. And it's like someone has just gone through and watched, you know, a collection of, you know, videos on this topic and just kind of made notes, and it's really weird, and put lots of photos in. And there's like 10 of them. So I'm gonna have to I'll write a good book. I need to find out if we got any publishers out there, any publishers. I need, you know, this is the thing I need to know about. Oh, there you go. I need to know about, you know, pictures. What pictures can you use in a published book? Can I, you know, surely there's great, this is the thing, right? My house is a giant library.
This is business that I'm actually quite familiar with in working with art, as well as now getting into the NFTs, Cambell, and listening to everything you're saying. And how long do you have here? Because we should put in like an hour or two, if you can, of setting up some of these accounts and whatnot before it's all said and done. But the platform will most likely use to talk and keep going is Discord or Tether. And like, we'll also be creating each of the mass social media accounts too, that are part of the clog, but those ones will only be posting like the 3-minute or like the 2-minute, 5-minute snippet clips that actually trend, that we won't be getting like the censorship algos on ourselves on those. Instead, it's like we'll be, you're going to reactivate like traffic. Your YouTube donations as well to get the advertisements, right? That it's like, for donations, like obviously, please, if you're able to and going to send it to like through the PayPal or like crypto, where like we both utilize the most and the machine gets the least. But if your only means is the YouTube and you're just going to put some through YouTube, it's going to be set aside and go towards paying for the YouTube and Google advertising, that then exponentially increases the exposure of this information and our channels to the masses, instead of putting us in the cancel at one strike, don't show to 3/4 of the population, shadow banned BS. Instead, it's like we got to work within the system, and that also, while we're developing right now during the stream, and the purpose of these and the 48-hour stream, one more part to do before the stream is over is I'll come up with like a brief, at least 24-hour, but try to do the full 40-hour of like projects over the weekend that we'll be streaming, like the crypto projects, the APEC Mike is committed to, and we're going to do on the Sundays like a 6-hour electric engineering multi-collab stream as well, and stuff like that. So we'll try to put together a brief of that before this is said and done. And yeah, I'm gonna let you.
There must be a site, like, isn't there a site that I can just go to and just do a post, and it just posts it across every single social media platform there possibly is? It'd be so much easier.
That's kind of what StreamYard is integrating into off of one. I believe there is another one, but it's like super expensive. But I've got the guy that is on top of all of that. I just got to rebook time with him to go over it all. But he's like a Swedish or Swiss. He's a Swiss businessman.
Callum has a server, Aaron. Are you in contact with Callum? I know he has servers. Callum's a wizard. He's just got all this stuff.
Wizard schools. Same with David. And yeah, they're all going to be part of this multi-stream weekend. It's Wizards Are Us weekend at BurnEye's.
Wizards Are Us. Oh, yeah. Now that is a cool YouTube channel name. Maybe you'll have to do that. Wizards Are Us.
Wizards Are Us was born.
Definitely. I'm into that. Check out Tokyo Design Studio for a website. They're in Australia now. Do they build, or is that like a platform that hosts? Yeah, so you can program your site like that with a CMS type website. I don't know. So can you build these Wix things? I think I think I paid to get one for 2 years. So if anyone can help me with that, let me know. Otherwise, I'm just going to go to Fiverr and get someone to build it. I don't need a lot. Once it's built, I can populate it. Aaron's shirt says hacker, and then under its definition, it has wizard. Very nice. Send me the chat link, Bernie. I'm not sure what that's for. Patreon isn't under our control. Yeah, I know that people have had Patreon accounts shut down. Of course, go F you. David M can build anything. I can build anything too. I'm just uninspired. Yes, what was it? Wizards are us. Yes. All right. Well. Yeah, I need a website done.
Campbell, also, I'm gonna bring up the video that we did of Rex a month ago, and you can share that at any point if you want to, as I step away for like 5-10 minutes, or if you're comfortable, keep on talking. Up to you.
I'll just talk for a bit longer. Yeah, I'm just chatting. Oh, Fractal Dust Bear, how are you going?
Excuse me. I do actually have my own Discord set up. So before this stream is done, I will post the links for that so we can start that going. Actually, I'm going to try to do that within 20 minutes here, because Discord and Tether, because we have each other in Tether as well, right, Campbell? Or not Tether, fuck. Pardon my language.
I don't have Tether.
Telegram,
this is the thing.
Telegram.
Every time someone starts up a new, we've got Telegram, yeah. Now people are getting onto another one. What's it called? I can't remember. But this is the problem. And it's because, of all the infiltration. Everyone just keeps going to a new platform.
Campbell, before this is all said and done, I'll onboard them all onto StreamYard. We'll set up all the accounts, and we'll onboard them all to both of our accounts, because we're both admins through this account sort of thing. And then it's like literally... it will do every single social media post to it if it's like a 3-minute or 5-minute sort of thing, or like go live to and all of that. Well, I guess once the stream's completely over, we'll go through and do that after we're done live. But
thank you.
I will let you keep talking here, mute myself.
Yeah, we'll set a few things up. Yeah, we've been going for 2.5 hours, so we'll see how we go. We'll do another 30 minutes or so. Be independent and prepared. Mind uses video and YouTube, or ask Rex who built this page. Okay. I can't read. Yeah, so we've lots going on, guys. If you can website and you want to, send me a message. If you're in Telegram, if you just go to the Telegram channel, links below. Well, if it's not below this video, it's under every other video channels. And if you send me a message and just at Cambell, then at least I'll be able to see it, because that pops up and show which ones are marked to me. And then I'll only have to go through 10 instead of 100 messages. So yes, if you're interested and that's something you want to do, let me know. All right. Little 1, 3, 8, 10, 12. Ooh, what's that? Yes. Oh God. Yeah, stream that is good. Who doesn't want to pay for anything? I know. And it gets to the point where you just start wondering what all these things are that you're subscribing to, because you get into them and you use them for a month or two and then you forget about them, and 6 months later you're still paying subscriptions. So just paying. So it would be so nice to have a platform. There is a Gab is sort of like that, and we need a platform like that where you can have videos, you can have like chat. chat like they have in Facebook, and you can post pictures and have all the different things, but in one site, because I've literally got,
that's Discord.
I don't even know. I can't get to them all. Oh, I think we just got a message from the ether. Who did Rex? Oh, I think that was probably his wife. What's your email? What? Oh, Fred Stone. How you going? Are you talking to me? Send me a message on Telegram. I'm too scared to give my email out. I spent 4 hours going through it yesterday trying to get it up to date, and I only went 3 pages back. I'm too scared to go more back than that, because there'll probably be another 100 emails. And if I give it out, everyone, I'll get so many emails. So I do want to talk to everyone. I just, there's only so much of time at the moment, and it's getting shorter. I'm pretty sure Rex does his own stuff, but he likes me that one thing that everyone was using, and until. What did you just say, Aaron? But yeah, StreamYard is good. Oh, it's a Bernie. Okay, what's your email, Bernie? Are you willing to give yours out? Is this, what have we got here? Is that your channel, Angela? Everyone go to Angela's channel, check it out, share it, subscribe, all that good stuff. Jace Ventura. Yeah, I agree. That is, and all caused by the medical, industry. There's another channel. Go subscribe. Soul Droid, thank you for joining us. Dream well. Talk to you soon. And Ree, of course, always Ree. All right, meme them until they cry, and then meme them about crying. Finding an old Bible would be difficult, but you can look up online. Bible Hub, sacredtexts.com. Of course, the Ethiopian Bible is, that's from the 1800s, but most of the non-canon, they're just called non-canon, or what is it? It's the wrong, apocryphal, whatever it is. Sacred text. Now, if you just look up Book of Giants, Book of Adam and Eve, there's tons of them out there that they call non-canon. Lots of good reading out there. Why have your phone notify you and have an app for everything? You have a subscription. That's but then my phone literally goes non-stop, Aaron. And I'm serious. I have to turn my notifications off. And I have to turn them off when I'm recording on the computer, or else it just starts going bing, 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 bing. Oh, thank you, Jace. That's why we can create one.
Literally.
Yes.
And some you can't even turn the vibrating off, and it's like doot. Anytime I just open up the app to respond to one thing, and it's just don't even get me started.
It's when I do, because now when I remember, and I put my phone on called airplane mode when I'm recording, and I'll record for an hour, and I'll turn it off, and it'll just be bing, 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 and it'll just go for a minute of bings. And then, of course, it wants me to actually look at what it's been binging. Most of the time, I just hit clear and forget about it, because it's just, this is the thing. Why do we have to respond to all these things all the time? This didn't happen even 30 years ago, and now we live in this world where it's just this constant, people, I don't know, there's just too many things, too many distractions, right? Your own website is the way to go. I agree, Fred. Someone was asking, you still there, Bernie? Someone was asking for your email. Is that on your channel?
Yeah, I'm going to post my secondary one, because my primary one is the one that got suspended there.
Got taken. Just post it. Go to your on your Bitcoin channel, Bernie. Just go to the About section, and you can put your email in there.
Yeah,
and
I'll
everyone
put it on the Alchemist channel info for sure.
So there you go, guys. If you're looking for Bernie's email, give him a few hours and then go check out his channel in the About section, and it will be there.
Yeah, and before
Facebook,
the stream ends, I will post my Discord and whatnot, because that Mark at the beginning, he's like begging for people to like come help him and stuff at the lab. But there's so many people that actually want to help and whatnot, and Discord is one of the best for organizing and like to create a few communities, like one of like free energy, electric engineering, one of alternative history sort of thing, one of paranormal UFO maybe or something like that. And then it's a platform that we can keep on going, and that's community based, that as people come in, we can add them into as like mods and admins, that they can take even more control. But then we'll be able to like schedule like certain day streams that are projects that everybody can share or work together to learn how to build something or salvage something else, or just share their results on, and like integrate it in with APEC as well. And also for some of the sound engineers and artists I'm going to have on, I'm going to do that probably on the Sundays of the 48-hour stream, of having it like different like music engineering lessons, music sharing, as well as like probably painting or graphic design and stuff like that for a few hours. And yeah.
Cool, yeah.
Please do continue.
Why not? I mean, the TV stations are crumbling. Hollywood's gone. So why not just create our own channel? We could just have music going, for 3 hours a day, and have different shows, have some talk back. It wouldn't actually be that hard to organize, I don't think. But I'm not putting my hand up to do it. Discord is good. Karen, you sent me an email, didn't you? I'm pretty sure I saw an email. I'm not sure if I opened it or not, but I did see it, and I will respond if I haven't already. Who made the muds flow? Who? Well, if we're talking who, it would have to be the creator, wouldn't it? What? Oh, who knows? Maybe it was from people from outside the wall. Maybe it was the system, the anode cathode, and the reaction. As the reaction goes, it builds up. Well, it creates, the mud, right? Just like in the electrolysis that Bernie does. It could be the exact same thing. Discord is good. Discord confuses me, I must say, but all platforms are just too hard at the moment. And here we go. Can someone post the Telegram link? It's in God, all my videos, if I can find it, or if someone else wants to grab it, you'll have to go to another video. I don't think it's underneath this one. Oh, actually, I've got Telegram here. I can do this. Hang on one sec. I can go copy. Okay. So Telegram is this. That's my Telegram link. And of course, you can leave comments under this video too, and Bernie will go and read them all, because I know there's lots of people saying things and I'm missing half of it. But obviously we'll keep you updated. It's really all got to do with, there's just a lot of work to be done to get our own platforms, because that's where we are. Everything's, and all these new platforms that we go to, everyone goes there, and then within 3 months, it's like, nah, it's been infiltrated. Let's all go somewhere else. So we need, our own platform. Preferably on our own servers, that we get to control, where we can put everything, really, because it's getting ridiculous. Bernie's had his channel taken down. Kelly's been blocked from her channel. All this other stuff. Go find me, took our things down. It's just stupid.
So in regards to that, specifically, Solana has 2 or 3 different video encryption crypto projects that are literally combining and I get monetizing, but you can also, it also has like free as well, but media streaming that is like unhackable sort of thing, because like it's on the blockchain that's already completely secure, and they're then designing it for the prevention of censorship of video and information and podcasts. So there's a few of these projects that look pretty promising, especially looking into the
that's
ones
what we
that are
need,
completely crowdfunded and like are completely decentralized within it.
Martin, I was on one of Martin's streamers a couple of months ago, but literally he was live streaming and it was getting edited as it was going live, like literally, because it had like a minute or delay.
And you protest or something, I think, right?
Yeah, I can't remember which one it was, but he must have been saying something they didn't want him to say, and they were literally cutting bits out of the live stream as it was going live. And so the stream kept on getting further and further, back, from the actual live. Just madness.
Wow.
I mean, so yeah, what kind of tech have they got, right? Hello, Dave. How you going? I could do a good interview with Jeremiah from iEnergy Supply Channel. He's replicating Tesla's turbine pump to use solar hot water to power off-grid homes. There you go. Jeremiah from iEnergy Supply.
Yes, please. And that's something else, Campbell, and everybody, that I'm getting way more organized on going forward, especially once they have this setup completed, but to pre-schedule at least a week in advance and start booking far in advance, and doing a lot more collaborative interviews with everybody that we are already working with, and so many more.
Definitely. It's definitely got to be a collaboration. I know. I do think positive. They've already taken down my my main channel. That's why I've got a second channel. When was it? April last year. I was talking about what was going on, and they took my channel down. And in the last, I've had it back for about probably 4 or 5 months now, 6 months. But basically in the last 2 years, I haven't had access to my main channel for, it was something like 13, 14 months. So I've already been taken down. And also my other channel, Instant Karma Project, it was up one day, went to bed, woke up, gone. Nothing of it left, just completely deleted, gone. Nothing, no explanation, no warning. So yeah, we're all getting hit. I'm just trying, to not say the wrong things, but that sucks, We shouldn't have to self-censor. That's, we're not children. So, thanks YouTube fact checker, censor shippers for, building a world that you really don't want your children to live in. Nice work. Auto, yeah, I know, right? But, this is the thing, and this is why we need, new platforms, because literally, at a point, like, Bernie, just last week, went to bed, got up no channel. Could happen to me at any time, and I know it could.
No, it happened during the stream, Campbell. 7 hours into that long stream, it cut out and blocked my channel. And it still continued to stream your channel, my backup channel, my Twitter, and my Facebook for like a couple more hours. It's ridiculous.
Yep, it's I know, right? Big brother, right? Big, treating us like children. And we don't really make much money, Jace. I got to tell you, mate. If I cut down into what I got paid an hour, it would be like $5. I mean, seriously. We don't, if you got 1 million subs, yeah, you can make good money. We don't have anywhere near that. Across my channels, I might have 50,000 across 3 channels, but that's there's you need 500,000 subs plus to be able to treat this as any kind of a a business. But then even if you do, at the moment, they could take that away at any time without, just for no reason. So, you know, even if people who are making money, it's not a guaranteed thing. I'm just doing this because I can't work. My arm doesn't work. My hand still doesn't work. So this is what I can do. Yes. Cut off in the middle of typing a sentence and then kicked off a live stream. Holy dooly, Aaron, that's a bit harsh. What are you super skeptical about, Jace? What are you skeptical about? YouTube was about truth, not subs. That's how it began. Well, what about subs for me? I mean, why do you think it's about subs? It's clearly we want to get this information out, but you see there's a big difference between get information out to people. Like, you know, I try and get information on history out, versus information on alchemy out, ancient history. Right? We're not sitting here showing memes or trying to be cool or we're not one of these funny channels. We're not, you know, like Mr. Beast who just literally does stuff to get subs.
Right.
If this was about
playing
subs,
video games, talking about how we're playing video games, having a million live kids watching all at once, like
that's the thing. And I know I could shut this channel down and I could start a channel literally where I reviewed songs, where I just watch songs and review them. And I could make a crap load of money a lot quicker than I'm making off this for a lot less work. And, you know, those guys don't have to research. They just listen to a song, go, oh, that was cool. And some of those channels, they go up from start to like 250,000 subs in 6 months. So that's what you do if you're on YouTube if you want to make money. You don't get out information that the government don't want you to get out, that YouTube are going to censor and ban you for. That's not a good business plan at all.
Right? Like, exactly. And it's like, we're here to, like, for self-discovery and sharing and trying to, like, better the community, the world, the future for, like, your own children, yourself, generations to come. And just, like, it feels right. It resonates. It's what you're doing. But it's like, at the same time, you can't be ignorant to reality and be like, hey, I'm just going to get myself, like, completely cut off from everything, just go on the rants because it makes me feel good and have, like, yeah, you know, like, it's that you still need to have.
I want to Jace, mate. I've got over 400 videos up. All right, what info? Over 400 videos, mate. 2.5 years. My question to you, Jace, what have you done? What have you done? You know, we've set up social media platforms where people can talk. We get people on our live streams because they like it. You may not like this information, but if you don't, why are you here talking? Why are you wasting your time? Do you really want people? Is this what you do? Are you going to walk around the world going, I don't like this and I don't like that, and then you're going to complain because what you get is what you don't like? You're creating your reality, mate.
The trolls are when you know you're doing something right. But hey, for all we know,
exactly all you're doing
Cambell, for all we know, Jace is
people, come on,
a bot.
Can someone get rid of him? I mean, he's clearly a bot. I mean, he can't even get a name. Jace Ventura, come on, mate. What'd you do? Out of J?
Well,
so can
that's
someone
that's an artificial not intelligence right there. But that's why you can't get emotional and argue with it, because it's literally that is like simulated code.
Yeah,
that is not even a person, right?
So
and it's like that's how you know you're doing something right.
Him and get rid of him. Or it. Sorry, it. Do you have a wrench, Harry? Yeah, someone do it. No. If I was in here for cash, I wouldn't be here. I'd be out living with money.
Right? Oh my God. But anyways, it's like also the community wants to fund projects where they're actually seeing the results of the experiments, of like the positive changes, and whether it's like even the daily feel good of like getting your like chakra or your energy aligned and like then taking it to your own day and applying it to be that change. Just like this is a community based group and work and project and discovery, right? It's like, but the the Discord. Sorry, I'll be get it upstairs here right away. I know it's confusing, Campbell, but we'll go through. It's kind of easy once you get the hang of it. But the key part is that those that want to step up in the community, that have the energy, the time to put in, and the knowledge, will be able to like even like be put above even like our own positions in those channels, like working their way up if they so put in the time and like take control of projects. And like we need people to come in and do that sort of thing, right? Where it's like two people reproduce this design of mics, or like 3 people produce this design of some new video device that we see technology on the internet, so that we have controls and stuff like that. But like we will accelerate the like discovery, change, and technological advancement and understanding by like scales of magnitude that we will all have our little time machine bubble portal outer dimensional space machines soon. It's all plasma. It's
definitely. And so that's where we're going. And the way that it gets done as well, so you know, is, you know, building a new world, that like you got to put the work in first. So as long as you understand that, like, you know, people who want to get involved, and we're going to be putting, you know, this stuff up and building businesses and that. And if you're willing, you know, to put your skills in to come and help, then when they start flourishing, which they will, then, you know, you'll be in the business, you'll have an income or whatever we need going into the future. So, you know, this is definitely a group, you know, project. It's not just a few of us up here sort of doing stuff and getting you to follow. It's you're all part of this, you know. It's like I said last time, these type of channels, you know, we're a community. We're not like a meme channel or a social channel where it's, you know, fun to watch and pass time. This is real. This is real. So we're coming up to 3 hours. So gonna hope. If you got anything you need to say, Bernie, in the next 5 minutes. Hello, Stuart, and thank you everyone for being here.
Yes, sir.
Do appreciate you all.
Campbell, when you take off here, I'm gonna play replay share Rex or joint 2-parter with Rex.
The whole thing, you reckon?
And then while that's playing, I'll do the setup in the background. Yeah, the Star Fort one and the Tartaria one and the Geoglyph ones as well. And then once the video's over and I've set up the other, I'm also going to upload, try to upload some slides. It's a new feature of StreamYard, but we'll once we have it, we'll be able to do like in-stream PowerPoints, and like anybody that joins the stream can also like contribute and upload and share their slides as well. And it's about the sharing of knowledge and discussion and intellectual advancements and betterments. And right, it's like at the very least, it's tolerance and it's love for each other and a better world, right? And understanding.
It is. And who was it? Good to no, lost it. Leon, good night, mate. Dream well. Thanks for joining us.
Aaron and everybody. So
Bernie, send me the link. Yeah. David M.
David,
you got that? Yep. Aaron, Leon.
Remind me in a few minutes once the video's playing, guys. Aaron, David, and whatnot.
Thank you.
And yeah, we'll get it all figured out, and I can pay attention to the stream, and I'll also post the Discord and Telegram and all of that then.
So share screen your thing and just push share screen and play it.
You or myself?
Is that what you mean? Like the whole Rex chat?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Were you doing that right now?
Is that what you want me to do? Because I'm going to jump off. So
yeah, no. If you're going to jump off, I was doing that. I was getting it together. If you're going to jump off, it'll probably close once you leave the stream. But thank you for joining us.
Okay, you're going to cool.
I'll email you here as well for with timestamps of certain parts in the stream in reference to making the clip, because you are beyond awesome and amazing at making these short videos. And that's what it's going to be all about. That's going to be the game changer, is posting those to go viral on Twitter, but at the same time TikTok, as well as like all first in the underground ones and the underground chats and media sites, and then it's like it's just going to explode like wildfire one day on TikTok or Twitch or something like that.
Exactly. Oh, who's this Jason guy again? How did he get back on? Bloody bots, go away, bots. I'm not into
that. That's how you know.
There you go. They're pathetic. Just laugh at them. So, all right, guys, spending some time with this. I'm going to jump off. I've only got 4. Have you got any video uploaded? I've got the same one that we've seen like 3 times in the last few days.
Sorry.
Oh,
for I got you.
Energy.
Yeah, I can play one right now.
If you want to play one as we go out, and awesome. We'll talk to it. And I think our times were 2 hours off, Bernie. So adjust your time. I'm 2 hours behind what you, because you said 10 today, didn't you? 10:30.
Okay.
But it came through to me at 12:30. Yeah, that's why I wasn't ready. So, but yeah, let me know when this next person's going up, and we'll get into contact with Ben and a few other people. That other email I sent you. So there's
100%.
Lots coming up, and the 48-hour stream, of course. So keep your eye out, and we'll let you know what's going on with that.
Exactly. Much love, brother. Thank you.
Awesome.
As always.
All right. Love you all. Love you, Burn. And I'll talk to you all on the next upload. Stay awesome.
Much love, brother. Thank you, Campbell. Just the most loveliest of souls you are. And his short videos are just next level. And sorry, guys, I'm just looking for on Leak Project right now, because Rex also does very good video editing, and I guarantee you that Campbell will be back talking with Rex on both channels here within about a month, and we will post links for that as well, or updates on that as well. Oh, where is this?
Your dream vacation plans probably don't include hepatitis A or B.
Nope, definitely don't.
People with ADHD save 10 hours studying with this Chrome extension. But no, by all means, go ahead.
These are everywhere. They're all over the earth. And the story is that they were built by the Italians and French between, I think, about 1550 and 1700. But they're everywhere. They're even in Australia, which wasn't, found until 1788, or so they say.
All right, sorry, guys.
These,
I'll be back in 15 minutes and post all links on there.
Geometric shapes.
If you have to go, just scroll to the end of the video
and they always have
or check back, and it'll be updated in the description.
In these canals, and of course,
love you all, and see you in a few minutes. And I have to point out that the amount of terraforming to make these is absolutely insane, and especially for the time frame that they claim that they were made.
Somebody leaves a comment in chat the other day that they're still without power in New Orleans. The hurricane was weeks ago. That's pretty bad. California's talking about rolling blackouts. Texas had their own blackouts last year in the winter when it was freezing. And do yourselves a favor. Don't worry about the power companies. Get yourselves a backup power supply. Go to lightbug.com. Look at this. It's so cool. LYTE bug.com. Lightbug.com. Use code LEAK20. You'll get an extra 20% off. It has a solar panel built into it that's adjustable. It has an adjustable handle, 180
Hey,
degrees.
Rich, buddy.
It has several ports in the back for different phones.
Just
different
playing a video
devices.
here with
It has 3 different light
me
settings.
and
It's yours.
Campbell on
I got
Leap
mine. As you
Project.
can
It's
see,
an old one,
I've
but
used it a
I'll be
lot.
back here shortly if you want to join in on the
Sell
next
online
live chat in
and
about
grow
half
your
hour.
business with Wix e-commerce. Create a beautiful storefront for your brand by customizing product pages, galleries, cart, and checkout. Then
All right. So, Bernie, all right, this is part 2 of an epic conversation. The first part of the conversation, we were discussing these megaliths that seem to have a alignment around the world. And that's fascinating because most of them that you were showing me with that website. Now, what's the website again? So we can just do a quick shout out for that.
FaramFoundation.com. Farham.
Okay. And then just great info, like the GPS coordinates and all that, and the research and these. So look like some of those areas that you had showed of megalithic civilization were underwater also. And I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, like the Yanaguni pyramids off Japan and stuff. It's so fascinating. And I'll send you the link that you can then put in the video for later for people to check out, because it's just next level and nobody knows about it. And it changes your whole perception on our world history and who we are when you find out about it.
Absolutely. And we're going to be talking about the Tartarian Empire as well. You've got Autodidactic.
That is correct. My Australian partner in crime researching Antiquitech, ancient civilizations, and Tartaria. And Tartaria is very fascinating because it's come out of, I first heard about it about 6 years ago, coming out of information from Russia first, but the more you look into it, was wiped out right around before World War I, but it's on every single ancient map that's 100 years old or older. And the further back in time you go, the more land it takes up. And we were taught that there was nothing in Siberia or any of those areas. And yet on the maps, it's called Tartaria. It's got its own empire flag. And there's crazy amounts of cities that are on all of these maps. And you look at it today with GPS and it looks like bomb blasts. It looks like the exact same test zones of nuclear weapons and stuff like that, that it's like, what actually happened? And there's some sort of massive cover up. And even there's a released CIA document that right from after World War II, right when the CIA was formed, talking about how the Soviet Union was covering up Tartaria and how it was hiding it from its own civilization. But then it's like, okay, well then how come we weren't taught about it either? And how come you guys also covered it up? So and another thing is it's a lot of the flat earth community are those who have been looking into Tartaria, and thus you hit a wall when I don't necessarily subscribe to that belief. Like, I've been skydiving, I've seen curvature, so I don't know, but at the same time, this whole community is who's done the work on the mud flood, on the star forts, and on Tartaria and digging it up. And star forts are another major thing that is not explained at all. And they're called bastion forts by Western academia and stuff, but they're a type of architecture that's literally in every corner of the world, on every continent except Antarctica. There might be some on Antarctica, I don't know. But it's like in Dubai or United Arab Emirates, I believe, either there or Bahrain, somewhere around there, they've got one star fort that they've accurately dated that's 4,000 years old, and it's identical to some that they claim we made only a couple hundred years ago. And they're everywhere, and it's a common architecture that is not properly explained in our modern understanding and in our history.
And there's also actually a Great Wall of star forts that spans through all of Ukraine and then through Siberia. That's bigger than the Great Wall of China. And it's like there's one of these forts every 2 kilometers along this several thousand-kilometer wall that you can now see through Google Maps and stuff. And there's just no documentation of when that was built, where it came from. And it kind of makes it a little hard to believe that there's something that's clearly thousands of years old, yet they claim that it was a new structure that was made by English and the French and the Dutch only a couple hundred years ago.
I was going to say something because we were looking at that information on the previous podcast we did. And if you want to pull up that website again, just for reference, that'd be great. I'd like to show a couple of those, what looks like cities underneath the water, because he's connecting it with Google Maps, right? So he's connecting point A to point B with Google Maps, correct?
Yes.
Well, that's not flat.
Exactly. That's one of the biggest parts, is that it completely disproves that, and it only works on a globe model.
I love your hat, by the way.
Thank you.
I just noticed that, dude. That is a sweet hat, man.
This is also from Grassroots, California, started and owned in Colorado, and they've got a what do you call it? They're not outlet, but like their main headquarters store in Denver, actually. So if you are ever around there, I'm not sure where you are in Colorado or how close you are to that, but
like 5 hours away.
Okay, yeah. So no time soon. Gotcha. Yeah.
I'm just excited to see these photos that he's going to share with us also.
Oh, Cambell is amazing. Like I've done about 20 streams with him now, and just every time it blows my mind. And he digs up a lot of like ancient books and stuff like that. And it's another discovery is that there's these French and German science books from the 1600s that talk about atmospheric electricity, and they give you what hertz frequency of electricity range you're going to get from a radio tower depending how high up you are, and they have it completely mapped out. And these are the 1600s, yet we're told Benjamin Franklin discovered electricity in the 1700s. So right there shows again one massive lie. Like it's just lie after lie that we have being uncovered these days.
Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, don't get hypnotized by Bernie's hat. What we were talking about before, folks, is a very strong possibility that our ancestors, the cavemen, you know how you hear the saying, so easy a caveman could do it. Well, cavemen were supposedly they could just barely start a fire, right? Yet there's these megaliths that are, 1,000-ton blocks that have such precision you can't even put a piece of paper between that block and the next. So I would say the perspective we have on cavemen is way off. They seem to be much more intelligent than most people walking around today. And that's just my opinion. So
exactly.
What are you doing, Bernie?
I could not agree. Trying to find the site. He's got so Autodidactic and then Autodidactic 2 channel, as well as Spiral Up. Spiral Up's like a newer one where it's more on like the happy energy, like consciousness, spirituality side of things. And then his Autodidactic channels are on star forts, mud flood, and Tartaria.
These star forts are quite fascinating. There's some in Tennessee also that I got invited to go check out. Most of it's been taken down now, but I'd like to go see what's left.
And another intricate part of it is that any city, like any world city, whether it's like Beijing, Shanghai, or London, or France, or even New York, every city from the 1700s backwards, any of the maps, they're built out as star forts. It's a star, they're star cities. So it's like it was a global civilization, and thus the Tartarian community suspects a Tartarian civilization only a couple hundred years ago. And where did it go, and why are we not taught about it? And it has to do with that it was a water-powered energy as well. Like every city had like these channels and canals everywhere. and that there's another good researcher in Buffalo, New York, that looks into it. Dustin. He used to be called Bushwhacking to Tartaria, but has since changed his name a little bit. But I forget what he's called now, but he does a really good job of exploring that area and showing that most likely there were these cities and this society, culture, civilization that was not just like North America was fully civilized or developed before Columbus. It's that the whole world was, and it was a global civilization that for whatever reason has been wiped out and erased and lied about.
So much has been changed. It would be fascinating if we could find a hard drive from the ancients, right, that had all of their history, true history embedded in there. I was told there was something like that under the Bosnian pyramid, but
okay, so I think the golden tablets might actually have that information into them, and definitely the crystal skulls. Like, people talk about their experience with the crystal skulls, how it's telekinetic. I believe that's because they've stored light. Like, we now can store information. Light freezes in crystals. We have that technology now. I believe that those crystal skulls are essentially these hard drives of the ancients that have the knowledge within them. And I would like to look further into that, as well as all of the golden tablets. So under the Bosnian pyramids, there were some, Romania, there were some, and then Chaos Cave, Father Crespi collection in Ecuador. Those ones are well documented. And although they're in all these pre-Greek, pre-Sumerian, pre-Babylonian languages, pre-Sanskrit languages, but you can see that they're similar. I believe that there's also could be that hard storage, like our hard drives today, they're made out of, the solid state ones are made out of gold. And it's like, what's to say that these old golden tablets don't also have that same information? And that would explain why they were so obsessed with melting the gold down before shipping it when they raided these civilizations a few hundred years ago.
Yeah. You ever wonder if they used it for radiation protection or some type of mental telepathy?
Oh, 100%. The fact that the gold, you have a gold solenoid over as a crown, the shape of that's like a energy generator on the top of your crown chakra. I fully believe that some of with the emeralds, the gems in that gold and how they're intricately made, that's got to be like an aura consciousness expander and reader. Like, it doesn't make sense any other way.
I wonder if those crystal caves in Mexico were some type of. No, I don't think. That's
Gaia's. That's got to be Gaia. That's Mother Earth's spiritual hard drive right there.
That's what I was just going to say. I think it's natural. Absolutely. Well put, man. It's interesting how they closed it off down there. They said it was because it was too hot, but what is it? You know, hopefully they were smart enough to realize that they just shouldn't mess with it.
Exactly.
This is the website here. And geez, all these discoveries, the Nazca Star, the Carnac Stones, the Newport Tower, the Kensington Runestone. I need to bookmark this for sure. This could be a multitude of podcasts. But here's some more geoglyphs and geolithology.
No wonder he didn't join, stupid Gmail. Put it in drafts and didn't send. Sorry. Sorry, Campbell. He will now be joining any moment, I am guessing.
He's like, hurry up, you dipshits. I've been waiting here for 20 minutes. All righty here.
My bad.
Oops. This is kind of cool.
Yeah, so it's that he's been able to take those sort of lines and figure them out at every other site pretty much in the world. And yeah, I'll let you show some here and talk for a sec while I pick up the phone of my lovely girlfriend. Amber says hi.
Okay. Hi, Amber. All right, we'll go to the Bosnian pyramid geoglyphs. Your boyfriend got mad at me earlier. Hey, there's Campbell, the man, the myth, the legend, Campbell.
Hello.
Hey, man. Apologies for not letting you talk much in the last podcast.
Oh, no worries. No, that was cool.
I was a little heated. So, I've got the mute button next to me. Yeah, I've got the mute button next to me. So if I talk too much, I'm going to hit mute on myself.
No worries. All right, is BurnEye there?
He is. He's got a phone call from his girlfriend. So we were just talking about the FAR-M Foundation, and we were looking at some of the megaliths and such. But I'm super excited with what you're about to share with us. You're one of the leading researchers in the Tartarian Empire. And
thank you.
Yeah. So let me give you permission to share a screen here. So if you want to share something, you can do so. And looking forward to hear what you have to say.
Cool. All right, let's jump into it. So there's my pick there. So can you see that? Starfort?
Yes, sir.
So yeah, we'll start with Starfort. So I don't know how familiar you are with these wrecks, but these are everywhere. They're all over the earth. And the story is that they were built by the Italians and French between, I think, about 1550 and 1700. But they're everywhere.
Zach,
they're even in
I'll
Australia,
add you here in a few minutes when the video is
so
done.
These are basically, when you look at the shape of them, they're cymatic geometric shapes. They're always these have this geometry to them, and they always have water around them as well. In these canals, and of course, water carries current. So there's another one. Where?
Yeah.
This one, I'm actually not sure.
The ones that are remaining cities are usually in Germany or Denmark, Holland.
Yeah, sort of Northern Europe sort of area is where the best ones are. There's a few good ones in the USA. I think Fort McHenry and a few like that. But they're all the same. And they've always got, this one's been sort of built over in the middle, because it's always geometry in the middle as well. And they've normally got a citadel, which is either a square, a pentagram, a hexagon, or an octagon. But they're just all the same kind of thing. But you can see this one is, what's that, octagon. So that, this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-sided. Yep, eight pointed. And you can see this one's even got another 8-pointed star underneath it that's been turned half a turn. Can you see that?
Yeah.
And there we have in the middle the square citadel. This one's actually, I think it's been turned into housing. But so this is just a map to show these have been around for forever, basically. And this is how they're designed, just all on geometry.
And I have to point out that the amount of terraforming to make these is absolutely insane, and especially for the time frame that they claim that they were made. Like, how in God's earth would you move all of that with a couple people and horses? Like, it's impossible, because it's like you're literally moving mountains, literally moving mountains when making these.
It is. And you can see, just the height here, how built up they are. And now when we see them, they're all on mounds. So we know there's a lot more under the ground. And they're full of old, cathedrals. Here's a cathedral with the cross, and red brick buildings, which we see everywhere. Here's another one, 5-pointer. As you can see, it's 5-point inside. So that they're all based on, if it's a 5-pointer, then it'll be like everything will be sort of 5-pointed and pentagons and things like that. Or if it's 8-sided, it'll be octagons. And they're not all, they have satellites. This is what we call like a satellite star. You can see this is even half a circle. So I'm not sure if that's got to do with magnetics, but they're all basically there's just geometry. This is a citadel. So this is the inside of one of the star forts. And it looks, there's another one. This one that someone's just built their house inside it. So must be pretty good, you know, energy in there for the crops and the animals. There's another one. And I've got, so you can see they're just all
right, and like that's insane amount of terraforming between the moats, the amount of land, the leveling that you have to do to be able to have those moats working. Like it's not there's no explanation or like validity in the story that we are told on the creation of these.
Exactly. Yeah, this is all man-made. Yeah, canals and things. And you can see this is 4-pointer, and then they've gone to the 4 with the circles. And we often see these sort of arrows that are pointing in a certain direction, and you can see it's got one up there, another one there, and then a bigger one there, and you can see it's sort of bursting out this way. You know, like the energy, it sort of looks like it's bursting that way.
And you made a great point at the beginning that it's cymatic frequencies. Like there's literal cymatic frequencies that match the exact patterns to the majority of these bigger ones. So it is energy. They're built in a higher dimensional energy pattern.
Definitely. So, and this one you might recognize.
Pentagon.
Yeah, exactly right.
20th anniversary.
That's the that's the stuff what
Can
Citadel.
you zoom in on that?
So them claiming that they built that, it's like chances are it actually existed to some degree, like at least the terraforming around it before they got
or the center.
Yeah, I was looking at that too, right?
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's interesting. So now here's another very I get mixed emotions about this. I'm just going to say it real quick. Like America, I think if America falls as far as the Constitution and what they uphold, it's going to be really scary for the world. Yet at the same time, I look at some of the wars that America's already been through, and most of them we hadn't, in my opinion, we shouldn't have been there anyway, right? So did they take this area of what was a sacred site of a star fort and build over it with this Pentagon? And is it housing a entity?
Yeah,
exactly.
And an energy node too, right? Like it's in those ancient ley line alignments that it's one of those spots.
Yeah, and even if you look at this, when you look at the aerial view of Washington, that's what it looks like. It's got a massive pyramid in there that goes out, and you've got the White House and the monument and things. So yeah, they basically take over these old sacred sites because they're built on energy points, and they, as we know, they invert everything. They change it around to try and change the energy, which is really changing the way that we perceive it, and so that changes the energy that we give to it, and that changes the energy, right? You know, because we're the creators, of course.
Right. So one thing I have to point out with that's so crucial that like has always baffled my mind, for instance, is Isis. Isis was the most sacred name, like this worshipped holy goddess for tens of thousands of years. And then just like that, the flick of a second, all of humanity now turned that into fear and terrorism, the exact opposite energy and focus point sort of thing, right? So that ties exactly into what you're saying, Campbell.
Exactly. It's the whole thing. You know, cathedrals used to be for healing from within, and now it's all about, you know, outside worshiping, you know, false statues and all this kind of thing. Their education, they take over all, you know, all the schools and universities. They're all old world buildings, and so they change that into indoctrination instead of, you know, education, you know, what to think instead of how to think. So it's the same story everywhere. It's all inversion. Now I'll just get onto the next file. One tick, I'll stop sharing that screen.
Your dream vacation plans probably don't include hepatitis A or B.
One minute. I've got some more pics here. So yeah, this one. So we'll go into frequencies.
Yeah, I love Isis, Queen of Heaven.
Yeah.
You ever wonder if
heaven, Queen of Heaven,
Yeah.
to terrorists,
They do it with everything.
You know, you were talking about the Freemasons, and at the higher levels, there's a worship of Lucifer, which is Venus, which is connected to Inanna or Ishtar, Eastern Star. So then you have to ask yourselves, the Vatican had a huge influence in the Bible as we know it, as most people know it. And a lot of the terminology that was written in there, like what do they have that they flipped around, right? Was it
spell casting?
Yep.
Spelling, right?
Yeah, spelling. Back in the 1300s, there was a thing called the Great Vowel Shift, where they literally took vowels out of our alphabet. And alphabet, of course, just means A, B, right? Alpha and beta. So they've literally changed the sounds that we make, which is frequency, right? Which is exactly what we're talking about. This is just a random pick of domes, because domes and, ether energy.
And it's an example of Antiquitech.
Antiquitech, yeah.
So
you can see there's domes inside. This is like a belfry, they call them now. And our theory is because they used to have bells, now they don't. And of course, bells give frequency, and then they go down, and we have all these. Let me get to the next one. So this is an oscillator, I believe they're called, and this is someone who plays music. He makes different dance music and stuff and plays it through this machine. And so this is literally looking at a frequency. Like this is an expression of a certain frequency. And of course, that's exactly what we see in stars. And even to the point, I mean, it's a moving image, but you can see even to the point that it's like the fractal stacking, where they have the same shape stacked on top of itself. And there's another one. And so this is why we're linking star forts with frequency. And we see this a lot, this kind of rounded shape. And so literally what star forts, this looks like the citadels, the octagon or whatever. What they look like is they're built on certain, energy nodal points, shall we say, which give out a natural frequency. And they're just matching the frequency. They're just making the frequency in the 3D physical world, and which I guess magnifies the frequency up.
Yeah, and it's energy harvesting, right? And that in the center of each one is, like, for the ones that are remaining, haven't been torn down, are these grand cathedrals. Yeah. And it's a cathode and anode. There's a dipole on the, and I don't know if you have the pictures to show in, we'll go into it, on the atmospheric electricity that in these ancient French and German science books, showing the actual, that they were aware of, and they were harvesting these energy potential differences in the top of the tower to the bottom, and that those domes, they're actual resonator domes, they're actual capacitors. Like, this is physics, this is higher dimensional engineering I'm speaking in terms of, that it's made of silver, it's made of copper, it's made of these magnetic electrical materials, and layered in actual ways that is a design of an actual functioning energy capacitor, and that they're placed and built, the buildings made out of like silica and other energy resonating materials, and that they've now discovered that bricks can be turned into batteries, so that these ancient architectures are actually higher dimensional technology, energy harvesting buildings. Like, it's actually mind-blowing when you get the real science and understanding of what you're looking at.
And you can just see in this one all the different, they're not just domes, they've got all these different workings inside them, and even something that's called a drum.
Yeah, and it's those are radio guides and waveguide generators and stuff. The actual patterns that they are, you can take and map it, and with an identical, like, computer processor, as well as like these chips and these different capacitors, and it's the exact same material, the exact same designs, and that it's from what you're using in your computer, the microchip. It's just the identical thing built on a macro scale.
Exactly, yeah. And this, of course, is inside a cathedral. And you can see just these shapes, right? These are the shapes that we see. We just saw literally in those, in these types of things, with the rounded edges and that. And so these are all also, I mean, these are newer ones. They're not the old traditional ones. Oh, there you go. And this is also linked to crop circles. And Bernard mentioned before, and there's also video of these white orbs that spin around in fields and then disappear, and they leave behind these crop circles. So is this literally, are those orbs just energy that we're seeing? And this is literally the expression of energy coming up through the earth, and that's what it creates.
Right? There's just so many fascinating possibilities. It truly is mind-boggling.
There's just so many connections as far as shapes and fractals. I mean, look at these shapes here, right? You see these all over cathedrals.
Exactly.
Right.
I'm pulling up right now, and I invited Michelle Gibson. She was busy, so we'll do another one with Cambell, myself, and Michelle Rex in the future, where we've been doing a joint project, and I pull out the hydrogen wave function from the Sapphire project, like real high level cutting edge science, and you're matching identical patterns that are real frequencies that are full cymatic frequencies of the solfeggios and stuff like that are then identical to the base formation of hydrogen, the atom that is the structure of everything, and that it's then the exact same thing that is in the windows of these cathedrals that are the waveguide replicator or magnifier, and that the key, the frequency, the cymatic frequency is the exact same as one of the tones on the organ. So it's that the organ music is the exact same frequency and shape as the hydrogen creation, and that it all ties into one giant, massive replicating technology structure that is way more advanced than we give it credit or even try to understand.
Exactly. So these are musical notes expressed. I believe this is through water, and they've photographed it. But this is literally looking at the musical notes, and of course, same design, same geometry. But these literally look like the windows, right? The stained glass windows we see.
Yeah, and see, that's C2, D2. So those are notes, actual notes that are keys on the organs within those cathedrals that are then the exact same 2D frequency that are the windows. Like, it's the complexity and what that actually means it's mind-bending.
Exactly. And there's even a lady who goes out and she records the silence in cathedrals, and she sits there, she records the silence, and then she does it again, but she plays back her recording of the silence while she's recording the second one, and she does that 7 times, and she ends up with a frequency.
Wow.
She ends up recording a frequency, and it's the frequency of the cathedral.
That's cool.
Here's a few more. So this is literally frequency, sound, the expression of sound. And also, if you've looked into Dr. Emoto's work, where he freezes ice crystals, very, very similar, but he's putting in thought energy. He's putting in intention rather than sound. But it's all a frequency. It's just a different expression, right? One's sound, one's, electric energy, whatever you want to call it, one's vibration. Of course, we see, these, massive machines. And of course, those who want to rule us, they go to these buildings first, right, and take them over, because they're like their Freemasonry.
Leo Vegas invites you to the live game show Adventures Beyond Wonderland. Play at Leo Vegas, King of Casino.
Now, this is Fort Jefferson. This is in the Florida Keys, 200 miles off the coast, and it's the largest red brick building in the United States of America. And as
like,
you can see, this is one of those frequencies.
And it's like, how? Like their story of, we built this 200 years ago when there was no infrastructure. It's literally 200 miles off the coast and the largest, like, how did you get the bricks there? How did you build out an island? It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, some of the stories, they say it was the boats dumping their, what do they call it, where they carry bricks as weight? I've forgotten now, but I mean, come on. But also this has got it's in the ocean, and it's got like a moat built around it. And the other thing, and because there's lots of these are like this, just like islands or in the water, in the ocean. Now, they tell us it's a fort. Now, if you're trying to attack the United States in boats and you're coming up and you see a fort, what do you think you'd do? I mean, I know what I'd do. I'd just sail around it.
Right? Just not come within firing range?
Exactly. Just far enough so they can't actually hit you. So it doesn't make any sense at all. And this is, you know, this is obviously Indian.
They're the music notes of the earth.
Exactly. Yeah. Resonant frequencies.
And everything's expressed. This is the same kind of geometry, you know, coming from the Vedic cultures and Indian kind of stuff. Here we go. So these are some of the cathedral windows, the original ones, you know, before now a lot of them are replaced, you know, and they show the little pictures and stuff, but this is what they were. And this is literally an expression of a frequency. So the organ in this cathedral would be tuned to these frequencies. And it would also be tied into the bells, because of course they all used to have bells. They got taken out in the Second World War pretty much. And it's not the best picture, but you can see up here, you know, all this stuff, which is what we call antiquity, all these little bits coming off it. They're all antennas and things, and ways to draw ethereal energy, you know, free energy.
Yeah, atmospheric energy out of the... And it's that real science, you can actually produce free electricity. And this is part of what Tesla was doing, is the differential between the top of the spire to the ground actually creates an electrical differential that you then connect to another wire that goes into the ground, your grounding. And this is your 3-phase electricity. You put that into as the third phase in your circuit, and then you have a bell ringing circuit with the vacuum tubes, the glass tubes, like your fluorescent lighting and stuff, and that actually produces plasma electricity out of the air. It's real technology. These things actually function producing electricity. It's crazy.
And this window here, this is, what's this, Bernie?
A sound wave guide, and they built these in computer chips, like literally silicon
as well. This bit, isn't that?
Yeah, like that's an actual radio guide, antenna, sound wave antenna. That's what it is.
And of course, we've got all the geometry here again, and of course, you know, now we see all this stuff, but this is, you know, this is added. All these statues are added afterwards, as far as we can tell. That, you know, that's the facading, but all of this geometry that's behind it and actually built into the building is part of the structure. And you can, I mean, look at the work that's gone into that. And they tell us it's all just for the, you know, the worship and the glory of God. Well, what's the glory of God, right? What were they worshiping? What, you know, we know, right? Electricity, maybe. So let me just, I'll just stop sharing for a tick and bring up one more file. Okay, so these are called monstrances. Okay, and these, we're told, you know, they're religious, you know, artifacts or whatever, but this is just to start with. Look how similar that is to the top of a cathedral, you know, literally with the geometry and everything built in.
And the zodiacal clock. The constellations.
Down here.
Star of David. Wow.
Star of David. Yep, everything.
Which the Star of David represents so many more things than what, I mean, it could be infinite possibilities, but the as above, so below, the feminine, the masculine, there's many levels to that.
The Merkaba. Like,
and
yeah,
it's
exactly.
also the shape of the structure of the universe. It's the shape of the hydrogen atom and the functionality of the structure of physical matter.
Ooh, now that's deep. His name's Bernie, the science guy.
You'll see everywhere is these balls
filled with mercury.
Filled with mercury. We've actually got some photos and where someone's cracked them and there was mercury in there. Now with these monstrances, they all have this glass container. It's like, it's just like two bits of glass with a void in, and that's normally where they put, the sacrament, which is, the body of Christ and all this kind of stuff. But if we've got pictures of older ones, here's the middle. I mean, look how intricate that thing is. But the older ones, we've got pictures of them and they've got red stuff in here. Okay.
Can you go back to that one before, please? Before that, the one right before that.
Oh, before?
Yeah, one more.
That one.
Yes, let's look at this for a minute. Like, wow. That to me reminds me of a cell tower. It reminds me of a communications tower. And I mean, it looks like it has coils. Those look like coils.
They are. Like, that's why it's called Antiquitech. Like, this is like that is like a well-designed piece of ancient technology that we have just been lied to about its purpose, and we're just coming up to the same understanding of science to figure out that there's functionality to all of this.
Now, where is this at? This one?
I'm not sure. Most of them, I mean, these old ones, they're mainly, in like Vatican City and stuff, locked away in museums, but they do use, the replica type ones today. They still make them.
But that's a good
the
point.
The further you go back, the more intricate and the more like machines they start to look like.
Yeah,
and
it's the World War II, the Nazis, they took a whole bunch of those. So back to our previous conversation there, Rex, where you're talking about the Nazis going for ancient technology. This is one of the things that they actually went out of their way to get a bunch of, and that have been missing ever since.
They tell us it's all about the spear of destiny and these, things that no one's ever seen or doesn't really know, but they were just cleaning out the old tech. And because I mean, did you know that monstrances existed? I mean, I didn't before I found the topic. So all this stuff that we didn't even know existed is what was stolen. And if you look at this as well, it clearly looks like a cathedral. And this is, like a handheld miniature version. So you can imagine if cathedrals were healing centers where people went to, get their vibration right and to get healed, this could be a mini one. This could be, the origin of priests going out and seeing people and having congregations. People who couldn't get into the cathedral, they just took one of these out and healed them with this. For all we know, right?
Yeah, and all the synchronicities we're having right now. So I was just in the Grand Canyon with my friends Jared Murphy and Shondell, and Jared Murphy is a believer of a high-level civilization, not aliens, tens of thousands of years ago that were super advanced. And we were talking about like the relics that we see today, a lot of these antiques and these religious relics that are sacred, right? And it seems as if the majority of what we're looking at is a replica of something that was an actual technology that was more than a mental worship point. And you can do mind over matter quite a bit. The mind is extremely powerful. It's the most, but my point is, that's a whole other podcast. These technologies were acting at a physical level also. They were physically interacting. And like you're looking at the Jed Tower here and the connections. Wow.
Exactly. It was literally, it was the tech. And that's why it was replicated, because as it was lost after, catastrophes and that, some people had the knowledge of what they had before, and it was just replicated, you know, this is what it looked like, and they became the symbols. But now we're told it's all, you know, spiritual and for God, right? But it was a lot more practical than we're told.
Or it's aliens.
Clearly. Or aliens. And just on that point of the monstrances, there's another one. And them having red, I've lost all my pictures now, having red, oh, I have to go back, like red liquid found in some of them, in these centerpieces. Some of these, they actually have like what look like a vacuum tube instead of a round piece. Now, you know, what's the other thing that they do at church, right? They have the body of Christ, but they also have the blood of Christ, right? And we found the mercury in the balls. Now, have you heard of red mercury, Rex?
Yeah.
Yep.
I haven't.
So,
no.
Sorry, you haven't?
No.
No.
Oh my.
Oh gosh.
Hey man, I'm not a crazy alchemy guy. I'm a crazy conspiracy guy. All right.
Fair enough. So red mercury is essentially plasma mercury, and that's where you get your anti-gravity stuff from. I'll bring up some evidence with that tomorrow night with alien scientists, because he'll be able to lead into that a lot more on the anti-gravity technologies and stuff like that. So we'll cover it then. But it's so basically it's plasma state mercury. So that's when you're going to be getting your effects of some sort of anti-gravity, over unity electricity, possibilities of just higher energy technologies when you're dealing with red mercury.
It's sort of half here and half in another realm, to the point where it's called vampire blood, because it doesn't reflect in a mirror. You can put it in a glass vial, and you hold the vial up to a mirror and the vial looks empty. And it also is repelled. And this is serious. And I'll
actual
get
videos of
the
this.
video. We've got footage. It's repelled by garlic and attracted to gold.
Dude.
Right?
Wow.
Like, it's crazy.
Okay. So just as a side topic, just a theory, if the red stuff in here was, what we're told, and they're calling now the blood of Christ, right? What's the blood of Christ? I mean, blood, right? We have a circulatory system. That's where our blood runs, right? It's a circuit, right? So now we're back to energy and electricity and circuits. So is that just, it's like we said before, they changed the symbols. If they just change, it's the body of Christ, when it was actually technology that was doing something. You put the body of Christ in here and blah,
That's
you get the glory of God. You get the glory of God, which we can see bursting out here.
And that would explain, like, if someone found one that's still from like the previous civilization that still had active plasma mercury in it, it would probably activate that device. And then that explains, oh, it's through God. It's the blood of Christ.
Exactly. Good point. Right? So just random ones that were found that were still activated, someone finds them and it's like, oh,
it's a miracle. We found the blood of
miracle.
Christ. It's activated, like look at the energy coming out of it. It's Jesus. Hallelujah. Right? Like That makes perfect sense.
And this is just to show you all the, the Egyptian glyphs and that we see, they're all based on geometry and all based on tech, you know?
It's blueprints. They're blueprints to advanced lost technology. And there's another channel, obviously don't have time to go in it tonight, but that literally deciphers the ancient Egyptian glyphs into the understanding of magnetics and electromagnetics, and that it's talking in magnetic field force interactions, and that's what the language actually is speaking.
And even things like this, basically the wings seem to represent electricity, and you can see this is almost like a spark gap, and we've got the two towers, with these on them. So is this just a representation again of some device that was creating energy? We've got the mercury balls here, and everything's just been changed, right? It's just all allegory, right? It's all, and look at this, this is these used to be on the top of all the power poles, right, when we were kids, right?
Exactly.
And all it is they just represent things differently, because they were using a language where you know, you could come from any country, but you could see the symbols. It's like we're getting back to it today, right? It's like if you see a square, a blue square with a white F in it, that means something,
Facebook.
right?
Yeah,
And it doesn't just mean Facebook. To someone, it means Facebook. To someone, it means, you know, that's where my group or my page is. To someone, it means that's where I share info. To someone, it means something else. That's where I play games.
Yeah.
So same with these hieroglyphs, right? Depending on how you know to read them, that might mean place to heal, and to someone else, it might be the designs of how to build that, how it actually works.
Exactly. It's totally the instructions. Like that's an instruction manual on how this technology works. Like guaranteed.
And he's even having a toast. There's another one. The Ankh, of course, definitely in there. There's another monstrance. I mean, so that's just, you can imagine, you know, red mercury, the body or the blood of Christ, if they want to call it that. And then these are all antennas drawing energy down, you know, into this central part, you know, to activate it, and then the glory of God, you know, who knows, right? And of course they hide all this, you know, they don't want us to know that we used to have free energy and free, you know, frequency healing and all this stuff, because as you know, they like their power, and to them, you know, a good way for power is money. So then they change, you know, these natural healing centers that run off, you know, the ether and natural energy, they change them to Rockefeller medicine, right? And hence, you know, look around today. And then they tell us, oh no, you know, there was never free energy. You've got to pay us for it, you know. So that they go around and they smash it all. They take all the bells out. They steal all the antiquitech. So we don't know that it even existed. So we can't even, you know, we're not even complaining, give it back, because we don't even know that we lost it. You know, and this is, you know, an old motor. This is just a simple old magnetic motor.
And they're everywhere. And it's like the book burnings were to erase the advanced technology that there was. Like, do you have any of the pictures of those French or German atmospheric electricity diagrams handy, or we'll have to do that on another?
Don't think so.
Yeah, we'll do that on another podcast. But it's like chapters of electricity in Old German and Old French. So clearly that's probably what World War I and World War II were wiping out the leftover advanced civilization of Tartaria and their Antiquitech and all of that before. And then the book burnings and whatnot. No, that wasn't to destroy an idol or a belief. That was to destroy the knowledge of advanced technology. And as well, you have Europe was in the Dark Ages. Yeah, the rest of the world, especially the Muslim world, was in their golden age. They had free energy, free light, like everything. Like they were powered places.
And why is it called the Dark Ages, right? Like they took the free energy away
from us.
No more light.
How long ago are you saying you believe there was free energy, golden age for the Muslim faith?
Probably about 500 years at least. And it's that chances are the time of like the Greeks and stuff, like 2000 years ago was when it would have been like a global sort of thing. And then something happened. There was some sort of reset. And then there was another reset, like a smaller reset around the 16 or 17, maybe even 1500s, when the whole Columbus story happened. Sometime around then was the fall of the last one. And
about 1300s,
yeah.
But there's also massive problems with the timeline, so that's a
exactly.
whole nother story. But not as far back as we're talking, not thousands of years. You know, within 1,000 years, and then something natural happened, and then basically while the world was, you know, recovering and all smashed up, you know, the infiltrators came in, and you know, the whisperers, as I like to call them, and they just basically started turning people against each other, you know, destroying all the info or keeping it for themselves. And here we are.
And Rex, I know how you're feeling right now, because I went through that exact same like rejection when this information was first put to me. It's like, what? No, like it's just impossible.
No, time out. No, I'm not thinking that at all. Like this, I've heard so much before. This is really nothing that's like making me go, Am I where I think I am? Am I in the Matrix? It's fascinating.
Okay, well, that was my personal experience. The first time I was exposed to it, I was like, this is freaking impossible. Like, but it's like, the more I got into it, the more research every day, it's like, it is so hidden in plain sight, it is ridiculous. And it was not that long ago. Like, the robber barons that came over, they were robbing, and they were barons that raped and pillaged and destroyed, took over whatever civilization was here not that long ago. And that's why there are these pyramids all throughout North America, these leftover cities and stuff like that. And that it was already there. And there's a lot of evidence too, like the train tracks across North America, but also across Siberia. The oldest pictures, it looks like they're being dug out. They're not that they're being built, but like it looks like they're being dug out.
And you look at the time frames and the technology and how much and how fast they were building all these old buildings, and the story for many of them, massive, like huge buildings. And if you're talking World's Fairs, like things that cover, you know, acres for one building, and they tell us it was built in a year or two, you know, back in the 1800s when there was no tech, no roads, horse and cart. So it's just a big thing.
And they built them for 2 years only to destroy them, right? Like there's so many of these churches,
they knock them over.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like the more you look into it, there's some sort of absolute massive cover up that like it's mind blowing.
And just think, you know, we've all seen these old buildings and how superior they are to these, you know, square, you know, bits of crap that they build today. And in every city, they've gone in and they've destroyed these old buildings and replaced them with these crappy square things that you need to heat and cool, and they're not good for you. And, you know, why would they do that? But yeah, holy hand grenade, right? What if this is a mercury ball and this is an antenna? Could be like a Wi-Fi device, right?
Exactly.
But we just told, no, it's not a Wi-Fi device. It's a what is it? A Mercus Globus? Is that right? Something Globus.
Worshipping false idols. It takes a whole new meaning.
And you can see, like, good time to say that, because you can see this is an old structure, but all these idols have been added. You know, this is all the stamp of whatever you want to call them, right? You know, the Phoenicians, the whatever, you know, whatever name you want to put on them. They put a facade on everything. They come and they find their Freemasonry, right? And they don't, you know, cities aren't founded, they're found. And they just rebrand.
It's the date of the facade, right? The new numbers. And why is it called a facade that is put on the outside? That is the date they built the facade on all of the big, like, World's Fair style buildings and whatnot that have that 1800 over here. The word, what does facade mean? It's got two meanings, and it's like that's the date the facade was put on that building, not the date that it was actually built from the ground up.
Exactly. And we've found that you go to any of these buildings, we haven't done all of them, but, you know, ones where you find, you know, bits of the facade, you know, knocked off the corner, they're all red brick underneath, all of them. All these buildings. And as Bernie said, they've now come out saying that red bricks you can use as batteries, and specifically red bricks, and it's got to do with the iron content in them. I mean, look at this, right? They tell us that's a pagoda. What do you think that is?
Looks like an electrical capacitor to me.
Or something that was attempting to mimic an electrical capacitor. I can't really see the details.
Could be either. It's not the best contrast, but all these, they're just so covered in all this intricate, you know, facading or artwork. But when you look at it, you know, break them down, they just look like little mini antennas and things like that. Whoops, what was that one? Just all these in.
And they're made of copper on like the domes and the sides of them, and then the actual structures, a lot of these ancient brick buildings, and they claim that the found where the steel, the iron going through it, like that's a new thing, that yet the oldest brick buildings going up to the actual domes that are made of metals, you have these iron connectors that it's actual the electrical wiring of these buildings and these technologies. And it's
like the strapping,
way.
you can still see it on the outside of some buildings, these sort of metal strap things that go down. You know, but again, you know, just technology. We've just been, and this is why they have the gatekeepers, right? Why they have archaeologists and things, you know, because, you know, we silly humans, we're not allowed to look into the past. You know, we're not allowed to go and look at these sites. They're all off limits. Only archaeologists can go, but then only the ones that believe the narrative. If you go and you discover something and say, oh, you guys are all wrong, you'll lose your job and you'll never work again. You know, so it's gatekeeping. All these, people with letters behind their names, and of course, it's become so blatantly obvious in the last year or so. They're all gatekeepers for information. You know, the medical establishment are gatekeepers against frequency healing and herbalism and things like that. And religion is gatekeeper against free energy, it looks like.
Spiritual energy too, right?
Spiritual, yeah, right. L, electricity, God.
Interesting.
That's just an old tower for some
Zoom
reason.
in on that one. Zoom in on that one, will you?
Yeah, and it's that you'll see a lot of these Eiffel Tower like buildings in the oldest of pictures, and they're everywhere, and they claim that, oh, the Eiffel Tower was just one, and then that there's like these intricate crazy blueprints of other ones that like they must have been built, and there's like ones that look like they're pictures of them and they claim that they're not actual pictures, but it's like, no, that was part of what the old world technology and the old electrical harvesting of atmospheric electricity, and it ties identically down to the same way of Nikola Tesla's Wardenclyffe Tower. And Rex, I'll get you these pictures of the French and German science of harvesting electrical energy out of the atmosphere, and it's like they fully understood it, and we just are only beginning to get it. So it was wiped out. That understanding must have been wiped out sometime between the 15 and 1600s when those books were written, and then Nikola Tesla again at the turn of the century with his Wardenclyffe Tower.
So there you go. So that's the last pick there. I've got a couple more if you want to look at them, or how are we going?
Man, this is fascinating. Actually,
Absolutely.
I must say this is above and beyond my expectations. This is super cool. And I'm just going to take it with an open mind, yet still be questioning everything. And some of these photos do look like, do have that resemblance of a possible technological device. But I could also say just as much that it was just how do I put it? It was a copy of a copy of a copy.
Representation.
Yeah. Oh, exactly. And that's a good point too, that it's like maybe there wasn't functioning copies or functioning understanding of it since the last reset, but it's definitely evidence that at some point in the past, there was a higher global civilization and technology, right? So who knows how much was passed on, how much was used actively.
And I also want to say that absolutely. And I also want to say that this also makes much sense when you ask the question of why is the majority of music in 440 hertz versus 432? And the cathedrals and these religious and spiritual locations are often tuned to 432 hertz. And if everything is frequency at a specific level, if you can manipulate that frequency, then you can manipulate the root of the situation. So to take it from 432 versus 440, from harmony to disharmony, and clearly tell the difference, you just put a guitar next to your chest and pull the strings at 432 versus 440, and it is an absolute physical difference. So it used to be the musicians, you remember back in the day, well, this is probably a little bit before your time, getting a CD. You go out and buy a CD. Like, oh man, this is my band. I got a CD now. And you have the Walkman and all that kind of stuff. And they had so much influence on our minds because we didn't have the internet to get into. We didn't have 1,000 channels and all this information. And now it's not, I mean, there's a few musicians out there that are extremely successful and have that global influence, but not like it used to be. And so you've got 5 corporations that control almost all the media. And by doing so, they control the narrative in the minds of the people. And once again, if you are embedded on the television set, it's going to have a hypnotic effect, and you're going to miss out on a lot of brilliant questions. You're not going to ask the right questions because you're going to be stuck in that trap. So I guess in finishing this, question everything, folks. Question everything and ask yourselves this question. If there's 5 or 6 corporations that control almost everything, and there's just a few corporations behind those corporations that are funding, like these giant banking institutions, why would they push something on the news that they wouldn't want you to see? If they don't want you to see it, why is it going to be on the news? They control it. Exactly. So even when, oh, dude, did you, man, they're really messing up out there in Afghanistan. They want you to know that. Then they can throw you back and forth. It's like they have both sides. So they're pissing off anybody that watches the news, whether you're a Republican or a Democrat or either, you're going to get pissed off. Mm-hmm. It's just, It makes no sense, but you just keep watching it and you keep thinking, oh, I'm going to get the news. I'm going to get information that's valuable and important. And most of the conspiracy channels out there, they get information from these 5 corporations that get most of their information from one source.
Yeah.
Yep.
Think about that.
So one thing to add into what you're saying there, like Marilyn Manson, for instance, stopped making CDs and music, but what has he been doing? Oh, he's been making the soundtracks for movies. Why? Because he's paid way more and he's way more influential in creating, because he's an intense sound engineer, of making those sounds that do the subliminal messaging, that do the emotional fear state. And that's actual documented proof and evidence. And like, he takes credit for it. Like, there's a video out there of him bragging about it, but it's like they're doing this evil influencing on it. And like my girlfriend Amber, who said hello to both of you lovely people, by the way, but I will not sleep next to her after she watches a horror movie, because that night I'm getting beat up. She's shrieking, she's screaming, she's kicking, she's punching, she's scratching. She's living a trauma that movie has instilled on her. And they're doing it through these frequencies that are it's a higher dimensional science. It goes into the metaphysics. It goes into like whatever societies used to understand it. Some maybe still do in the most esoteric secret societies and whatnot and teachings around the world, but it's being that it got classified as a military technology in the 50s, and it's been being used against us ever since.
Yeah, well, we've got those photos from back in World War One, and it's of these, they're weapons, but they look like big tubers. They look like big tubers, and so they pump out sound, and it's a weapon, and there's heaps of them, and they were using in World War One. So there's so much out there that we just get so much taken away and hidden from us, and then whatever's left, we just get a watered down version so that we can't understand it properly, so that we don't ask questions. They don't want us obviously asking questions. That's what this is all about, and it's about, this all goes obviously further as far as, low energy is, obviously loose energy, and that's what they feed on, and they want to keep people down there. It's controllable, but also with all the confusion, they want to, fracture people's mental state, keep them confused so they can get in. When you're focused and you know who you are, you're standing, guard at the gates of your mind. When you're like, oh, what the hell's going on? They can just jump in. And like you said, Rex, they do that through the telly, right?
Yeah,
all the ads and all the news.
Lower state of lower vibrational state, right? When you're down in that fear or in that anger, you're emotionally impulsive, but you're not consciously thinking. When you're on that higher vibration, that higher conscious dimension, you're connecting up to your spiritual self, to the Akashic record to like throughout the Christ consciousness, it's called as well. That's being on the higher vibration, and that's through love, light, happiness. And then when you're in that fear, in that sadness, that sorrow, you're on a low vibrational wave. And there's actual science that shows the different wavelengths of emotion, and that the higher vibrational thought waves are interacting with more spots on your DNA, and the lower emotional only hit it a couple of times. So that if you're in fear, if you're in anger, if you're in sorrow and sadness, you're not going to be yourself. You're giving away your free will essentially, and you're easily herd mentality moved and manipulated.
Basically.
And on that note, folks, be excellent to each other.
Yes,
exactly. And stay awesome. I stole both of your
Awesome.
lines.
I stole it. Ah.
They're free, man. You can't steal it. It's yours.
Everyone's awesome.
Cambell, real quick, your website, your YouTube channel, and Bernie, YouTube brother. And also an honorable mention to Shondell. Thank you, Shondell, for listening as well and being in the live chat. And thank you for that epic adventure in the Grand Canyon. Had a blast. Looking forward to the next adventure. And Shondell is one of 2 people that I've told about this experience that I had in the right after we left the Grand Canyon, and it was in Page. And I'm starting to get like all excited just thinking about it, man. But anyway, so thank you, Shondell, for being there, man. Dude, wow, so cool. And anything else you guys want to share before I finish up this podcast?
No, I was just thinking about the system out there that's clearly been broken. Was it set up, just to keep us all in harmony, maybe to keep away bad energies? It's been, taken down at some point, and here we find ourselves. So it's all about us, focusing on what we want, building that energy back up, high vibrations, and rising above it, right? And together we can build something much better than what we've got now, for sure.
Absolutely.
Oh,
so Rex, I will see you tomorrow night back here with Jeremy, the alien scientist, at 8. I believe we're booked in. Yes. So
8 p.m. Mountain Time. 8 p.m. Mountain
yes.
Time.
So it's 10 p.m. Eastern, which is his time. That's where I got that 10 p.m. thing from.
If you're a few, like I said, a few minutes late, I usually am, because if you're always on time, that's Archons know what you're doing. But if you're abstract and they just can't, they're trying to get their little parasitic things on you, like they miss, you just gotta figure it out. And I would like to say one thing. I find it beautiful and such a synchronicity that you brought up Isis. And
because that's a goddess. That's not horror or terror.
You don't say.
Right.
You don't say. Be the change you want to see, everybody.
Much
Stay awesome.
I'm on the wrong computer. Sorry. Bear
congratulations.
with for a second. Guys, I will post the link here to come in there. David, Richie 00 if you want to come on. Calistoga again if you want. Dan, David, yeah, all the good regulars. Absolutely, please feel free to come on in, but I have to put the verification on so we don't have any weirdos trying to sabotage yet more channels, because, well, that was a travesty. Back by popular demand, we have Crypto Bender. Sorry, minor technical difficulties. Back in unos momentos, por favor. And there's a lot more great content to come. I'm going to go over as well here next Olaf the Sverker's work. He's a great Russian / UK English or Scottish, I think, might be in that region of the UK, but YouTuber that's done great content bringing forward the Great Wall of Tartaria across all of Siberia and Ukraine into the Black Sea or the or I think somewhere around the Caspian and the Black Sea. Because Black Sea's Ukraine, Caspian's not on there. Sorry. Anyways, go over that as well as the 7,000 or 7,500-year-old Slavic / Russian / Tartarian / Mycenaean. No. Wow, had the other name at the tip of my head the whole time. Comes to the moment to use it and complete brain fart. What the mainstream call the Tartarians from about 500 years ago to about 1,500 years ago. And the Scythians, maybe. I think it's the Scythians. Could be wrong on that. I will look it up. But yeah, back in a moment. See if I can play something from this computer for you in the meantime. No, it's just going to take too long. BRB. They just want to peg me as some sex pervert. Even the Google ads playing on Google YouTube channels I'm trying to play. That's the ad they're going to put on. Like,
and how bizarre the formula works, because it appears if you lick the boots of the Borg masters, then they might bump it up a couple of points. But if you say something that maybe somebody doesn't agree with, well, then they can go snitch on you and they might drop those points. You know, if you jaywalk, I mean, are you serious? And now the US, there's talks about implementing a social credit system that's going to be linked to your search habits. So if you're looking up news that they maybe don't want you to research, you know, maybe that might dock a point or two. You just might be docked a few points for looking into truth. These are all scenarios that could happen, and let's hope that they don't. And if you want to protect your information, you want to keep it safe, secure, and anonymous when you surf the web, check out virtualshield.com/leak project. They're offering a
/leak project. Okay, so here we have what is nano coding. Hello, how you doing, Double O?
What's up? How you doing, man? It's been
doing
ages,
good, my friend. Doing good. It has.
It's been absolutely ages, man.
For sure. It's great to see you.
I can't believe what happened. What happened with your channel, man? I was really shocked when I found out about that.
Right? Like, just out of nowhere.
Wow. They're watching you, dude. They're watching you because the information you're sharing is important. This is real. This is real info that actually, if too many people catch onto it, it's dangerous for them, isn't it?
Right.
Really. All these other arguments that are going on, they're not really like I'll just say quickly about the flat Earth argument that we were having in the comment section earlier. It's ridiculous. It's divisive. We've got a bunch of.
I saw you post like that one comment I was briefly seeing, and you're just like, man, they're just dividing us. Like, why are you guys like going into it? And like, you're
even people on the same, even people on the same side. People on the same side, man.
And like even Cam, not even to do with that, but like that bot that was clearly a bot because it came back with the same name again after we had booted it and blocked it. That just kept posting those hate things. It's like, that's not even a person. That's literally a computer programmed AI, like arguing thing. And like, look at how it's triggering the emotion. It just goes to the insta polarized emotional response reaction out of
pushing buttons.
Exactly.
Yeah, because we've all been weaponized against each other. Very effectively, man. Very effectively. Because
David, is this you?
I still get triggered.
Two Davids. Sorry, gotta be very careful here for a memento. We're just gonna feature you there, Richie, as everyone else comes in, so that there's no possible mistakes of some weirdos coming up and posting undo things. And it's like, I wonder if that's actually what happened from the 48-hour stream, where literally there was all of 20 seconds of someone else. Oh, there we go. We got David. We're good. Like, this is the real David. Will stand up as soon as the.
Is this David Wolf?
This is David M. And
David
then,
M.
There's another David that says device not connected. That is, I don't know if it's David Wolf or someone else in the chat, or if it's a troll that's going to try to come on and do what they sabotaged with my first channel, if that's what it was.
Sabotage.
It's like 10,000 hours of like different streams and like science experiments. Like most of it's all backed up and stuff, but the point just being like, I know that it's at least over 5,000 because like they tracked that and I didn't even qualify for certain things, and that was some time ago. Anyways, point being, literal thousands upon thousands of hours of content on there. That's also on this Crypto Alchemist channel, so go there if you want to see it. And it's on Autodidactic's channel too. We have backups. We're good at it. But it's the point that
good, man.
There might have been 30 seconds or maybe even just 15 seconds overall of like some pervert that came on that 48-hour stream that's not even up, that didn't even get saved, that somehow like flashed a couple porno pics, and that's what caused multiple reports of pornography for my channel to be like permanently blocked. Like that's the most like insane sort of attack, and like how did they get that evidence? And like hopefully YouTube's actually reviewing it, and that's what's taking so long, because they haven't like replied to anything.
That was clearly
But David M, you're gonna have to mute out your YouTube copy of it before you go on there. But yeah, sorry, I will let you guys talk here for a little bit now that I know it's you two lovely souls, as I get Crypto Bender in action.
I'm still on the main screen, man. Am I expected to speak? Let's talk to David. David, how are you doing, mate?
Of course you are, Richie. You're the star of the show right now, my friend.
Yeah. Where's David gone?
I think he's just working out his. Yeah, he's back again.
His microphone.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll let David come and say hi.
Hey, Richie. Hey, everyone.
What's up, brother?
My mic was I have like permissions set up. I don't have any permissions for any apps to use my mic or camera ever.
Out, man.
What's
How
cutting
do you
out?
still get it? How do you still get it to work?
Oh, I have a workaround.
Can you
That's
share it
better.
though for everyone else that has issues?
I mean, it's a little more complex than that, but
Oh, okay.
maybe one day I'll do a tutorial on it. You know, like I like share my screen where I'm like connecting to the phone through the computer. You know.
Nice. That's dope. Definitely on the next 48 hour one.
Yeah, let's do it. I mean, I could do it whenever. Just the Wi-Fi connection was a little janky. I had to turn off a couple other devices and stuff like that, and make sure my sound was working right.
For sure. That's definitely the main thing.
And since I can't see the YouTube comments through the StreamYard, I'm on a phone. I have to look on another device through YouTube to see what everyone's talking about.
Right?
Yep.
And that's what I'm kind of figuring out right now too. And I'm gonna
Campbell was talking earlier, and he was reading the comments. They were coming from your room, but he was like, "Dude, I can't find these names. I can't find these names on the list. I'm looking through this thing. I can't find anyone with what they're talking about." I don't think he realized when we're typing in your room, it's all showing up on the screen.
Yeah.
And it's delayed. So then he's like super confused, you know?
Yeah, that it's multiple YouTube channels and Facebook and Twitter that it's all streaming to at once.
Whoops.
Yeah. Restream you can post the chat up in the window with Restream. I'll just wonder how long it will be before StreamYard do that. I'm surprised they're not doing that already.
Yeah, I'm surprised they're not, or they're like, since they're gaining so much momentum, I would feel that they'll start adding a lot of features like that though real shortly.
I think they might have actually already added that specific one you're talking about.
Yeah. I know there's been a recent
that's what I'm
update.
testing right now too as you guys talk. So can you talk for like another 15 minutes, or should I play a short video, or you guys are good?
How's the dogs going, Richie?
Say that again, mate.
How are the puppers going?
The what?
Your dogs.
Oh, the dogs. Sorry, mate. Yeah, I've only got one of them. Yeah, puppers. Yeah. Sorry, man. Alfie is here somewhere, down on the floor, and Kanito belonged to Anna, and Anna actually came back, and she's back. She's moved back into her room, and she's here.
She's doing
she's
better
slightly
health-wise?
fitter than she was before she left, but she's still not right yet, you know. And I'm still here. I just had everything going on. I had the spinning wheel. I'm still there.
Yeah, you're still here. I still hear you.
Loud and clear, brother. Loud and clear.
I need to come off my Wi-Fi, man. Hello. Is anybody out there?
Yeah.
I have no idea what's going on. I have no idea if we're connected.
No, you're connected. We can hear you.
David's just a spinning circle.
I hear you. Maybe my connection. I'm not sure.
There we go. All right, I've just reconnected to my Wi-Fi again. It's never know what it is, man. Whether it's the energy coming off me that's affecting it, or if it's because there's a.
I think about that sometimes.
You think it's a blackout when that happens?
No. I think about like you're saying, like, is it your energy that's affecting the actual internet, interweb, or like, you know what I mean? I'm not sure how that really works, but sometimes you're like, when you need it the most, it always seems to act up. You know what I mean? Like, it'll be fine for days. You'll not need to use it. All of a sudden, you got to do a video, and all of a sudden, it's like, you know, you're like, whoa, dude, I can't even talk.
I've got this thing where I've noticed where if I'm holding the phone,
it interferes.
It
Sorry about
cuts
that.
the signal.
Loading a video in the background. Sorry about that.
I mean, you are an electrical being. I mean, maybe you're putting off some kind of interference. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, it's like electromagnetic interference, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. You can hear both of us. I'm just I don't know if anyone can hear me. Oh, that's a nightmare about being on a live stream, isn't it? Right.
Yeah, that's what weird. I start talking louder. I'm like, I don't know if these guys can hear me or not. So I'm like,
yeah. So what have you been
going on now?
Oh, that's awesome.
What did you say about Callum?
No, I was just going to say, what have you been up to? Like, what's going on in your 3D world? Anything interesting, or is it just the same?
No, I've just been working on.
Just targeted with webcamschat.com. Wow, that is ridiculous.
What happened?
You're joking.
Porn spammers I just blocked, like insanity.
In the chat.
Oh yes,
was they in the chat?
Yeah.
Hey, dude, it means you're doing something right.
Yeah.
They've assigned the porn spammers on you. Those are the best ones.
I was going to blame Callum. I mean, I thought I was trying to think about like what we talked about during those 48 hours to like make that happen, because it was real random. It just happened out of nowhere, and I was like, what were we talking about when that happened? I mean, I never saw the replay of the video or anything like that, but I don't. Maybe we talked about some subjects earlier. I'm not really sure. I mean, it was probably like 7 hours in, like you were saying.
I'll be honest. I think it's because just in general, you guys are getting too close to the mark with everything, like Cam and Bernie and Kelly and
oh yeah,
Bobby and everyone. It was just getting way too close to the mark for them.
Yeah, we definitely were talking about some stuff that that's not talked about on other channels, and I think that was really like the whatever. But I try to be mindful of all my words and everything I say, and in my mind I was like, oh dude, don't talk about this, don't talk about this, don't talk about this. Even if they bring it up, don't even continue the conversation. Just talk about something else, you know?
Yeah. So much of it is just distraction anyway.
And that's what, as you guys keep talking on here and I get things set up, I'm going to create a Rockfin account and the Brighteon as well as Bitchute.
If he's a jammer, someone's saying he's a jammer.
Start streaming to them, and then like halfway over these streams, we can all switch over onto those ones where we don't have to self-censor.
Yeah, but that's I mean, honestly, that's something from YouTube, probably.
Facebook and Instagram and Twitter and everything else, but it's like, you know, you just got to live by their rules on what you're broadcasting on each stream that you go on. Everything.
Yeah, people just have to be more mindful about talking about certain subjects. You know, that's it for sure. Because I mean, if you know these are hot subjects and you're going to get banned, I mean, what's the point? Everyone else is talking about it or already has talked about it. You know, also, you know, I like to talk about new stuff. I think a lot of people get stuck in the trap, like they just keep talking about the same shit over and over and over, and years pass and we didn't progress. We're in the same subject still.
That's what's happened with Flat Earth, man.
Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
exactly
It's not just Flat Earth. I mean, it's a lot of communities, you know, but absolutely.
Yeah, well, it is pretty much all of the community. They've got kind of into these big echo chambers that people gravitate towards, and then it's not just Flat Earth. It's
oh man, I played him in the last one where he did those music ones. I'll bring up one of his videos again. I just can't think of his name, but he's pretty good. The guy that I don't know the name to.
It's a music.
You know what you got to get? You know you got to get, Bernie, like a soundboard so you could have all these sound clips.
Oh yeah, I'm working on uploading. So
I mean, now you have the tablet. You
added all these new features. It's gonna be awesome.
What kind of tablet did you get?
Samsung E7.
Oh, nice. How much did that thing run you? In the US dollar, because I don't have no idea about the conversion of Canadian money.
Right. Some sort of weird lesser freak fiat currency than the American weak fiat currency, that they're all just weak fiat currencies. And I'm mad at them for robbing my crypto last night. God,
oh yeah, it dropped
30% fucking drop. Pardon my language.
Somebody robbed your crypto last night.
The people that make it.
Yeah, no, just the whole market like dropped by like 10 to 30% depending what you were holding.
Oh man, yeah.
It was like someone's.
I was talking to
200 or 20 million Bitcoin or something, like just the most ridiculous amount. It was like, I think 200 or 400 billion dollars all at once, like that just left the entire crypto market. It's cool to watch and understand the like economic warfare that's happening with it all, and like the global macro economic warfare.
The thing that really just turns me off it though is like the fact that it's so obviously still manipulated. It's being manipulated by those with vast amounts of money. I mean, you know, Tesla just with a tweet is able to manipulate the price of crypto.
Yeah,
you know, the price of crypto just with a tweet, man. And it's like, wow, it's meant to be this decentralized, stable.
Oh, you got it.
But it's supposed to be
money, but
it's also supposed to be decentralized. But look how many banks are heavily invested into all these companies.
Because of that.
Sorry, what are you saying, Bernie?
Richie, I'll get into explaining that more in depth in like a future crypto video, but you're absolutely bang on that. And like, that is like a greatest point of like how you can just like, oh, there's 20% of your portfolio wiped out every couple of months. Yay. You know, but it's like, you have to just know the cycles, and then you can actually like reverse it and make money off it each time that happens instead of losing it. But it's just like, if you don't know what you're doing, you're just going to get wrecked every time. So the financial advice I give you is if you don't know what you're doing, don't do it.
It's just another shark pit though, isn't it? It's another shark pit. You got to be careful because it's the thing about money, man. That's why I just like to play my guitar and just have people give me money. I just want to play my guitar and sing songs and have people give me money, and I don't have to worry about
you got to hit the right frequency.
Any other part of it, you know?
You got to hit the frequencies that attract the money.
Yeah. I'm trying to reprogram my subconscious.
Nice.
That's I think that's
what I've been working on for like the past 20 years. I mean, it's always like a work in progress type of thing, and then like sometimes your goals change.
It's an ongoing process as well, though, because there's constant programming coming in.
But once you get it down, you like recognize the patterns. It becomes automatic, you know. You could be meditating while you're talking on the chat. You know what I mean? Like everyone's like, oh, they got to go in this corner and sit in this pose and do all these things. Well, you could do that.
That's one way of doing it. Yeah.
Yeah, you could do it like right now, though. As we're talking, as I'm listening to you, I'm meditating. You know,
greed kills, but projection and living that cycle every time, 100%. And it's like Richie was projecting that people are going to give him money for playing his guitar, and guaranteed that he's getting some money donations for playing his guitar. But it's like, please give him more money because everybody can use more money. And it's like, it's not all about the money, and it's the greed that will get you.
No.
And it's like, if you make it all about the money, then, well, your soul's gone. And anyway, like, that's what that comment that triggered Cambell earlier was all about, was like, it's all about the money. And it's like, if anybody thinks that it's like all about the money, I would be showing off like just my shirts, listing my shirts, yelling the price of them, telling you to send money and buy nonstop.
Yeah.
And I have still yet to bother even setting up one single sale of my clothing through the thousands and tens of thousands of hours of like scientific as well as just entertaining and educational discussions. And it's like, damn straight, I'm going to be setting this up as one of the next steps.
I like that when you have
my main channel. So it's like,
I like that when you have on the
I'm not getting the donations I used to be getting, and it's like I can't just rely off of like a small amount of crypto that like is not enough to do anything, especially after buying a whole bunch of new camera equipment and everything, and also a drone from the last donations that people gave me. So everything that is donated, I literally just put back into stuff that I'm going to be using in this video production and science experiments. So.
Yeah, Bernie, I like that the design you got for the thumbnails of the videos. That's good. You got to put that one out.
Yeah, no, and that's a printed shirt. So the one for this video, that design, that's actually this also the same design that is in the little JPEG picture that is the crypto Alchemist symbol.
You want to see a poster I'm dropping with the? Oh no, I'll show you guys another time. I don't want to do it.
But as for the shirt, am I wearing it? No. I think I got it.
Yeah, Calistoga. Yeah, meditation. You don't have to go in private. That's crazy. That's wild.
I don't have it right on me, but I'll show you at some point here. I do have that one printed with all the aliens, the dual color bleed with the graffiti, and then like the Antiquitech and stuff in that design. It's pretty dope.
That sounds dope.
And I will be.
You should do one. We should do a collab on one.
100%. Hopefully by May or May, I'll have my equipment out of storage and set back up again.
Oh, you're actually printing it yourself?
Oh yeah, I own my two.
I've been, like
presses and an oven and a whole bunch of screens and all sorts of stuff.
I have like like a lot of. I've been thinking about like putting out some T-shirts and stuff like that, but the problem I have with it is you're not getting organic cotton from anyone. And cotton, I mean, your skin is the biggest organ on your body, and people are putting these.
I want to go over to Asia and find a factory and like pick out like on a smart contract, also like a fair trades contract. Guaranteed sort of thing on both.
Well, I mean, I know the types of the T-shirts that you could use, but the problem is they don't really have the inks to match them. You know what I'm saying? Like they do have some inks for offset printing and stuff like that, but they're not that good.
Well, that's why
they're really hard for the printer to work with.
They ship them over here. You get the absolute best, fairest price for wholesale blanks, and then you just print them in mass sales, distribute through one of the corporations here. Or like Air Canada or UPS or whatever you want to do.
I wish linen wasn't so expensive, man. That's all I got to say. I'd like to do a whole reign-in.
Well, back in that Scythian age that you were talking about earlier, they wore cannabis robes. That's what the cloth was made out of. No one wore cotton. Hemp, yeah. Everything was made from hemp. Yeah, absolutely.
It's true.
Yeah, you can see all those old robes. That's why they survived this long, because they're stronger. The thread was stronger, everything.
Right? Oh man, hemp is, there's just so much stuff. Like, it is disgusting how inefficient and stupid modern man's economic systems and trade.
I think I was telling you last time that there's a bridge in France that was made from hemp, and it was made in J or I 1400, whatever they call that, 1400 I 14. I don't care. But the point is during World War II, they tried to bomb this bridge and destroy it, and they like just kept hammering it through the whole war, and they could never destroy it, and it's still up, it still exists, still there, and it's made from hemp. But they don't, like, a lot of the structures were made from hemp. They just don't want to let you know that. So they
maybe
say like this one is or that one is.
They just
do you
don't
think there was
make it
hemp
like they
put
used
into the
to.
concrete?
Oh, well,
was it hemp that was sort of thrown into the concrete?
Hemp, I think, was the rebar, or part of the rebar within the concrete.
Well, no, yeah. What they do is I make it actually. What I do is I get all my stocks or whatever, and then I grind them up, and then I actually add that into the concrete process. But I don't use water. I use seawater and
You're right,
lime.
David. I've seen that. You're absolutely right. Sorry.
Yeah, and that's and what they use. Well, I mean, that's just to make the brick, and then as a binder, they actually make a hemp resin, and that's what they get from the flour, because there's so much resin from the flour, and that's what they use to make the actual whatever. So there's a bunch of different processes, and I always see people, they jump in the chat and they're like, yeah, hempcrete. Hempcrete is a fucking brand. Stop plugging that brand. This is a brand. Like, forget about that.
Yeah.
You also can't use that type of material for foundations. So that's not what they were making the foundation of. That's what they were making walls of and different things of. So like when you see like Egypt, like the pyramid, it was encased in something like that to make it waterproof, to make it fireproof, because that is actually waterproof and fireproof. But a lot of people, they're misquoting it and whatever. I mean, it's a pet peeve of mine, because I'm like, dude, it doesn't work like that. You know what I mean? You're not putting a 20 billion ton fucking pyramid on there, or whatever the number is. You know what I'm saying?
There was definitely, they definitely had the ancient concrete definitely had properties that concrete nowadays does not have.
Well, Wise Up talked about it like years ago. Are you guys familiar with his channel?
Wise Up, yeah.
He talked about, I think, Puma Punka or whatever, where they have like the different shaped rocks or whatever. And he's like, dude, this is a lined bag, and they clearly set these bags up and poured this kind of mortar into them, and they just set in place. That's why they're not like these uniform blocks and all this different stuff. And then other people will be like, oh, well, what happened is it melted, or that's why the shapes got deformed. And I'm like, no, I think they just had to just lay these bags down, pour all the stuff inside of it, and shape it exactly how they needed it, and it just ended up settling, so there was no space in between it. But there's no tech. It's just a basic building, mold.
A few of them they've shown as well, with a few of them, that it's just facade. It looks like huge,
right. It's like rebar on the inside,
but it's not. It's actually just a facade that's only a couple of inches thick. I've seen a couple.
I did the research on it. I did the research on hemp a long time ago, maybe like 12 years ago, and I was looking for specific sites that were made with and there's that site in India, Ellora Caves or whatever, and I found an article in the India Times, maybe I think it was from about 5 years ago or something like that, and they actually did core samples of it, and they said like, oh yeah, this place had 15% hemp in the core sample. But then they try to change the story and say, well, the only reason the facade stayed around and continued to be here after 2,000 years or whatever number they associated with it was because they put a layer of hemp over everything. And I'm like, how ridiculous is that? Like, if it's carved statues and you just throw a layer of like cake on top of it, it's not going to be that same shape anymore. So they're like semi telling you the truth with the article. They're saying like, hey, this wall contains 15% hemp in it, because they're telling you how it was built, but they're not directly telling you. It's like a double talk kind of thing, And then they're saying, oh, well, then we layered it, and then they did this. That's to hide how it was used. And I do think that they did use the hemp for layering stuff. Like I said, like the certain pyramids, like specifically like the Egyptian pyramids. I really couldn't say about like any other pyramids anywhere else, because it doesn't look like they're layered or they had that kind of coating on them, you know?
I think there's some that do look like they've got, like they've been scored for the facade to be, you know, like when you score brick for plastering, like Paul Cook has pointed out in Malta and again in the UK and that, where there's these huge score marks through, you know, across the rock. And I think there are other pyramids elsewhere that have got that on them, but I don't know if they all had a, like the ones here in Guimar. There's pyramids here in Guimar, but they're just they're not huge rocks, you know. It could be manageably done by people today. Right. It's just like the alignment. Yeah, but the alignment of them and everything is what's noticeable because of when they were built. The fact that they were able to align them the way they have, and you know, the angles are so perfect, and it's definitely ancient. It's not what they say it is. You know, they've tried to pass it off as being some sort of a hoax. Yeah, you know, done by the local islanders, some sort of a hoax to get noticed and put in on the pyramid scene. That's one of the stories.
Or they're just like tourist stories, like to attract tourists to these places so they can generate money to look at broken down old buildings. Robert, Mr. Green Thumb, he was saying the buildings were supposedly stripped down by the Spanish for treasures of the walls. They were covered by gold. I think that they had gold on things that needed to be conductors or whatever, and there was a lot of domes that had gold and whatever, but I don't think that there was any. Like, I know they talk about like an Aztec, the city of gold, but I don't think that that's what they meant. I mean, I could be wrong on that.
I don't know. I think that they did. I think that gold was in much more abundance back then, because I think a lot of the steps that we see, you know, the terracing that we see, like there's so much terracing on the Canary Islands. It's all terraced, and they say that it's for farming, but it's like, what were they farming? What were they ever farming there? It's ridiculous. The explanation is ridiculous. It's obviously because they, at some point in history, in ancient history, at some point, it was all mined for gold.
Well, like a lot of that stuff that they say is for farming is for structured water. Like you see like a Pumapunka, no, not there, one of those sites, it doesn't even matter. It's way up in the mountains, and you look at the structures and they're like, oh, here's the ruins. And it's just like these stepstones. And they probably had water pouring down those, and that's what gave it the structured water. It gave it the waterfall effect to keep some kind of natural watering system, or maybe that water crops lower in the valley. But I don't like. They're like, oh yeah, the civilization lived here on this hill, and I'm like, I don't think so, you know?
No.
Yeah, and they were like supposedly growing corn here, and then the corn dried up, and then they, you know, blah 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 blah. You know, we've heard those stories.
I don't think that cities, I mean, I think cities becoming populated was something that was part of the reset. I think that they needed to populate cities with people because they needed somehow they've replaced the energy, somehow they've replaced the free energy, and it's like somehow they're taking it from us.
They destroyed all these water systems around the world. They destroyed all these aqueducts on purpose, like literally bombed them in world wars. Done all types of things to make sure that all that stuff doesn't work anymore.
It wasn't until gunpowder was invented, and then, you know, later on the rockets and the bigger bombs, wasn't until they were created that they even had the firepower to be able to destroy these things.
Right.
That's why they concentrated on them so much in the First and Second World War. Well, Second World War mainly, wasn't it?
I don't like to talk about personal. Oh, never mind. I'm not even gonna say it.
What's that?
No, I was gonna just say one of my relatives was in one of those things and told me a bunch of stuff, but I shouldn't say. Yeah, structured water makes all types of fruits larger and more potent, but it also powers the body and oxygenates the body and we definitely grow smaller than we used to, Calistoga. Like in different ages, I would say that we had the trees everywhere. And if you just look at these countries, they've deforested.
There was giants of some sorts of renown.
I just think it was just us as we were, but you cut all the trees down. You get rid of all the oxygen.
Human consciousness was probably like existing within those larger giants.
Well, absolutely. I mean, water. They retain water. They retain water, and water retains consciousness. So I mean, when you cut them all down, that created the amnesia. And then
it's probably a consciousness that was way more in tune with nature and like.
Well, I mean, the golden age.
The giants.
There's a golden age. They
weren't they?
This is stuff we're studying right now, though, right? Like we're like trying to uncover the stuff from the golden age. I mean, all this tech comes from those eras, you know.
But the giants were the keepers of the knowledge, weren't they? They were supposed to be keepers of the knowledge. So the giants obviously were intelligent. They weren't great big dumb cyclopses that just went around eating sheep and stuff.
If you had a bigger brain, I think that you would think smarter. And what do they say about the people from the golden age, like their brain capacity? They say it was like something crazy. I forget.
Have you heard those? Have you heard those testimonies about the Gilgamesh giants and stuff going on when they went into Iraq, and they got apparently the story is they were keeping a giant, and if you got anywhere near it, the energy coming off the giant would just send you mad, and that must be the electromagnetic frequency coming off the giant because it's so much bigger than we are.
Yeah,
just operating at a higher frequency consciousness, or like just like vibrational frequency in general of a life form. That would make sense. That would like probably tie into the stories of them being like of the demigods and like the titans and all of that. Just that we were in those golden ages, a much higher dimensional, in unity, physical animal being, along with the spiritual, crystalline, light conscious being, and they're probably in harmony with each other.
I mean, absolutely, and that's what we call the natives these days. I mean, I hear everyone talking about original this or original that, blah 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 blah. I do agree there was originals and everything else, but I think a lot of what happened.
Everybody was originals. Everybody.
Well, I mean, everyone is an original.
Everyone's shamanic. They're alchemical, whatever you want to.
But I mean, but like like we know that there were civilizations 4,000 years ago that don't exist anymore. So those were the natives, and I just the term native irks me, man. I just don't like that term.
Absolutely, with what you're saying, right?
I'm not against it, isn't it? But like, I've heard the oral history before, like of the people that live in where I live at, and they're like, "Hey, we came to these lands, we migrated, and then everything was underwater." And it's like, okay, I thought you were the natives. So who lived underneath the water? I mean, who was here originally? And everyone wants to claim this and that. We obviously were all separated from where we originated at in the first place. So
yeah.
We've obviously our languages have been mixed, our cultures have been mixed, or whatever I don't even want to use the word culture, but things have been mixed.
But if we were to all do, I mean, I don't agree with the 23andMe thing, but if we were to all do a DNA comparison and analysis, we'd all find that we are mixed. We're all mixed race. Right. We've all got.
At this point, I think at this point.
And what about the elongated skulls and how different they are?
You're echoing.
Yeah, a little bit of an echo there, but yeah, the elongated skulls, because the capacity of them was bigger, wasn't it? There was more.
Well, you could put more energy. I mean,
more brains. You could get more brains in those skulls, basically.
More neural pathways. I mean.
But we have to stop thinking about brains as somewhere like I don't think that the brain is anything what they told us it was. The brain is just a transmitter, receiver, and processor. It processes the information, the data.
Well, we have three brains. We have three brains. We don't just have one. We have the brain in the stomach, the brain in the heart, and the brain in the head, and the vagus nerve that connects it all. And they clearly communicate with each other.
That's a trinity right there, isn't it?
That is the trinity. That's what I talked about last time. Like, I tell everyone when Tesla says, if you want to understand the universe, 369, blah, blah, blah. when I started healing, the first thing I learned is I had a omega imbalance and just deficiencies in general, and you eat omega 3s, 6s, and 9s, ironically, and most people in America, they have high omega 6 diets and they eat no omega 3s or they eat no omega 9s, but everyone's out of balance because of this. And you're supposed to find this center and find this balance. And to me, that's what it truly represents. And the universe, in my opinion, is inside of you, not what they tell you what it is. And you know, like
it's inner space, not outer space, man.
But in my opinion, like my opinion is different than everyone else. And my opinion is we are actually in that inner space here in this 3D world. And that's what we are here. And we're supposed to repair this place and fix this place and come together and work together and do all these things. But instead, there's just divisions to make sure that doesn't happen. And you know, like if you put 50 minds together, you create a real supercomputer. Because I don't think computers are as smart as they want to claim they are. But or AI.
Me neither.
Everyone wants to give like AI all this credit and like fear the AI. I'm just fuck you, fuck the AI. You know what I mean?
It's artificial. It's right there in the name. They say it. It's
original.
right there.
It can never be as good as the creator's version. So, you know, at the end of the day, like miss me with that bullshit. You know?
Yeah, I'll do it. I agree with that, man.
Yeah, and you know, I think a lot of people are stuck on the wrong information, or they're looking for different things. And you know, I think that you have to heal the mind, body, and spirit. So you need to find that 3-6-9 balance in multiple different ways, even in your head, even in the physical, even in the, you know, spiritual. And that's what we're doing here.
About
in my
balance,
opinion,
isn't it?
in my opinion, we're here to learn, and this is a master learning school, and we're all students, and we're here to just learn and just you know, it'd be easier if we helped each other, or we could just, you know, keep going the way we keep going. And you know, it's just really important to me that people, if they realize if everyone healed, if you healed in the inside in your gut, it would change your outer world. And that's why I even come online just to talk about this stuff. I mean, I just healing. It's a journey that I went through. Where I was diagnosed with an incurable disease that, you know, you're never going to be able to do this again and walk again and do all these things. Well, that's all nonsense. And I just started, you know, just researching and figuring all this stuff out. And that's the biggest thing I learned was that 3-6-9 balance and keeping the body in balance. And that's what just led me to all these other things. And once I started balancing my body, I just started to be able to tap into the source. And then this stuff just starts flowing to me. I'll start talking about it, and the next day, 3 days later from now, someone makes a video on it. And I'm like, dude, I was just telling you guys about this. And it's not like, I feel like part of it is the intuition that comes from the brain in your stomach. That's your gut. Trust the gut. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. The only like the.
I agree with.
There's a dangerous point though, where there's a thing where there is a time when you don't trust your gut though, because your gut's being told by your brain in your head, and the brain in your head
it's your gut resonating with you when it's talking to you, right? It's like you got to feel the resonance. But 100%, I get like the connection of that gut feeling being that Trinity connector to like the mind, body, soul, consciousness.
Well, I mean, if you're eating bad food all day,
your spirit talking to you or the universe talking to you. But you have to be in tune with yourself enough to figure out the resonance of, is it saying to go for it or is it saying to avoid it? Because it's saying something to you.
Well, think about everyone eating all this bad food and they're getting these heavy metals, and that's interfering with the gut and the thought process, and it's creating Alzheimer's and it's creating all types of different things. And if you healed the gut and you healed everything inside, then all the processes of your body will work at its full potential. If you were giving your body everything it needed to grow at its full potential, then it would, and you would be you would never be angry or any of those things. You would be able to be in more control of yourself, and that's really what I've got from all this. You know, it's like
the thing is
self-mastery.
we know you can see why it's so important. Sorry, mate, but you can see why it's so important because they focus so much. They have focused so much on telling us what to eat and when to eat, and then all the chemicals that they put into that food.
And how many meals you eat a day? You have to eat these 3 meals: breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
3 meals a day. Yeah.
But this is the word. Breakfast. It's break fast. You're breaking the fast, and most people before they knew in all these different religions, like, hey, you don't eat until like noon, till night or whatever. It was like just a common knowledge thing, and what do they call that now? Old wives' tales, or no? What do they call it? There's another term for it. But does it matter?
It is like old wives' tales, but like
wives' tales. You got it.
Right, but they're like that's like just that's like an old wives' tale. That doesn't work. Like that natural medicine you want to use, that's not going to help you.
It's not the truth. It's not how the Farmer's Almanac. That's a myth. That's hocus pocus, right? Is what you're trying to state there, David.
Yeah. Whereas the Farmer's Almanac is actually one of the best things that you can use. They're very accurate. Farmer's Almanac.
It's based on astrology. In astrology, the stars are in fixed positions; they don't change. So it's like it's real easy to predict futures and past.
Moving, but they don't change. Exactly.
Yeah, they don't change though. So, and end of the day, like, when you tune into that, like you start tuning into like, hey, this energy is going to come in this day or that day or whatever, and maybe this is not the best day to plant or the best day to sow a seed or the best day to plant.
When you look at, like, for the last week, Jupiter, Saturn, and Venus have been in alignment for the last week and making the same path across the sky.
Yeah,
and the energy that I feel has been noticeable.
For my sign, it's like real intense right now.
Yeah, dude, I've been in the last 3 days.
Same galactic plane, I must admit. Like, it's always postured me because I'm so far up north here in Canada.
My astrologist has been
so far in the south. There in New Zealand or Australia, you are, Richie?
No, I'm in Tenerife, so I'm off the west coast of Africa, not far from the equator.
Cool.
Yeah, man.
That's dope. Fucking right.
Yeah, we're not far from a volcano.
It's like, how are they all in that same plane area? It's crazy.
The thing is, Bernie, this is like the biggest the biggest problem that I've got with the whole space story. You know, that we're traveling through space at so many miles an hour, 256,000 miles an hour, whatever it is. But the stars have never changed. They've always been in the same place, and it doesn't make sense to my brain that they haven't moved in 2,000 years.
Or they're actually in a 24,000 year cycle.
24,000 Kali Yuga, the Kali Yuga cycle.
12 up, 12 down. That grand cycle, the Kali Yuga.
Yeah, Kali Yuga, or the great. They call it the Great Year. Yeah, they call it all kinds of things.
Yeah, which is that's the Mayan calendar, isn't it?
Yeah, the Bash.
Well, I mean, it's not just the Mayans though. I mean, it's multiple cultures over time with the same measurement of that time.
The Chinese particularly, they've got a whole massive grand measurement of time, huge cycles that they work with.
Yeah, but I mean, no offense, I just don't. I mean, I hate to say these things. I don't hate anything. I just like saying these things. I think that was tapped in from some more ancient wisdom that was from the same lands before the Chinese. No offense to anyone that's Chinese or anything like that. Just I think that stuff existed way before all that, and it's all been adopted.
One thing's for sure, right? And nobody can deny this. Absolutely nobody can deny this. We're being hoodwinked, man, big time.
Oh, absolutely.
We've all been hoodwinked. We're just all wandering around now like, what the fuck's going on? I was talking to somebody about it earlier today about how it's like, hear this bell that's ringing, but none of us can work out exactly where the bell is coming from. And we're all trying to find the same bell, but it sounds different to different people. And, you know, we're all going on different journeys, but we're all trying to find it's the same source that we're trying to find. All we want is that bell of truth. We just want to know what's going on. It's like, I don't want to invest in anything at all other than the truth. I'll invest myself in the truth, and that's it. So many things that have distracted and divided us, like we were saying earlier about the division.
We're divided on so many levels, and like I'm just as guilty of it as other people. And the key is to recognize the patterns so you can break them. And once you could recognize them, they can't trick you anymore with that same nonsense, you know.
Yeah.
And I tell everyone, you have to remember, every day you wake up in a new day, you have a new chance, a new everything. And that past, you could just let it go. It doesn't matter. You could dwell on that. There's no point for that. Focus on the present.
That's and letting go. That's one of the hardest lessons.
Let go, transmute that energy.
Let go.
Transmute that energy, whatever it is. It doesn't matter if it's love, hate, whatever. Transmute it into what you need it for the moment. And everyone's saying they're tired. Use that energy right now. You could tap in unlimited energy at any time.
That's how you change history. Like you can't change what's happened, but you can change how you feel about it, or like your perception of it.
Perspective of it. Yeah.
If you change your perception of it and your perspective, try and see it from a different perspective, a different angle. Change your perception, and then that helps you understand it better. And then that changes how you feel about it.
Well, just to deal with it, and that's part of the processing of it. Like sometimes you have to just face on and deal with it, transmute it, do whatever you do, and move forward.
Or be able to say, do you know what? Never gonna know. Never gonna know. I'm just gonna have to go from here on, and that is just gonna have to be a question mark. That's just some
Well, you'll get all the answers eventually. I mean,
yeah, exactly. Just know
a lot of times, some of the answers, they're not meant to be answered because you're supposed to focus on the lessons at hand and the things you're here meant to learn, and people are focusing on all this other stuff, and it's just a distraction. Like you're talking about the flat Earth. It's like that's cool. I'm not criticizing any of that or any of those people, but it's a distraction. And at the end of the day, we've all came to that conclusion at one point. Like we all saw the research. We're all like, yeah, it's flat, and now it's this. Now it's what it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
At the end of the day,
that's what I was trying to say, mate. That's what I was trying to say in the
in the chat. I saw that. I was typing in there under another name, also.
Yeah, it was because it's exactly that. It's distraction and division. So in that respect, it's a psyop that the information was released. Look, everybody, look at this. Hey, look. And then create the
everyone gets the information from the same source. It all comes from the internet. Who controls the internet? So I mean, how much of it is planted and how much of it is authentic? And I'm not going to criticize any of these communities because every one of these communities gets together and they put their brains together and they reveal way more than is originally introduced to them.
Like making observations. So many people making observations, recording it on camera, recording things that they shouldn't be able to see on camera that they can clearly see. That all proves a certain thing. But the only thing that it proves is that what we've been told is a lie. It doesn't actually prove a new paradigm. It's like people are desperate to jump from one box into another box, straight from the globe paradigm into a flat Earth paradigm, which has to have limits to it. It's like, so where's the edge? And what's the position in space?
But the limits are
all these questions that come up.
Well, the limits are the imagination, and that's kind of what they're doing here. Is they're making the conclusion for you, so you don't think, and they're putting that in your brain. And this is what most people don't get: is they tune into these trusted faces. They're like, oh yeah, I trust the science guy or whoever it is, and then everything he says, they just take as a fact, and then the brain doesn't need to think about it ever again. It just puts it away and files it away as solved. Mystery solved, you know what I'm saying? And then that's why they put so much content out, and that's also why they do so much damage. Or I'm not going to say they, but you might see so much damage control or whatever, or that's part of it. And then they come out and they assign that group a name or some type of whatever, and then people go, I don't want to be associated with that type of group.
They
But I also
create a
feel like,
label.
yeah, I also feel like for yourself, you're creating a label. If you want to call yourself a flat earther, be my guest. I mean, I think I'm multi-talented. I wouldn't want to be just that. I would want to be everything. And
I'm quite vehement about that. I'm not a flat earther. I deny the globe model that's been taught to us, but I'm not a flat earther. I believe in a realm. I think this is a realm. I think right at the moment, right at this moment in time, because of the amount of consciously aware people that are focusing on it, and each one of them has their own perception. Right? Each one of them has their own perception of what it is. And those perceptions do conflict with each other. So at the moment, this Earth is all of those things. It's concave. It's a globe. It's a flat pizza dish. It's on the back of a turtle.
It is whatever the collective is thinking it is. And if the collective is divided, then it's going to be both realities are going to be true. And that's what a lot of these people are talking about, the split right now. And I think that's the split. That's the division is the split, and it's just division. I don't think the split is good. Like I was thinking about it earlier, like imagine if the split happened tomorrow and you got stuck with all the good people and all the bad people left, but then you realize like the bad guy was your neighbor and he's your friend, or it's like your really good friend that hasn't woken up yet and hasn't got to that level, hasn't got to that stage, and you're helping that person grow and you're growing together and it's a community thing. But once the division happens, then that person is never going to make it now. And then you're like, oh man, now I'm stuck with all these people. I don't even know anyone. I want to be with these people like I care about and whatever.
Dude, I think when that happens, well,
I think it's already happened. I think
everybody's finding their soul tribe, aren't they? Like there's groups of people that are finding each other and connecting. And finding making friendships with people as if they've known each other. Say again.
We obviously all connected here for a reason.
We're all. I think it's a massive soul tribe thing. It's like we're all. I wrote that song called The Originals. It was just because I think that all of us that are here, looking at this and asking these questions, and have our minds open to the possibilities, and have so much resonating with us, it's because we were here, or the souls that we're carrying.
Been here on repeat in a what you call it, reincarnation system.
Yeah, but I think that it could even go as deep as that there's a lot of us that have got the same higher self. Maybe there's only how many higher selves are there? Like I don't believe in God as one entity. Certainly not the biblical God. I don't believe in that type of a creator. I believe that it's possible that it's a consciousness that we
it's
can't.
Like a fractal,
I'm not even able to perceive it.
Right, Rich?
Yeah, you're not able to comprehend it.
Universal consciousness and like different fractal realms of consciousness within itself, sort of thing. That's exactly what resonates with myself too.
Yeah.
It's like I am God, but so are you.
Yeah.
And then there's higher gods of consciousness of creation.
What is the higher God? Electromagnetism.
That's
what governs all of this.
Of it, right? Like,
well, I mean, that's what governs all this. That's what governs our ability to be in these forms.
It governs the physical, but it doesn't. So, but it doesn't govern. But it doesn't govern the spiritual. So it's all that is a tool, isn't it? The electromagnetism is a tool used by whatever the creative energy is.
You're bang on with that analysis, Richie. And also it doesn't cover like the conscious side either, right? The spiritual or the conscious dimensions of this physical reality. And that's what the electromagnetism does. That's a beautiful way of saying it. That's actually what is covered in it, but what's also missing at the same time.
Mm.
Calistoga, I'm just trying to get this thing going for you. I saw you were out of smoke, so I'll get real high vibrations from this and I'll send them to you telepathically, my friend.
Who's that to?
Calistoga replied. It's somebody that I just like, like it's probably someone that's been around in the chat for a real long time, and just like maybe about a month or two ago, I noticed that person, and they're always dropping a lot of good gems. There's a lot of people that I notice on in the chat that contribute, that have a lot of pieces, like 17 Joy, even Green Fingers. I'm not trying to disinclude any of you, because all of you guys that are attracted to this all came with your puzzle pieces. And I love to see what you guys have to share. It's definitely amazing. I'm watching though, like as I'm listening to the videos, I'm watching the chat because there's so many gems being dropped. It's like, wow, I forgot about that. Wow, let's tune into that again.
Yeah.
Calistoga's a 57-year-old deadhead from Indiana. All right, cheers.
Yeah, but what's a deadhead, man? That sounds like
the Grateful Dead. The music band. They go into the tours and stuff like that. And I think they also go. They follow Fish. Some of these guys. It's a different type of band. It's a real gnarly experience from my understanding. One of my friends that's into it travels around to all these places and follows these bands and has all these wonderful experiences. And they play like these, like the Dead plays like 30-minute songs and shit like that. Like.
Yeah.
I'm not really super familiar. I know a little bit. Like I'm not super familiar, but I think it's rad.
What's
I think
that pipe organ?
The what?
I'm kidding. I just randomly jumped in and had. Pipe organ.
Oh, we're talking about the Dead. Someone in the chat, and I think this is Campbell's chat I'm in right now.
Nice. Yeah. So I got the Stream Deck thing.
Yeah, he's saying live improvising type. Well, he said something else, but type music.
Exactly.
Freestyle, whatever you want to call it.
Streams
I think you would really appreciate it being, like I've heard some of your songs, and I've heard some of the songs that you put on YouTube and stuff like that. I feel like you just built those things out like right then and there. You must write them really quick.
Yeah. 2 hours.
Hey, look at the chat. It's getting spammed again. You're gonna have to remove the fucking web chat.
Right, that same one. I wonder if that's the same like group of individuals that like actually came on and put that pedo bullshit on and got my channel blocked.
It could be also one of those things that it just attacks all live channels in general because Robert
Greenfingers was saying that bot probably does, but I'm saying like for the live, when it was live and they were coming on, it was actually like people that were behind it that showed themselves.
I didn't see it. I didn't see it because I get on my cell phone.
I didn't let it get that far by that point. I didn't let it get them to even show. The only time anything actually showed was the first time, and it's like it was hacked in a way that it wasn't showing. They weren't showing their emblem with the porn on my screen, but it was still able to show to all of the audience. And it's like I'd never seen that before. And it was Callum that made me aware of it, and that's the only way that they had gotten through.
He's saying it's on. Oh yeah, Greenfingers was saying they're doing the same thing to his live stream as well. Also, his community. I think it's a cannabis community. I'm not really sure what his channel is, but please post it. Maybe Bernie could repost it
and
for
is
you.
it the webcams chat that's doing that specifically, or the actual people coming on and exposing their little tiny winkies and sharing pedo porn for 15 seconds at a time, trying to get you sabotaged, and then all of a sudden your channel gets fucking terminated sort of shit, or just that webcam? Because the webcam group, they're all over like the crypto YouTubers as well and stuff. They're regular. I'm just speculating. Was it them, or was it someone else?
Or are they all the above? Is that the AI? Is that the whoever? I mean,
I would always choose D, or if it was like E, all of the above.
Yeah, all the above. Yeah, always. I'd be like that. Like he's
choice. I passed.
He works as a porn span in the daytime, but then he worked for the Navy doing fucking like going into forums and crediting shit, After he gets off that job, he goes over to his next job. He's an agent, and he's fucking
all of the above.
All the above, my friend. Calistoga Refried is saying that he actually passed at a Dead show. He fell off the top row of the bleachers. Wow.
I just read that.
you were born again. So are you Calistoga refried number 2? I'm really into the being born again, but like not in the way of maybe that you would hear it through some type of, they call it a religion or whatever. That's not what I mean. But I think that a lot of us are waking up and remembering and we're being born again. And I think part of that process has to do with detoxing and other things, but one day I'll explain
Right?
more.
You can't be toxic if you want to
if you want to ascend
any
or do
success in
anything.
life with anything, you just can't be toxic. So you got to detox
Yeah,
if you're too heavy in those heavy metals. That's rule number 1 with any alchemist. You start giving heavy
absolutely.
metals too much
You respect them.
accumulation, you're off
You better
balance. You
respect
are
them.
going to die of heavy metal poisoning right away.
Yeah, you got to know what you're doing. When I first started taking the mono, the gold version of it, actually, I think I started taking I started making and taking colloidal silver. Are we supposed to talk about that, or is that a subject?
Yeah, yeah, that's what I talk about. Absolutely.
But I mean, are we supposed to talk about ingesting it?
Oh, yeah. No, I guess that's a huge disclaimer of you have.
I'm just talking hypothetically. If I would have taken this,
if you're taking the wrong
these
stuff, you're
substances,
literally going to kill yourself. So don't
yeah.
do it.
But what that's what I'm really trying to say is what Bernie's pointing out. If you take the wrong stuff, it could really hurt you. So like really like educate yourself and know what you're doing and know how to make it yourself. Don't just go to the website and buy it from
compounds and the intoxic pure plasma state, and that's the biggest one.
I wanted to bring this subject up earlier because someone else was talking about it. That they were getting monatomic gold from the seawater earlier in the chat. I noticed it like about an hour ago.
Cans, right? And that can turn out to be highly toxic if the
that could be toxic, especially in this day and age.
Area, right?
That,
then you're
that might have
amplifying all of those toxins, putting them into you.
Well, that might have been something like thousands of years ago or hundreds of years ago, whatever you want to call it. But I would say not anymore.
But not now. Not now. Yeah, exactly. Maybe back when the water was clean.
Or if you live like in Antarctica.
Exactly.
Maybe like, it's probably all good right there because like you can't even bring.
Right now, it's like anywhere in Asia, you're just Fukushima. Anywhere in the Pacific, like if I went out to Vancouver, it'd be Fukushima that you're getting straight out of that. Sadly, that disgusting accident. Hopefully, some sort of those white hat conspiracies is true, and there's actually someone cleaning it up. But I don't know if I can quite believe that one yet. It's a bloody tragedy. It's like that's what happens when you're breaking down with the law. I won't even get into that rant.
Yeah. I don't want to start talking about any subjects of that or whatever. I just wanted to talk about that because someone mentioned the seawater earlier, and I had really seawater permits.
I'm just going to be walking between laptops here for a couple of minutes, so
okay.
I'm going to mute myself out and just let you guys talk. Sorry for interrupting that.
Oh no big deal. I've made seawater ferments and a lot of different stuff for my gardens in the past, and that's real easy. I mean, it's really just like putting seawater in a 55-gallon drum and sealing it airtight type of deal.
What do you think about distilling seawater?
What?
What do you think about distilling seawater?
They do it. I mean, I actually know a guy that works for a place that does do it. I think that they've always done it. I don't think it's new technology or anything. But I also don't think that the ocean level was as full as it is now. I think it was a little bit lower before. Someone's phone?
Are we down to Richie temporarily, or is that David's phone? Richie's phone?
Yeah, I'm still here. Is that your phone? You probably got disconnected with his Wi-Fi. Let's see. Yeah, so that's what the refried on the end of your name is, Calistoga. Okay, so instead of number 2, refried. I like that. I never, I always thought it was weird. Like people were like, he's so and so the second or the third, like being like a third generation or whatever. But this guy, Mojave Desert. Isn't there supposed to be Egyptian ruins in the Mojave Desert in a bunch of places as well, and one of them was supposedly like a movie site or something like that. Supposedly they built it for a movie, but more than likely they just filmed it there. That's how they explained it away, or whatever, or whatever. In the 4th. Rolled the joint too tight. I have a joint roller, so just gotta get it to burn a little bit better. Oh, you're the 4th. I'm not talking shit about it. I just always thought it was like weird how people consider themselves like that. No, I would like to get more in depth with it because I have a bunch of research on the subject about the seawater and all the stuff and just water in general, structured water, and the technology just being the building, just the way the building was built, the way the water poured is the technology sometimes, and a lot of people can't see that, or just think that's just wild talk or whatever. But Campbell was showing the other night, he was showing like one of these sites, Bernie would probably know what it's called, and it was like these stepstones going down, and they're like, what did they use this for? And I'm like, dude, the whole time I'm like on the other side, like structured water. They use that for structured water. That's how they structured the water. That was to structure the water. And they had all these speculations, like it was for this. It's like a acoustic, and I'm sure it is. I'm sure it has like the perfect acoustic everything, but the building is the tech. Robert, what do you guys talk about on your channel? And Bernie, is Richie trying to get back in maybe? Or he might be outside. Yeah, I've done some Vortex. I built a bunch of like Vortex tea brewers and different Vortex systems before, and I've just had more success. And like when I brew a tea and I look at the microbes underneath the microscope after 24 hours, I just see way more activity in a system that I built that's just like a PVC little thing that works with a pump. And basically what it does is it sucks the water off the bottom of a barrel or a bucket or whatever, and it just splashes it back in. So it just has, as the water splashes, it spirals down, and then it oxygenates the water because it's just constantly circulating, constantly moving. I know like a lot of like the people talk about and a lot of those big Vortex brewers, they're just too hard to clean. Like if you build like some 350-gallon one, you're trying to like do a whole hemp field or something like that. Crazy. That's what I got more into the magnets. And magnets is not a new technology in agriculture. They like a lot of these big companies that do big watering systems for big farms and stuff like that. They know all about this stuff. It's been going on for a long time. It's pretty common knowledge, actually. Oops, it's just me.
I'm just, I don't know if anyone could hear me. Oh. That's a nightmare about being on the line.
Not sure what quite happened there. It looks like we're still live, but everyone was kicked out of it. Well, what happened?
Oh, my back. I don't know. It took me to a screen and it was just me.
What? Sorry, say again. What happened?
It just took me to a screen and it was just me, so I just refreshed it.
Huh? Weird.
I was talking about magnets with Robert and water technology, how I got away from some of these vortex systems because they were just too big, and next thing I know, I was on this other screen.
Huh. Very interesting. Well, please do continue.
I kind of Robert was mentioning vortex systems, and I was just mentioning I had built a bunch of them,
Gotcha.
and they're just really hard to clean and maintain and stuff like that. And like the ideal thing that I would like to do in the future is like actually on the land build like a stream that goes down and has the levels where they drop to get oxygenated, and then get a bell casted and try to put a certain frequency into the water with the bell.
Yes, that absolutely.
That's really like the ultimate goal, I would think. And then, but where's that source of water going to come from? A well? I mean, that's a possibility, but sometimes well water is not the best, depending on your location. But
so,
yeah.
Like eating my food in between here.
It's okay. Okay, I'm just looking at the chat because I was like, before I was talking with these guys and they're talking about.
Most definitely. So yeah, I'm got my mouth stuffed here for a moment. If you don't mind continuing on with some questions and engaging the community, because you are all lovely, awesome, beautiful souls.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys are great. Yeah, but I mean, there's many things you could do. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I want to just build it like how they used to build it. Like, we see the evidence everywhere how they used to build these water systems and what they looked like, and there's blueprints for them all over. Like, it's not hidden. Just people don't realize what they're for. They go, "Oh, this is a coliseum." Like, no, it's not a coliseum, bro. All the dirt and the charcoal on the bottom was to filter the water, and then it went to their other systems and stuff like that. And then people are like, "Well, what do you mean?" Rolling up. Nice. All right, we got another Isabella speaking emoji language. All right, I like the emoji language. It's my new thing. Bernie's eating. How many people are watching? 80 people? You guys must be bored. What time is it? Where's everyone located at? It's 2:40 in the morning for me in Los Angeles, California. It's dark outside. Cold. Maybe like 60 degrees. Probably not cold for you, but cold for Southern California. Did that shit stop fucking? Oh, Robert's SoCal also. Nice.
Oh, that was delicious.
Coachella Valley. My friend lives out your way.
Oh, nice.
He says it's really cold at night.
Oh, it's freaking freezing here already. It's like there's a couple inches of snow and it's like -6, -7 right now.
I forgot to tell you. I talked with one of my artist friends that transitioned from being a full-time like graphic designer, traditional designer type guy into NFT market.
Nice.
And he said that he would come on whenever, and we could book him for a slot, like maybe like an hour or maybe 45-minute conversation. But he has his own group. He has a group of other people that do NFTs, like it's a whole collective or whatever.
Yeah, and I'd like to try to turn that even into like a weekly segment with him if it went well.
I'm not sure about that because of his availability and stuff like that. But I mean, I could ask him. But I definitely told him about it, and he said he was definitely interested in doing the talk.
Awesome, even as a startup.
He's one of those guys. He's like, any exposure is good exposure, and I'm like, yeah, they have an audience. people are interested. People are
Well,
already trading.
I've got over 500 artists on my Facebook alone that like every single one of them, like that's a whole new economic path for them that or bridge for them that could be the most important video I ever make for their lives.
Well,
and
I've told them, and I've told them, and I know that you're just trying to get back online and get your stuff structured. And
oh, exactly. I know it's like I've been doing a lot of the research and whatnot, so it's like I've almost finalized it now, but I definitely, before I pull the trigger of which layers and blockchains I start publishing on, get his final opinion of what he's found the most easiest and what he's using, and see what he's doing and whatnot.
Yeah, I don't do any of that stuff, but my friend, like he's really successful at it. I mean, he has a lot of information about it. He's told me a lot of stuff, and I really could talk about it, but I really just prefer to just get him to come on. And I had sent Otto my email, and I told him to share it with you, so I'm sure you'll get it in the next couple of days or whatever. Because I guess he has your new one or whatever, or this one or whatever you got now. There he is.
Hey, sorry, man. I got a phone call.
It's all good. I heard the phone ringing. I thought that was Bernie's.
Yeah, I got the phone. I didn't. It's really weird. I've gone into like some sort of time warp.
Haven't we all?
I thought it was like 12:30, and it's only 20 to 11 in the morning.
2:40 a.m. here.
Nice. You're running slow as opposed to fast. Like I'm always late. You're early, Rich. Attaboy.
Yeah, it's quite nice, man. I'm like, oh, sweet. It's still 20 to 11 in the morning. That's like still got the rest of the day, man. It's beautiful. But yeah, my sleep pattern has been completely just. I've been sleeping so much over the last 3 days. The last 3 or 4 days, it's been ridiculous the amount I've been sleeping during the day, at night, just sleeping for like 6 hours, 5 to 6 hours at a time, and then waking up for a short period, and then going back to sleep for another 5 to 6 hours, waking up, going back to, and it's been like that for the last 4 days.
That's like the body recharging or like fighting something off, or you know. Like,
I don't feel like I'm fighting anything off. What?
Yeah, but you don't know what's going on in the inside though. Sometimes.
Well, what if it's dream work? What if I'm doing something in my dreams?
Well, absolutely, you're doing that too.
You're in Portal Land, that'll suck you in every time.
What's that? What was that, Bernie?
Suck your consciousness in every time. Like you got that dream, like ongoing adventure in some other dimension. It's like it's gonna keep taking you there.
Yeah, man. Well.
Definitely.
What have you learned? What have you learned with all that time? I mean, are you using that dream time wisely, or do you like?
I don't remember
do
my
rituals,
dreams.
or do you connect somehow or anything?
So I don't remember any of my dreams at all.
Ever?
No, it's just voids when I go to sleep and then I wake up. I go to.
What? Can I ask you what wakes you up though?
Couldn't tell you. I don't know. I just wake up.
I mean, like there's just eyes open. You're up.
Yeah.
No, I mean, some people like they say like when I ask that question, they say like they hear knocking, or they hear the phone, or they hear like these things like that. That's why I'm asking.
I don't remember hearing anything. I just remember waking up and like particularly over the last 4 days, it's been really disorienting because.
Did you ever remember your dreams?
Yeah, before my car accident, I did.
So do you think there's like some trauma that you haven't processed?
Oh, there's definitely there's definitely trauma that I remember. There's physical.
I mean, I'm not saying mental. I mean, it could be physical too. You know what I'm saying?
There's physical and mental trauma that I experienced that it's still been blocked. I'm still blocked from remembering it in my conscious.
You should talk to Callum Wilkinson about that. Like he definitely could guide you on a good path for some stuff. Yeah, but to help get through some of that stuff.
But I think that's what the last 20 years have been. the last 21 years have been me working through that stuff.
Oh yeah, absolutely too, though. Absolutely.
So I think without knowing it, without knowing how I've done it, I've dealt with that.
Your subconscious is doing it.
Well, the subconscious is driving, isn't it, all the time? The subconscious is.
Yeah, but I mean, it's working it out. Like you're saying, you're somehow working it out. Well, it's happening in your everyday choices that you make, I think, and you're dealing with it at whatever pace, like the pace that you need to deal with it. I would assume.
It's been I mean, all I know is that the professionals were absolutely no help at all to me.
Yeah, I don't think they would
at all.
I wouldn't go that route, but I just tell everyone a lot of times it's just about recognizing a lot of it and dealing with it. And there he is. Hey, you should jump on with us, Callum. We're talking about transmuting trauma and stuff like that. You're just in time. I was just literally dropping your name, and Richie was saying that he's been dealing with this stuff for about 20 years on his own, maybe with his subconscious mind.
I posted it. If you want to jump on, Cal. No pedos.
No pedo.
I think Richie, I think we're all dealing with traumas, and I think a lot of people have been assaulted in many ways, visually, through frequency and all types of stuff. So
we've all been MK Ultra, man, to a degree. We've all been.
Oh, absolutely, and some of us more than others. Some of us directly in the program, and some of us all. I mean, everyone has, and I'll tell you why. It's if you think about what it's based on the flashing lights and the frequencies. And what is a television? Flashing lights and frequency. What is your cell phone? Flashing lights and a fucking frequency. So absolutely, you're right. Everybody has, but at different levels at different times. And some people, they know the human mind really well, and they know how to do it, to attack it and attack you and many.
They know how to manipulate it, definitely.
They manipulate it, but
they spent a lot of time. They spent a lot of time sort of looking into that in the Second World War, in the First and Second World War.
I think that they've had the information for a real long time. I think it's even deeper than that. I mean,
yeah.
I'm looking at this guy's comments. He's saying the agents are much closer than you think, Bernie, dear brother. Watch the video back and see who laughs when you mention blah, blah, blah. They come to derail.
Oh, wow.
I mean, so that's either me or Richie, obviously.
Gosh, that's just ridiculous.
What's that? They're saying that me.
Any of the actual.
He's saying, should I go back and watch the stream again? And he's saying that some of us, when we talk about the subject, are here to derail it, but we were all present during when it all happened. So if we're the derailers, how could that be? I was live on the video with Callum and I think Bernie and somebody else. So I mean,
I'm pretty sure
that's awesome of you if you suspect me.
Little tiny little.
Oh wait, I mean this is the real peace sign. I did this one. I didn't mean victory. I meant peace. I meant peace, not victory. I didn't mean this. This is a bad habit. I meant peace. There's no agents. There's no signs being shown here in any way. Thank you, though. Thank you for the consideration.
Oh, dear.
Hey, what's up?
Do you know what? I fancy hot chocolate.
I love that hot chocolate. Richie, so you're off the coast of Africa, like close to like the southern or the south.
Yeah, he's born in North Africa, right?
No, I wasn't born there. My granddad.
Your grandfather.
Yeah, my granddad. Yeah.
He did tell me that.
He was Algerian, but yeah, it's off the west coast, the sort of southern.
Oh, the west coast. Nice. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
I guess I was thinking
No, what's the island off there? Madagascar. I was thinking
Madagascar.
Right?
Yeah. I'm not sure where Madagascar is, man.
My mom's actually been to like Ghana and Sierra Leone a couple of times, and she's a partner in a nonprofit.
I would like to go to Ghana.
Sierra Leone and Ghana as well.
I don't like to talk about my personal life, but I went to college with a guy, and his dad was an ambassador of Ghana. He's there from Ghana, and he told me so much about it and showed me all these pictures of it, and I've always wanted to go.
Yeah, Ghana is a beautiful, beautiful country.
Isn't there like a lot of hidden tech there too, also?
Right? Africa hasn't even been touched for like the megaliths and like the
neither is Peru, really. Like they show the wrong ones.
Michael Tellinger.
Oh god, like Africa, there's got to be just the craziest stuff hidden everywhere.
Michael Tellinger looked into it, didn't he? Michael Tellinger just
he's like just scraping of it though, right? And it's like he shows that giant black pyramid down by Adam's calendar and stuff, but it's like they've never like even like driven up to it, yet alone had like an expedition to investigate it or anybody, you know. And it's like, what the heck else is there? Like that thing was huge.
But you've got to think why as well. Why is that? Because surely it's not going to be that difficult. If you're in Africa, it wouldn't be that difficult to go and do it unless somebody's stopping you from doing that.
Well, where I went in Peru, was off the beaten path, like way in the middle of nowhere, and it was area they actually called it the Forbidden Zone. And I think we've heard that term throughout history in a lot of different areas. There's a lot of places that have been like we've been kept away from.
Isn't that true? And lots of them
or like it's radioactive. If you go there, you might die, or this or that. Like the fear story to get you to like never want to go there. To be like, I was talking to Callum, I think, about this last time. Like, hey, what's in the middle of Africa? Not Africa, Australia. And he was like, nothing. And I'm like, there's got to be something. He said it's hot, right?
Nothing you can see.
Nothing you can see. Right?
Well, I'll tell you what, there is in the mountains.
But you know how they talk about it though is like you couldn't survive there. Don't go there. You would never want to go there. It's like I think that's exactly where you want to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's all that mining up in the mountains there, isn't there? There's I forget who it was that was looking, and when she dug into it, it was Kelly, wasn't it, that was looking into it, and when she zoomed in, there was a mining company there, and it was a huge, great
operation. Yeah,
expanse of land that they had.
They're everywhere. They're everywhere. I find them all the time. I'm like, zoom in, zoom out. Zoom in.
I think that.
How big is this? You know, some you find too, which are entire islands. The entire island is a ginormous mine, and they own the entire.
I don't even think it's an island. I think it's a tree. That's why they get it, and they know what they want to mine. They just directly into the root.
Oh, that's interesting. Like a flat top, and that's all you'd see from.
Call it an island.
Yeah.
That is a very fascinating and plausible situation.
I mean, we've never seen the ocean drain, so how would you know what? Like we see these photos, but like it's the same thing about space. We see these photos of space, but they only show us what they want us to see. They never show us the whole.
See a lot of cartoons.
A lot of cartoons too, and
CGI.
Everyone, everyone's focused on looking up. Everyone's focused on looking up, like no one's looking under the sea ever.
I want them to just, look, just to basically, there must be some way that they can mount loads of GoPro cameras or something onto a rocket and to just launch it off into space and have the whole thing on camera. So you see
all the way around it, like how they film movies, like where it's like it captures all 360 degrees, 3D, whatever.
360. Yeah.
My friend had one of those setups, and the setup was so gnarly. It was like an actual photo studio, and it was it was all video cameras and photo, however he wanted to take it or use it. The rig was so big and so heavy and so gnarly to do that. That's probably why they don't do it, because they probably can't do anything to be stabilize on the outside of anything.
But haven't they
moving like a phallic object through the sky?
Dude, but haven't they designed all of these like super light metals and super light? They've surely they've tackled all of these design things, you know, to be able to do
absolutely, but that's not available for the general consumer, so they don't talk about it until it's like a consumer technology. They don't talk about it.
I just think it's hilarious. Like a rocket in the first place is just hilarious. Like,
it's a phallic symbol, like flying through the sky.
It's a very phallic symbol.
I mean, yeah, but
Jeff Bezos's rocket was just ridiculous.
How long have they been doing these rocket things for? Is that as far as we've come, really? Like when you think about it, where you just put a whole bunch of gas or a whole bunch of liquid blow up
helium
in a tube and light it. Like it's quite silly to break through.
That's just basically fireworks.
And the rockets.
Well, the technology hasn't evolved much, is what you're saying, right?
And go through the 1,000,000 G's on the way up and all. Yeah. Well, really, it's rockets, and that's how far do rockets go back?
And like oops,
fireworks and black powder, you know, and everyone's dazzled by the black powder, and they've used this black powder to mask people.
It's part of the illusion. Most people are under the illusion, and they are illusionists. I mean, I'm an illusionist as well. I mean, I think we all are in a sense.
Yeah, it's magic.
It's magic.
What's magic is unknown, you know. That's all I think about magic is whatever magic is, it's unknown to me. So it's magic. You know, and when you find out the trick and how it's done, it's not magic anymore. It's just what you know. So in that sort of sense, I'm always looking for magic. You know, that's my sort of mystery. That's my sort of journey, is finding the magic in life. What do I don't know? And in that sense, you have to be very clear about what you don't know as well. So all I go, like removing a belief or something, for me, it's like, oh, that's something I just didn't know. Now it's freed up the mystery, the magic to find out. You know?
Right. The illusion's gone now. Now you know the trick.
What are you doing? You're breaking those illusions one step at a time.
Yep. One spell at a time.
Yeah. So long as you have that, you know, it's truth. It's like you're talking about trauma before, but the biggest healer is truth. It's all about truth. If that's of high importance to you, personal truth, and joint truth, all truth. If that's very important to you, you will set your life up to find it, basically. Which means looking at yourself, you know, looking into the hard places, and putting effort in. I mean, that's where the effort in. You put effort into to expand something, to de-restrict it, you know, and then the energy can flow. But you had to put that energy in just for that initial burst.
To make the pathways to get around the blockage too.
Yeah. You have to put a bit of effort in to remove the blockage. But once it's gone, you're flowing. You've got more energy. You're flowing freer. You know,
your energy also hasn't dissipated. It's just trapped.
Focused. You can focus energy too. You know, restrict it, focus it. You know, playing with energy is great. But
you're the master of the.
It's the stuff we're unaware of.
You have the power.
Those things we're unaware of. You know, because that's the mystery for myself as well. I look into myself. I see traumas and stuff, and I work through them because I know, like, there's a reward at the end of it. You know. Every time that's done, you're just freeing up more energy. It's basically getting more of the soul into the shell, sort of thing. It's expanding awareness and expanding consciousness, because you are again releasing those restriction points. You know.
Yeah.
So once you massage them away, which takes a bit of effort, but once it's massaged, you're kind of set to zero again, right? Unless you do the same thing to restrict it again. So I look at a lot of the free energy.
I think they came back, Bernie. You probably got to ban them again.
Oh, you're joking.
No, not in the stream, in the actual chat.
Yeah.
Anyone that in can remove it. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah, I got it. He's listening. He's just like going into other rooms. I think he has his phone.
Between computers and got
I
it
think you got your
going on.
phone though, right? Like you can control it, right, from your phone.
Yeah, exactly. And I got a couple of different computers set
I'm
up
just
here.
I'm just looking at it because I have it on another device.
I
I have
appreciate
another
that.
device for those that think that I'm a spy, but here it is. It's just another device.
Me too. Me
Right?
too.
Just ridiculous. And then it's like, how does those channels not get permanently terminated ever? Yet,
Even the names are suggestive, aren't they?
right? And then it's like, how?
And they're supposed to have this marvelous AI system that goes
that
through it
same
and checks
name
it.
too, though, right? That name is like straight up. That name is porno, and then
Yeah.
it's like it keeps coming back time and time again. I've seen it like existing.
Well, I mean, you have to think that they
for like at least a year, and they still keep on coming back. And it's like, how come YouTube isn't able to terminate that sort of shit? Yet someone pops up for 5 seconds, and it's not even showing on my screen, and Callum has to tell me about it, and all of a sudden my channel's gone forever. Like, what the fuck?
It was so quick. That shit happened so quick. When you got that strike, I was like, "What?" Like, dude, that happened in like we were talking. He interrupted us.
No strikes. It was just straight axe, and they claimed they gave me strikes before the axe.
It was something that me and Callum were talking about. I wish we could go back and listen to that and maybe be more mindful on those subjects, because I think we were. I don't think we were mentioning any of these companies, or I generally don't do that. I'm not. I generally I refrain from mentioning any of these names because I'm not trying to give them any power.
Exactly.
I tend to keep it general. Like, if you just keep it general too, you're pretty covered. I mean, I know there's a lot going on at the moment, which is quite specific.
I mean, the reality is everybody knows what we're talking about now. You don't even need to say anything specific. You can just say that thing that we're not allowed to talk about. Really.
I wonder what he's talking about.
But there's no like. It'd be nice if they just gave us the list. Like, here's the list. Like, hey, these are the things, and we'd be like, all right, if you want to get your channel banned. But we say to be honest about their censorship.
Probably
when YouTube started, because remember when YouTube sold out, because before they sold out, it was a really, it was a good platform where you could share truth on it, and then they sold out to advertise in. And
432 Beats, it's a Crypto Alchemist, BurnEye's new channel. For those who haven't subscribed, I can't post the link because I'm not maybe Callum can. I don't have the reach.
Sure can.
Sorry to interrupt. Well, not sorry, but pardon me.
Bernie, link your new channel to Odysee. It automatically saves your content. So the thing is with Odysee,
don't you have to have 300? Don't you have to have 300 subscribers for that or something like that?
Yeah, that's the thing. You have to have, like, if you've got less than 5,000 subscribers, then you can only transfer a maximum of 400 videos.
That's a lot of fucking videos. Who really got 400 videos?
Dude, I've got 2,000 videos.
But you have like short videos, though, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of short videos on there, but my earlier stuff was longer. It's like there's a whole bunch of videos.
Hey, they're back. You got a bad deleted them.
Jesus, how are they managing it, man? Because the only way they can do that is by using a different account, just with the name changed.
Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Wait, hold on. It doesn't matter. I could mask my name to be whatever I want it to be. So could everybody else. I mean, you could even change your name just in your profile, and you could just keep changing it.
Yeah, but if your profile has been hidden, then changing the name won't matter.
Exactly.
The profile's hidden.
Yeah, but that's done from like an external source, like a server's doing it, or it's a program, and it probably has like millions of accounts or whatever. It could just keep cycling through per chat, And once you probably close this chat, they could probably also come back into this same channel and continue with the nonsense as well. I mean, are you permanently banning them?
All you can do is hide them.
Yeah, Yeah, see, so obviously someone pays YouTube to allow that to happen. I mean, YouTube is supposedly this big technology company, and they can't stop that bullshit. Yeah, right.
Yeah, well, like Bernie says, they can't stop that, but they can jump on something like literally a 5-second push, and they're on it straight away and taken off. I think the way that works, Bernie, is you have there are certain YouTube users that are granted special powers. So if they flag a video, the video is taken down straight away, rather than going to, rather than having to be flagged by a lot of people. It only has to get flagged by one.
Well, I mean, they're also just looking at the trends of the algorithms and stuff too. Like say this video says it has 80 people in it. How do we know it's not being broadcasted to 45,000 people in different countries?
That's a really good point too, David.
You know what I'm saying? Like at the end of the day, like I wouldn't trust any of the information. Like I don't think they're sharing any real information with you, because they might have to pay you a lot of money at some point.
Yeah.
But they're trying to find ways to cheat you out of it, like they try to cheat artists out of the MP3 money,
Yeah, they're showing that they're probably not. It's probably not even accurate what they're showing, but they only show the people that are signed in, and there's got to be hundreds of people that watch that just don't sign in. They watch through a browser.
I want to ask my friend. My friend actually wrote the analytics program that Google bought. Google bought their my friend's analytic program or whatever, like 20 years ago or something like that. But I want to ask him like in detail, because I think that they became employees maybe as well. I'm not sure. I forget. Maybe he won't tell me though. I'm not sure.
So
yeah, no, that's fascinating.
Back again. Look at that. Raw. Back again.
Yeah, back again. Quick.
Oops.
And I don't understand how they're able to spam it either.
How?
I don't understand how they're able to spam it, because if a normal person spams a message, YouTube stops it themselves. It comes up and says you're not. Like, you have to wait a minute.
Right?
Before you...
How are they beating the YouTube algorithms?
Well, they're not. I mean, they wouldn't even be able. I mean, it had to be a direct thing, like on their server, I would say. Chat is just sending packets. So, I mean, there is some manipulation that you could do, but I would say that's directly from the YouTube server. I could find out another time when I connect through a computer. I would like to see that happen again.
Is it in My Crypto Alchemist? No,
it's on Otto's channel.
Oh yeah, I can't do it on that.
No, I know, but one time I'll have to like route a computer and check it out. I mean, I'm just curious. I mean, at the end of the day, nothing we could do about it.
It can be from a lot of places, but when it just hits in like that, boom, 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 most likely bots or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, bots.
Oh, definitely bots.
Well, I mean, 70% of the internet is bots. So, I mean, I would assume, like, I don't know if you guys notice this. This is a subject I would like to talk about. I've been in like Otto's chat, for example, and I've typed a specific thing, and I've came back to another channel a day later, and word for word, exactly how I typed it, the same emoji, the same everything, another user is posting.
Really?
And yeah, I've seen crazy stuff. I've screenshotted a lot of it.
So that can quite easily be a bot too. They're very
well,
advanced.
I mean, it could be a bot, like a spider, like
it's a copy paste. Yeah,
copy pasting what I'm saying and then putting it into other chats.
Follow this user, copy all their chats.
Well, if you're ever like in a chat and you're just looking,
like actual
you'll see people will just say like,
it's like imitating you and like using it to, like.
Well, just think about this. The subjects we're talking about right now. Think about the video that's going on right now. Someone's going to come in the chat and go, the JFK thing was a hoax. And you're going to be like, why did you come in this room to talk about that? Like, no one here is talking about that, but you came in here to say that. And to me, that's a bot.
Yeah.
So out of context, and it's just like a random. like I think about it like too, because there is a chat going on to a certain degree where there's a bit of a
people
thread.
are following.
Yeah, and then there's the random. Some child walks into the room and yells something random and walks out, sort of thing. And that's how I kind of feel about it. It's like, oh, okay.
There's an element of like I think a lot of these are actually children. They're like 14-year-old boys going in and just having a little piss around because they know they can go in and get everybody's back up if they go in and say,
maybe though, but like
the returning one sort of thing, like the bot type or anything. But
maybe
I could for strikes, random strikes that like channels incur. Definitely teenage pranks, but then it's like. Then there's these weird.
No, what you've experienced.
Targeting
attacks. What happened to Bernie was because of something we were talking about. Me and Callum and Bernie. I don't know what we talked about, but we specifically went over a subject that was a sore subject, and that shit just started happening. It was worse than this. I mean, he's posted the link. They haven't tried to get in now, so I would say that this is something different. This is not the same. This is like a bot, and that was an actual person infiltrating, you know.
But look out!
It's
for
probably
bots
their
too.
bot. It's probably their bot that they've put
Absolutely.
Because they're out for persuasion as well. So you've got some which are out just to disrupt, but a lot of them are out there to persuade as well, and they can do a lot of that. And there are a lot of bots out there. It's amazing. Like you think about when talking about like an NPC or something, right? Like that.
Some of them are to like stir the pot though, to like get the argument started. It'd be like Trump is a jerk, and then it's like to get everyone off subject.
Remember, there's military agents in place as well. This is all. This is all open for anyone to see.
Okay, so what you guys are saying is, I say in, the dog wags its tail, and then you guys see in here, grab him by the kitty.
I'm not sure what I only heard the end bit of that.
I'm glad you got it. I'm glad it at least partly came through for you. That's
no, Yeah, but I don't know. I just noticed that like looking at chat a lot, like you see the same people, and the people that are really interested in engaging with the channel, they're generally talking about what the video is talking about. And like I even see Callum doing this. Like Callum's not talking to anyone; he's just commenting on the video as it's being spoken, or as it's being whatever. And I notice that all the time. He's not necessarily like directing it towards you or him or whatever. And then he's having his own other individual conversations. And I know some people come in the chat and they try to talk and they just get drowned out by everyone that knows each other. But a lot of us, like say in this community, we take the time to say like, hey, what's up, Brian Evans? And like now I always notice Brian Evans. And now Brian Evans is someone I see on multiple channels. I'm not trying to call you out for any reason, Brian Evans, but you're just a good example. I see your name on the
Andrea.
Brian.
Andrea 73.
But you know what I'm saying? Like these people that really want to participate, they don't just come out and go JFK and the bullet was magic. And you know what I mean? They're not really dropping those random comments like that. A lot of it is back again.
Absolutely. Oh my God. And there is once again webcam chat. I got to take a picture of it for Campbell because he can then
we're sending it to YouTube. Yeah. And tell YouTube like what's going on, bro.
Can we report it too? Is that something we can do?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to take a picture of it.
Yeah,
I'd report it.
I reported it for pornography and sexually explicit.
Yeah, but if you do that, then it's flagging. It's flagging Cam's channel.
Oh yeah, I got.
I didn't do it. I was just gonna do it, but I didn't.
Yeah, don't flag it that way. I'll do it
as spam.
Google.
Okay, I didn't do anything.
I get what you're saying. That's how you get the channel taken down, by flagging it.
Yeah.
So never ever flag it because that's how my channel got deleted, was by people flagging it or the algorithms flagging it. I said flag, not.
I get that now. Okay, that's a trap, isn't it? That's
a
trap.
Yeah. Well, that's how it's designed. Well, that's how it's designed. So they don't have to pay you if you really had those 40,000 views going on right now. They could just ban the video. You know,
I always think too, like in a chat, there's an environment. You know, it's an environment that's being set up. You know, and
it's a little ecosystem.
If it's a positive environment, usually a lot of that stuff just disappears. It's not even there. It's not even relevant. Like, I don't really see a lot of it.
Yeah,
you know,
but it's just recognizing the patterns.
That percentage that will always just, you know, and I see it too as a small percentage, and it's like, yeah, that's that sickness that still has to be, you know.
But have you seen people with your name chatting?
No.
I have. I've seen people with my name chatting.
I've seen people with my name chatting with the same stuff that I would type. And then I show up in the room, and then all of a sudden, all that just like it's just gone, silence.
Oh wow!
They just stop talking. Like all of a sudden, they're active, they're talking. I'm just observing, and then I just post one comment, and then not one more reply the rest of the stream or whatever. I'm just like, okay.
Yeah, well, like that can easily be a bot. Like it's just copy and paste. It's just copy and paste. You just
I'm telling you.
Put 1,000 accounts onto it and swap
if
over
I put
names.
50 emoji
copies all their things, repost them everywhere, boom, boom, boom. You can actually just build up.
Well, it's it's a duplicating bot, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of reasons people would do that. You know, to build up channels, to build up profile on channels.
Right, or to make them seem active, to make them seem like they have a community.
Sell those channels, whatever. Like, yeah, go through different names. Boom, there's so many things. You know,
I mean, YouTube channels is a business in itself, isn't it?
Well, yeah, because a lot of people pay for fake followers, and they also probably pay for people in live chat. Like right now, we have 80 people in live chat, and how many people are really engaging? 15 maybe. I mean, I'm just guessing.
Yeah, if that, man, if that.
And it's the same people. It's Fred. You know, I'm not gonna start naming everyone, but it's the same little group, and we'll get more, and it'll pick up.
And people listening, you know, not watching and listening. Hello.
There's a lot of people that do that.
If you're in front of your phone or your computer and you're watching, just type where you're from. Just tell us, like, just give us a like, hey, it's what time in the morning here or whatever. Let's just see where everyone's at. And generally that won't ever happen because it's robots.
It's 8:49 p.m. for me.
Yeah, 3:20 for me.
That's crazy. It's 11:20 here. It's 11:20.
11:20.
Yeah. So how is it 49 where you are? When it's 20 past the hour here, how is it 49 minutes past the hour where you are?
Let me tell you, he's in the future, bro.
Yeah,
I know, but
minus 9:30 in the future. That's the Darwin.
Nice. Hey, look, we got the people. We got the people chatting now. We got some EQA, Darren Williams. Now they're tuning in. David _.
Yeah, Darren.
So there is some people that are just listening. I mean, but it's just not 80. I don't think.
Yeah, 10:20 in Australia there.
Hey, 4:20 somewhere.
There's so many times when.
Yeah, so
when I know that all there is really is because we're not showing anything, we're just talking. So it's people just like to put their earphones in and put the phone on the side and carry on with something else.
A lot of the content that I listen to, I have to do that. Like I have to walk the dog and listen to I have to download the video and listen to it. If I don't do that, it's just not going to ever get listened to. Even though I intend to, there's just so much content to absorb and so many subjects that I'm interested in. There's so many things that I'm studying right now. It gets difficult.
But you stay, like a lot of stuff, you can stay in contact with nature too that way, which I do a lot of listening. You know, it's like Michael Martin's stuff, because it's 3 hours long. A lot of the time, it's awesome to listen to. But I'm listening to the after channel. I've always missed the one because it's like 4 o'clock in the morning for me or whatever, so I always miss it.
Right.
Like, so watching the replay, 3 hours or whatever, it's great to listen to, and then you hear something you want to run inside and check or something as well. I don't have a phone, so for me, a lot of my connect with nature is just sitting outside, sitting with my feet in the ground and seeing nature. So long as I can grab You know, sometimes you can grab the laptop and take it outside or whatnot, but
I just don't do it. You know, like I go outside for that time to spend outside in the sun and sun gazing and being grounded and sitting in my garden. And I used to take my phone outside and listen to music.
Yeah,
but I don't want those
watching. But if you convert some of that watching to listening,
I
which
love
is
listening
great,
to birds, man.
That's what I was going to say. That
it's the mind ticking over differently when you're listening. You know, there's a whole different thing going on.
And there's something going on with the frequencies of the birds, the bird song. There's something that's going on with that as well. Like when you listen to birds talking to each other.
Well, they show up in my garden every day. They show up in my garden every day, and I have bamboo sticks because I was growing peppers through the summer season. And we have multiple trees. Like I have a lemon tree, a mango tree, an avocado tree, and just different trees like that. So they always show up there, but all I do is observe them, and that's how I'm in meditation. That's my meditative state. When we were talking about, like, you don't have to go in the dark room. I go in the sunlight and meditate, and I just look at the birds, and all these things just appear in my mind, and I'm like, dude, I need a piece of paper and pencil. I gotta talk about this. I forgot about this, and wow, I just tuned into this, and all this stuff happens when you just get away from the technology. So I intentionally leave the cell phones and the computers inside.
Yeah, I'm sort of talking about it as a bit of a bridge between doing that as well, because a lot of people.
But I do when I walk on the dog. I still listen. I bring the phone. You know what I mean? I should be focusing with the dog more, but
taking that time, like you say, it's like connecting completely into nature. For a lot of people, is a meditation as well, and it is. You know, that for meditating is actually what is meditating you instead of and it's medicating you as well, I guess, as well. Oh, Cam, hello.
You're still going.
We got Cam.
Hey. All right. Hey, Cam. Welcome to our channel. Welcome to our channel. We have our guest on, Autodidactic.
Special guest.
Special guest for the evening.
Right, I found you.
What's going on?
I found you, Mr. Bernie, Crypto Alchemist. I missed the link.
Bernie just posted his Discord channel that he wants to get going for this community, and I know that there's other people using other apps. Otto has the Telegram. I think
I'm about
you should
to
have
post
both.
Telegram too.
I think you should have both. I mean, he'll post the Telegram app also. So if any of you guys want to take part of the community, the Discord is a good place for organization, especially like for a show that would have multiple hosts and multiple.
Where we're organizing, like doing like salvaging, like taking apart microwaves to get like the ion cannon, old TVs, trying to find red mercury, stuff like that. Also taking the solenoids out of different devices, like a broken fan, because there's so many of them, your hard drives, your broken phone, whatever. There's magnets, stuff like that. And then different science experiments you can do out of it. And then it'll be good to connect that into the APEC alien scientist, like Mark and Falcon space there and whatnot, because through getting them connected to like people like Mike and whatnot that have actually been making their own systems that have them to demonstrate and show them as well. So that's what I'm going to be focusing on in my Discord.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, I contribute to another channel, and the other channel has a couple 100,000 users, and they set up a Discord. The community actually set it up, and the community helps with the show so much. Like you were talking about, you need someone to help with booking. You'd be surprised what the community does in this channel. And then it also gives them an area like where they can go and turn on a video camera and all turn on their cameras like we're doing now. And just its own individual channel, and anyone can join at any time, or you can make it private, or there's just so many advantages to it.
It's not as public sort of thing. It's public, but it's public-private, where people can discuss much better ideas without having to worry about
the conversation could continue without
sensitive issues and stuff
like that. Well, the conversation could continue without you having to be streaming or having to worry about your channel because all these things are popping up, or are people admitting that like doing the right thing for the channel. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I just think about it with people losing their channels a lot. It's a good place to get the channel going, the new channel going right away, you know?
Exactly. Launch within the community.
What is that? What is that called? Diversity, spreading eggs in baskets, spreading your content out and stuff as well, I guess. But I mean, you're doing it for reasons that aren't very good, though. I mean, it's free speech is what's going on there. That's being removed, which sucks.
Free intellectual discussion and wisdom sharing.
Mastermind.
But we're not capable of using any of our own intellect or wisdom. We need them to give us the answers. We shouldn't use our own discernment. We should rely on the authorities.
Well, I mean, that's the old narrative. That's what they were trying to push. But like, we've already broke that spell. We've already broke that spell, though. They were trying to push that narrative, and we've already broke that. So now they have to deal with what was already happened. We've already woken up to that. So like, that's old. That's old. We're in the present now. In the present, we're aware. Period.
Yeah. Cue the sex spam bots.
Oh, now they're leaving.
You'll get my channel cut, Richie. Don't say that.
No, it's already happened, Cam. You've missed it, mate. We've had the same.
We're watching. We're watching. The thing is
we're watching.
On
it.
What? Not on the stream, I hope.
We're on it, man.
What?
No, they haven't came in the stream. They're just physically posting on in your live chat.
Just been spamming the live chat.
I don't think that the live chat, like they can't, like YouTube can't expect you to be the administrator of your own live chat. I mean, I don't see how.
That's what
they try to, but yeah, it's a bit hard.
But I mean, they should have security algorithms to protect your channel regardless. So you should, like Bernie was saying, report that incident because he screenshotted it to YouTube to protect your channel. Tell YouTube to protect your channel.
Well, yeah, exactly. Like, why are they letting? Exactly. Why aren't they getting rid of the bots? Hello, 432 beats. I can just see all this 432 everywhere. Thank you. Aaron says, "Do I know 432 beats? Do you mean the channel or do you mean the frequency?"
That's the harmonic.
I don't think the channel. I think
9.
Yeah, the Earth frequency.
As opposed to 440.
I think I'm pretty sure I am. Chuck a link up if you want to 432.
It's true concert.
And of course, 432 9.
One subject.
440 is the.
One subject that's pretty interesting, though, Campbell. Like when you make your video, like in Final Cut or whatever you use for editing, do you have your audio at 432? And does YouTube's algorithm, codec, or whatever they have for compression, does it change it to 440? Have you ever tested when you play back any of your videos what is actually?
I haven't. I don't. No. I don't have a 432 converter. Actually.
Do you have a Mac or a PC?
PC.
Oh, PC. I one of my friends told me in Logic that you could. One of my friends told me in Logic that when you're editing the sound, you could export at 432, and I would think that on most of these high-end editing softwares, when you're exporting, you could probably choose 432.
Yeah, and Norb's World. That's the channel I wanted to talk about earlier. And
that channel's amazing.
Breaking it down, and he's producing
that channel's amazing.
Music and video in the.
You got to get that guy Otto on the show.
What is it?
Yeah, 100%. We got to have Norb's World.
NORBZ, Norb's World.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull up a video right now. We should actually play this, and he's also been focusing on a bunch of electromagnetic free energy topics lately too. So
he did an important video and is talking about music and is talking about like the chakras and all this stuff like that and how they.
I played it in the last one, the last multi-stream. I'm gonna grab it again.
Yeah, it's a good video.
He's a music.
Hello, Miss Space Cake. Thank you.
Yeah, I think he's in music or something.
Yeah, he's a music producer as well, but he also does a lot of flat Earth themed videos and simulations too.
I somehow I had him. I was subscribed to him. He just started shoving on my feed. Probably like a year ago. I subscribed to him maybe.
I think the view there is that there's those domes going out. So then the Saturn or whatever is a sun for another part of the realm. I think from memory, that's the.
What's his name? Henry.
That might be
someone.
No,
Henry.
I think Norb talks about it too, right? He's talking about the seven heavens, and then Saturn being the sun of another part of a different heaven, and so on and so forth, different planets.
Yeah, he does a graphic on it, which.
Yeah, there's a graphic on it, right?
Yeah, the graphic is really, really good, actually.
Yeah, it's Norse, whatever.
So he's looking at concentric rings, is he?
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, I just posted the link in chat too, by the way.
Yeah, I've just subbed.
I think it's disappeared now.
It's an interesting channel. I've probably seen about 15 videos of his, and they're pretty good content. I wouldn't agree with everything, but a lot of it's spot on.
Yeah, exactly. I'd say the same.
The digital detox thing makes sense straight away.
Well, yeah, you got to detox on every level. Like I said, spiritually, everything, you know.
Okay, let's find the music one here.
Well, there's balance.
He shows Kanye West going over it as well, the solfeggio frequency. And he talks a bit about music production.
Kanye West.
Here we go. Kanye West.
Good video. Hey, if anyone wants to donate to Bernie, he needs YouTube Premium. That would be real tight.
Yes,
you know?
Absolutely. So
if you have like an extra Google Play card or YouTube card.
Yeah, that's
what
the
you
guy
gotta block.
that keeps trolling in your chat, Cam. That's the porno one that keeps trolling you.
Okay, all right, cool. Someone got rid of it. Wow.
Yeah, that was me.
Yeah,
I blocked it already.
Like when we post.
We're all watching it.
Yes, Aaron. Sorry, I can see what you're posting. I'm just. There's lots going on. What did you say? That would be the one thing that showed on.
What do you know? One of the world's most controversial, abstract, taboo talked about artists, Kanye, is talking about solfeggios. Kanye is telling us about the 808 being dirty. We're going to watch this together, guys, and I'm going to help break it down a little bit, and we're going to talk some more about
808 's a drum
solfeggios in
machine.
general and what he's trying to say. It's interesting, I'll say that. The whole world suddenly wants to know more about solfeggio frequencies. The world suddenly believes, because Kanye said it, that music and frequencies can manipulate young, impressionable minds to go do dumb shit in life. Who would have thought? Because we all know video games and music and entertainment, they can't influence you to go do dumb stuff and lead a dumb life and do dumb things with your time and life and powers and energy. We all know video games can't do that. We all know music doesn't actually cause death, right? Psst. Let's go.
The algorithm, you know what I'm saying? The 808 exists in the lowest chakra of your body. The majority of content that's related to the 808 is killer or sexual content. The original 808s was even off pitch. So that meant it's an actual sound in the track that you don't realize is there that is fucking up your entire frequency.
Right.
And now today, every time I hear a car come out, it's 808. But if you think about African music and hip hop and what we was breakdance to, it was light.
The percussion.
It was upbeat. It was a drum.
All right, so we heard him break it down, and I cannot find the other interview where he's on Letterman talking about solfeggios too. But I kind of want to say, as this is happening, guys, watch out for the hijack. Watch out for any mainstream artist in the next 3 to 6 months or year try to launch any type of solfeggio good vibrations in their music and market it as such, while at the same time simultaneously pushing death and murder frequencies under it all. Yeah, man, check out my drill album. It's filled with solfeggio frequencies as I yell about my ops and how I'm going to kill everybody I see and kick their puppies and kill their mommies. Like, no, watch for the hijack. Watch for the hijack. But wait. Let me not just be a hater. I am happy Kanye West, of all people, is actually telling the world, bringing some awareness to frequency manipulation, solfeggios, and what this music thing really is. It's just sound and put in sequences in low, mids, and highs. Now, I'm not saying he's wrong. He's actually absolutely right. He's just a little misinformed on a technical level on what it means to have a dirty 808 out of pitch, like he's saying. First and foremost, the producer that made that 808 has a lot to do with it. I'm going to dive into one of my plugins that I developed a few years ago. This is a plugin for Contact, and I made 120 different bass tones, all starting with generated sine waves. Woo, 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 woo. Met at their median, brought down in pitch, and then a kick manipulated at the very beginning of it. So you get that boom, and the nice bass flutters through. So now when I sell this plugin and another producer buys it and starts playing with this bass, pitching it up, pitching it down, and bending it, they're already putting it through destructive editing, and it is no longer 432 or 440 or whatever the original producer put those sounds at. Now, in any DAW, you can change the pitch of the whole DAW and all the sounds it comes with. Then you'll also have to change the pitch of any plugins and third-party add-ons to match the current setup you have, which is also designed at 440. Most sound libraries, 440. Most construction kits, 440, because the beat was done at 440, and then they just chopped out all the layers separately to give you the stems. Here's a clip that's from the beginning of my 432 and solfeggio frequency series. I think it displays what Kanye's trying to say very well, with very few words. Check it out.
So, did you know your body, mind, and soul are under attack 24/7 by an invisible, beautifully designed cocktail to destroy your connection to your source? It aims to detach your Polarian or soul from itself and the Earth's natural 432 Hertz oscillations and vibrations.
Hey, ban the
Your
guy
brain
in the chat.
synapses are firing faster. Your chakras are off. You're distracted and distorted. And the best part is, you've been taught to absolutely love it, crave it, and need it. Your music is detuned to 440
Bernie,
Hertz
ban the guy in the
instead of
chat.
432, giving you unnatural vibrations by design. Your movies, colors, branding treatments are filled with oversaturated combinations to literally fuck with your mind and body. The words you hear from your favorite actors and singers are dark spells. The symbols and numerology you ingest every day without knowing it are reinforcing them. And by putting a price tag on them, it literally gives them value. And there you are, an innocent consumer addicted to paying for your own unjust anxiety and demise, and you don't know why. The good news is, there are people like me that are aware of this and know how to start to deprogram you, cleanse you, and reattach you to your source, with nothing more than vibrations, visuals, colors, and my own combinations of symbols and numbers, ones that are on a positive vibration and frequency, 432 Hertz. All you have to do is listen and watch, and you will not only start to feel the effects immediately, but improve your mood, rest better, and readjust your synapses. Simply listen to and absorb the deep bass, let the mids tickle your soul, and let the highs tingle your brain along with the visuals and colors. Try to literally feel this. And you will also learn to watch and listen to your media and entertainment differently now that you're aware, awake, and back in touch with yourself. Once your mind and soul start getting realigned, don't be shy to start your research on physical cleanses and detoxes as well. On that note, more love and light, and enjoy.
Okay, so what is this frequency tuning stuff and how difficult is it? Well, every DAW can be tuned, like I said, and some even have presets where you can choose from the various different tuning sets that the greats used to use. And basically what's
I think
happening
that your
is every
video
single
program
key
might
on
have
the
these
keyboard
presets
is
also.
tuned a little bit differently, and every master used to tune their pianos so that certain notes would be pitched a little higher or a little lower, on top of the whole thing being pitched a little high or a little low as a set. So like I said, I'm really happy that at least solfeggio frequencies are getting some shine. I'm going to leave a link in the description. I really, really encourage you guys to go to my solfeggio frequencies playlist, go through them one at a time, and at least read the description area. Each one has a very good, detailed, thick description of what that frequency does to the mind, body, and soul. And in the near future, I'm probably going to update these as I've discovered a lot of new intel on these solfeggio frequencies tying to much more than the chakras in your body. They tie to parts of your brain, your blood flow, this ecosystem, the luminaries, parts of the atmosphere at different heights, this whole world as a whole. On top of the 432, the solfeggios play a huge part in everything. Parts of food, parts of plants, everything. So we're going to go to 396, as that would be the one Kanye is referring to for the low 808s or any bass tones, really. And all I'm going to do is drop this here and read with you guys. 396 hertz solfeggio frequency music benefits include turn fear and grief into joy, get rid of butterflies, anxiety, bad vibes, feelings of nervousness, guilt, stage fright, any negative emotions. Digital detox number 18, we focus on 396 hertz in 8D. 8D meaning it'll fluctuate the sounds from left ear to right ear on every layer at different speeds, giving you a very stereo image feel. If you guys really want the benefits and effects of this, put yourself in the middle of two big speakers, hopefully that have good heavy bass, and literally soak yourself in these vibrations, okay? You need to physically soak yourself in these vibrations. Having little earphones in your head is great, but the body getting its full effect, you need to vibrate your blood cells. You need to vibrate your whole body with the lows, mids, and highs for this to have an effect, and it needs to be done for at least 10 minutes. I'm going to leave links to all this. You guys please read through all this. I'm not going to read everything, but I want you guys to, and also read some of the effects people are having. You can call them placebo, you can call them real. I'll leave that for you guys to decide. But it's a beautiful thing that the world is starting to wake up to what solfeggio frequencies is. And again, my only concern is watch for the hijack. Watch that marketers just don't run with this now. So on this playlist, you guys will notice there is a bunch of cymatics and 432 tests and sounds and whatnot. So I encourage you guys to go through them as well. This will give you an actual visual on what happens when you vibrate water at 432 versus 440 or many of the solfeggios. And the difference that you see is wild. Okay, so what I did was just take some screenshots from that video, and I'm going to show you guys the differences. Look at the left, look at the unity, look at the even division, look at the right. That's your water in your blood, in your body right now. That's the water in your body right now vibrating, either being fluid or being distorted, depending on what kind of frequencies you're taking in. 432 versus 440, medium volume. Again, notice the nice patterns. Now, not to say these cannot produce the same or similar at 440, but you do these tests yourself and you tell me how easy it is to pull normal and natural frequencies out of 440. And I actually strongly encourage more people out there to run these experiments. Don't just take my word for it. Don't just look at these and take my word for it or try to debunk it based on nothing. Do your own experiments. Check this stuff for yourself. It's fascinating. Another little tidbit, 444 by Jay-Z had nothing to do with time. It is done at 444 hertz. 528 love tone frequency when it's on the C. It's not really for, I don't really know how they jumbled these, but we'll try to break it down sometime and explain it to you in another video. However, my point being, mainstream is starting to catch on, or again, like I said, watch out for the hijack. Maybe this is just clever marketing to get it going. It's still at 440, and most people can't test, can't check. Even I have a hard time actually checking and quantifying.
If you don't smoke, don't start. If you smoke, quit. If you don't quit, change. Unsmoke Canada.
Bloody webcams.
But you see, like, define if this is 444 or 520. But in the near future, out of my own curiosity, I'm going to get this track and I'm going to test it myself. All right, so just like I'm talking about hijacking something pure and turning it into something negative under the guise of being pure, there's also the opposite. I operate as many different artist names.
Is that what they're doing to your videos?
I do use my own name as well. And you'll notice I do a lot of 432. My top track is actually 432. So album 432. But there's also the reverse, where I do modern music, but I don't tell people these are all solfeggios and 432. So they think they're just listening to great music. And it's funny that Kanye's thing was 808s and heartbreak, and I do a hip-hop heartbreak. And some of these songs are emotionally appealing, I guess I'll say. They touch your soul, they touch your chakras, and people are like, I like the song, I don't know why. It just that's what it is. Bob Marley did this, Jimi Hendrix did this, Mozart did this, all at 432. And I'm going one step further with some of these being solfeggios. I'm going to play a few samples of each. You guys tell me if this sounds any better, worse, different, or if it does just kind of connect to you for some reason. Then we'll move on to another account I have that's also infused with a lot of 432 and solfeggios without the users even knowing.
start to strip. I'm so deep inside your stomach. Ooh, I can feel your butterflies. Yeah. I love when we lock our lips. When you're looking at me and you're moving your hips.
All right. And then even when I do fun tracks and upbeat and up-tempo tracks, even a little bit derogatory, we can say, I still use good vibrations and good frequencies.
That bitch boot camp. I learned quick. You're the type of chick I can't stand. Tried a few others like you, but it's always the same
It's
brand.
not
Lots of
letting me ban
liabilities and a
the
day cost
porno
like
freaking spammer and showing the comments at the same time.
I'm reporting.
These emotions, I feel like crying for the world. Nobody listen, nobody listen, nobody listen. Yeah. I'm all up on my get back to myself. Be the second guess myself around you, but it's hard as fuck when you're so damn perfect. Let's take a second, press rewind on the good times. I'm so glad I'm with you. You're so damn perfect. I knew being with you would be my bad bitch boot camp. I learned quick, you're the type of chick I can't stand. Tried a few others like you, but it's always the same brand. Lots of liabilities and a day cost like $8,000. Don't blame hot women, though this world ruins them quick. The universe will take care of beautiful ladies, but turn them to shit. By the time they're 25, overstimulated lives, body count 255. What? What happened? I just be living a little bit different. I don't understand what this life is about. Walk through the valleys of death with my lights in the shadows. Keep putting them out.
Pause the video.
Then you're ready to die.
Pause the video.
Is to take off and fly.
Go ahead.
Giving me such a good high. Time I rewind to catch the vibe. Grew up in Scarborough.
One last thing I'll show you guys. I run another account called Lo-Fi Radio, and it's been infested.
But that's what I'm talking about. Like he's saying, like what Kanye is doing is he's telling you to like clear himself of the conscious reasons or of karma reasons. He's saying like, hey, this drum machine is programmed to do this to you. But then he makes songs with that drum machine at the same time. He didn't pull all his tracks and say, hey, it's so evil, I'm gonna get rid of them all and reproduce them on it with another tone. They're still there. So he's just saying that for karmic reasons. But what I was saying to you is you have good intention, you put out a good video, and then they mumble it with 440 or whatever in their codec as they're compressing it maybe, and then maybe that changes the whole tone. Or maybe you're not
it's a
doing it correctly in the first place.
Not actually, really.
That what?
Where'd you go, Bernie? You just say random things and then disappear. What are you doing?
Yeah, I didn't even hear what you said.
Yeah, I'm right here. Sorry. No, I was saying that's absolutely a possibility, Dave.
But, I mean, because there is YouTube has its own compressions, like its own codecs for video and song, music, whatever. So before, when I worked in the music industry. I don't really like to talk about it, but anyhow, when we would upload stuff, I converted everything to 432 before we uploaded it to YouTube, but I never tested it ever to see what the output was on YouTube after it's uploaded.
432 hertz spares was blocked by accident. How do I unblock someone now? For fuck's sakes. I don't even think that was me. Someone blocked 432 hertz beats.
Maybe
somebody
scroll
blocked 32 hertz.
By accident.
Just scroll up to the name. I think you
on
can.
Your channel, Campbell.
It was not me.
I know.
You just have to click on it.
Ahmad probably did it.
Yeah, you just have to click on his name.
The porn spammer, right?
Is he back? He was hidden. He, she, they were hidden.
So they should. I think it's on your channel. You'd have to go.
Are you there? 432.
Unhide them.
Well, you know what? They're not hearing it. They're hearing this like a minute too later.
Yeah. There's quite a big delay between
people are probably like, "What are they talking about?" There's nothing going on in the chat.
Yes. Oh God, what were we even talking about? One thing he said that wasn't true was what did he say? Placebos, something about healing, but it's not real if it's a placebo. But I mean, it is. The only not real. What not real bit is the way that they tell you it works. If it works, it's real. Placebos work. So do nocebos. So
So
nocebo.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, I don't agree with all that stuff, but it's just good information. A lot of people aren't aware of it. When I talk about stuff like that, like how music is weaponized and how programming on the television is weaponized, not just visually, through the audio as well. And people just don't want to grasp that concept. My friend's really into, like, got to see all the new movies and all the new programming all the time, and his behavior is based on all that programming, in my opinion. And I just see it, and I'm just like, hey, I comment on it, but he can't see it because he's deeply immersed in it, you know?
Yeah,
I think
frequency is everything, like we've seen.
Oh yeah, there is a lot of people.
It's one thing that I noticed. It's one thing that I noticed with myself, man. You know, getting too immersed in all the crap, watching too many things about, you know, what's going on and what isn't going on and what could be going on, was just bringing me down so much, bringing my own vibration, my own resonance down so much. Everything was black. Everything just seemed really black and
if you look at if you look at Netflix or something, I don't even know say the name. You look at one of those kind of subscription services. When I look on one of those channels, all I see is like violence, death, violence, death, violence. Every movie. Even like the friendly characters, they're in like you see them on the cover photo. They got guns, and you're like, that's always like the family actor, you know.
The funny thing is, I watched Free Guy recently, right, and that film is extraordinary in that actual. For that reason exactly, it's like this guy is walking to work and he's got a big smile on his face, and all around him there's people shooting guns and there's tanks and there's helicopters crashing and all this crazy shit's going on around him. But because he's an NPC, he just thinks it's normal. It's like that, you know, and somebody comes in to rob the bank. Somebody comes in to rob the bank, and his role is to just lay down and let them rob the bank. And the people with sunglasses, they're the players. They're and they don't talk to the NPCs. And he flips it. It was a really, really interesting film, man. Because I detached and sort of totally detached from watching all the stuff that I've been watching before. And because I'm looking at things in a different way, I watched the film in a different way.
Or reading the daily news, I should say. And I was reading alternative news, right? Like from the alternative communities. But it's like,
what do you think is alternative communities,
much
though?
that is pushed in the metadata, in the narrative overall, that you just get caught up and you turn into an extremist and like fulfill that negative cycle loop that you just have to stop paying attention to it. And it's like, I've noticed I've stopped, like, the only news I'm reading now is just strictly crypto. And it's like, it's all just bullish stuff that's like, yay, it's going to $1 billion. It's going to $1 billion. And then it's like, okay, yay, lots of the ones they got are going to $1 billion. They're going to $1 billion. And that's all I'm reading now. And it's like, oh, there's lots of abundance right now. You know, like, and then it's like,
well, yeah, it's what you choose to focus on. It's what you choose to focus on, Bernie.
And it keeps, the inertia keeps building, the momentum keeps growing of the positive as opposed to the negative that you get trapped.
It's really where you choose to focus your energy on. And if you want to focus your energy on their story and the stuff that they're making up and these scripted things or whatever the fear is or to keep your vibration low, then you're going to be in a low vibration. And if you just focus.
What was that, Cam?
And it's all broadcasting 440 hertz too, so we're just passing that spell around. But how's that word? Right? Broadcast, right? That they cast their spell broadly.
Broadcast. So, no doubt of a toxic.
It's a broadcast program, so they're programming you with the broadcast. They're telling you what they're doing to you with the words. It's not hidden. It's always been called a television program.
Well, I mean, what do they have for shows, right? Who are the actors? What are they called? They're called the cast.
Yeah,
because they're out there to cast a spell. I mean, it's everywhere. It's just.
But what are politicians called? And people in wars, they're called actors.
Well, if you look at the Greeks, all the politicians were the actors, and they were both male and they played both male and female roles, and they played multiple roles.
Yeah.
Using history's repeating itself. And I tell people, like, if you look at that dude, he's a woman, and they're like, no. I'm like, I'm not making this up. I'm just telling you, history's repeating itself. I recognize the pattern, and I'm just showing you the pattern. And if you can't see it, I don't know, but just look at these actors. They're all everything's inverse. Every woman that you think
fall of Rome
is a man, every man you think is a man is a woman. It's all completely inverse.
You're absolutely right with that. And like
and they play multiple roles on the stage.
Pointed this
absolutely out. I didn't even want to name their names, but it goes back even further than that. Like I found out about 15 years ago, someone took a history book and they did facial recognition on it, and there was only 4 actors in the whole history book, but this is the same pictures that I saw in elementary school. This is Lincoln, this is so-and-so, this is so-and-so. But it was 4 actors that played every character in the book. But these are the official photos that you find on the internet. This is so-and-so, this is so-and-so, this is Tesla. There's like Tesla. I mean, I know everyone like is into the tech and the whatever, and I think a lot of it is like disclosure in a way. But at the end of the day, there's only like 4 photos of him total.
Yeah.
Just do a Google search for him. And he was a guy that Tesla was like in the limelight. Like he was a New York socialite. Like he was out everywhere. He lived in the city. And there's only 4 photos.
Yeah, and one when he's an old man.
Right.
So it's even less.
It's
which was like skinny, where he's really skinny and.
Well, I mean, is that him or was that his assistant? Is it just a thing they attribute a bunch of this stuff to in case we figure it out? He's already got the patent on it, or he already invented it, so we don't continue to try to solve these things. We just go, oh, the problem solved. We don't need to invent anything. Tesla already did it.
Yeah. Inventory,
release.
Invention, but that's how they get us to think of us smart. Oh, he's so smart. Look what he invented. Oh, my God, I can't even conceive of something like that. Oh, my God. And he didn't even invent it, but then everyone thinks, oh, so they must be smarter than me, so I should listen to them. Yeah. And, that leads to where we are.
I mean, I theorize on it, and I've told other people some of my theories on it and certain things, and a lot of people can't see it, and a lot of people can't see that a lot of these actors are a lot of these politicians, actors, whatever you want to call them, are playing multiple roles on the stage. Like a really good example is this is one I've known about for about like 20 years. We figured out that Albert Pike was Karl Marx. And then people are like, oh, no, he's Russian. He speaks Russian. I'm like, no, it's the same person. Just look at the photos. Compare them.
Yeah.
He just took his ears in. They hide the ears because this is how they could identify you. The easiest is through your ear. So they hide the ears in these photos. One guy has a big beard. One guy has whatever. They speak multiple languages. They play multiple roles on the stage. When they're no longer playing the role in one country, they move on to another country and play a role over there. They're professional, whatever you want to call them.
And you know what?
Lots of them, lots of theories. There's Adolf to Disney. And
I think there was 2 people. I think when it comes to that, though, there's 2 people. Like you have a guy like Disney, and Disney is doing the propaganda for America. Like he's programming the American public with his version of it. Yeah. And so the only version of Hitler that America ever truly knew was Disney. They never saw the real one. You see what I'm saying? Like they only saw the American propaganda. Yeah. And in Germany, they probably had the reverse propaganda by those people on our country. And that's how they got brothers and people from the same races to destroy each other.
To go to war, exactly. This is a thing.
Yeah, and it's a trick. It's a deception.
More of that spam.
It's it's a trick. They're trying to trick us into also believing some of that stuff that was never true in the first place. To get us to hate each other, to be divided for whatever reason,
Oh Oh, thank you. Whoever helped there.
It's
These
like,
spammers, man, we're getting attacked.
who's on trigger?
Have you ever
It's the
seen
one-
like where they show Disney's house, like where he lived at, and then they compare it to the movie of where supposedly Hitler's private estate was, and they're like, oh, it's the same driveway, the same tree line, the same background. This is a lot of this stuff has been on the internet for like 20 years at least. Like, it's not new. Like, well, I saw this stuff 20 years ago. I haven't seen it recently, but I know that some of it got removed.
I mean, yeah, I remember YouTube like 20, around sort of 2007 sort of time.
Yeah, whatever year they came out, whatever
it was
year that
awesome.
It was awesome.
It was just everything. Like, you could find whatever you wanted.
Like, you guys talk about Antiquitech. You remember Aaron Dover? He was the guy that came out and showed everyone Antiquitech and all the stuff like that. And most people don't know about him because his channel got removed.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that was all up there for ages, and then they just started. I think it got sold, didn't it? And then they just started taking everything down. But this is the thing. When it was the Wild West and there was no restrictions and anyone could whack up whatever they wanted, I never saw any gratuitous gratuitous violence. There was no porn or anything like that on there.
You know what I found?
It just didn't exist. It was all people putting up, interesting stuff.
Well, a lot of people were uploading movie studios copyrighted content.
Yeah, I know.
And that's what caused all the controversy. Because you used to be able to go on YouTube and put any movie you wanted and watch it. It was amazing.
Well, that's but the whole was it Napster? The whole Napster thing sort of brought that down, didn't it?
The subliminals in the media are pretty full on. I mean, there's imagery and symbols overlaid, words,
signs and symbols rule the world.
Yeah, once you start to see them too, if you take a little bit of time to start seeing a few in a row, and you put it together, you'll start to see it in a lot of places you wouldn't expect as well. And it gets
it's
like
everywhere.
In Disney, it's in all
Disney's
of that.
Full of it.
Yeah,
and
magazines.
But Disney's also like Disney's also
it has to be. Oh, so I was just going to say, with cartoons, it has to be 100% on purpose. It's not like they can say, "Oh, someone just wore the wrong clothes." It's someone's drawn that like 100 times for each frame.
Yep. The same artists over and over.
Like 30 frames a second or whatever. So if it was like a 5-second clip, how many actual frames did they actually draw?
Yeah, they know.
Yeah, it's not accidental.
It's like when you see that.
It's an assault. It's an assault on you visually. It's a visual assault. Like, your subconscious brain can see it. Your subconscious brain is so smart that you walk into a room, you analyze it backwards, forwards, upside down, every type of direction, everything that's going on in the room. You don't even have to scan the room. You are sensing it. You're absorbing everything, and then your regular mind is saying, like, this is the important stuff. Don't trip over that. You can walk this way. Like, there's the food over there. It's just like the small details. The subconscious mind, though, is processing everything, every detail.
That's what we're
smarter than supercomputers.
That's what you're doing with searching and looking and finding things out. Because the other thing too is you only need to bring it into the awareness to then have now a protection and a shield against this sort of stuff as well. It becomes part of your arsenal that you go, I know this and I know this and I know this. So at this point, I'm looking at all media magazines and all of these things in a different light with a different way, so you're not allowing this stuff to come in, really. So you've been able to make that choice in your subconscious. So you've brought your subconscious to your conscious awareness, and you've had that thought, had that discussion, done that bit of work. It's gaining the awareness that allowed you to have a protection there, an awareness to be protected from this type of material, this and that, right? So it's really freeing yourself from these things.
Absolutely. Just becoming aware of it can do that.
Not putting your focus onto it. No, just becoming aware of it, understanding it to a full degree so that you can see the greater picture. and where you sit in it. You know, how it affects you personally as well. How does it affect me? What does all of this mean to me, to this body, to this experience? What does it mean? You know, because then you can understand your part of it and what this information is for you, because it's all about balance. You know,
Right.
whatever you're seeing is something to.
Yeah. What do you need to take away from it to keep that balance? Is what you're saying?
Yeah, it's like Cam says all the time. It's what you remove away from the statue, and the statue's left. You know, the statue was covered the entire time until you remove it to the core, and there it is, shining bright for everyone to see. You know, I can see exactly the picture. It's not covered by anything. It's a pure picture. It's a pure template, which is balance. That's how we sit balanced. So these things, you know, a lot of the things are synchronicities. When you find, why am I looking at this? Why am I thinking about this? You know, and it's just to become aware of it, to correct a pattern within you, to release a pattern. It's like those capacitors I'm talking about when your capacitors balance. So it's something from the subconscious that was in fighting, like maybe double speak, you know, like social distancing or something like this. You're like, what? Huh? And then you put it aside. But when you bring it back, you know, you've brought it back to the conscious awareness. So it's not subconscious anymore. It's your conscious awareness. So your conscious awareness has expanded with this material. You know.
I want to say something regarding what you guys are talking about in the chat. I find a real interesting one. Is Alfonso Rawls plays the role of what's the guy in the flat Earth community that the actor? What's the guy that comes out? They all hate him. He talks about the oblique globe.
Neil.
No. Yeah, they say that's Alfonso. They say that's Alfonso Rawls from or not Alfonso Rawls. Whatever his name is from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Oh, what the cousin,
the actor,
like the younger,
no,
like
the cousin
who played the
preppy guy with
stuck up.
Jazzy Jeff.
No, not Jazzy Jeff. No.
Jazzy Jeff. Carlton.
No, so Carlton didn't die. He's just now playing a new role, and that new role is this other actor that calls it an oblique spheroid.
He's definitely after that dude. I'd like to see him in a quiz.
Like once you have the eyes to see this, like once you have the eyes to see it, you can't be fooled anymore. Like you could never fool me. Like people be like, this guy's so and so, and I'm like, no, that guy's to get me focused or angry or like control my emotions or do something, and I give him no power. I'm the one that has the power, and I give him no power ever. And I would never give my power to anything. I don't care how sad the story was, or it's just all made up to me, in my opinion.
Oh, it's all made up. Yeah. No, it's all.
If it's not coming from real people like you guys, if it's not coming from
stories,
if it's not coming from like real people like you guys, I just can't believe it. I just can't. Like if you could say, oh, like I trust that actor. I'm like, that's a man, that's a woman. It doesn't matter what it is.
Or you know, doing NLP, doing hypnosis and stuff like that, learning how to read. So what are you doing in the end too? Like what I learned was how to read honesty. Is someone being honest with me? Is someone just being true to themselves?
Well, as I became more true with myself, I was able to see that. It's like you're saying, like I was able to tune into it more as I started being more honest with myself. Then it changed. Everything changed.
Well, that's removing the ego too, and that's what you're touching. You know, you're going. The more honest you are, the more that ego's not in the way. It's not there.
But then the other part is too.
What's the politician?
Well, that's humility, isn't it?
Well, it's also like the more I detox too. Like I know, like I don't absorb this ever again. Like you know what that is. Don't absorb that. Like my body says, like, hey, don't ever put that back in. That food.
You become aware of it.
Yeah, completely.
Yeah, which is the pain too. Like people push away their pain. This is the ignorance that we see as well. But the answer is going for the truth. I have to find the truth no matter what it is. which means not pushing away that pain, looking at that pain, feeling that pain.
Yeah.
Is my body warning me against something? Yeah, it is. Hey, you
Bernie,
put some
maybe
force in
feedback
it,
on your mic.
and now I'm getting rid of it. Look what you did. You
But
did
what is
this.
pain? Like,
Well, that there, like, can we say if that's pain?
just a perception,
like a
isn't it?
headache or something.
Is that something that you were programmed to believe when you were a kid? Like what pain is?
Put it this way.
Exactly.
Like in terms of awareness as well, what I'm talking about awareness. Something comes up, a pain comes up within you, a migraine, a headache, something to this is quite small, you know, not a big thing, but something like this, but it is pain. It's instant pain and it's telling you something. If you don't look at it, if you ignore it, well, that pain's going to keep coming.
It'll build up.
Yeah,
It's an energy
and
blockage.
usually
Like what I do is just
through
fill it with
meditation,
white light and it goes away.
through meditation is how you do that. Though you relax, you look into it, you're putting that white light into it, you're looking into that pain and dealing with it. What you've done, you've changed the program, you've changed everything, and your body goes, great, we're on the same page. Wonderful. You know, and you are then willing to do whatever you need to do as well. It's like, oh, I need to drink some water, or I need to do these things as well, these physical things or whatever, or I've been doing too much of this or whatever, these corrections, these lessons that I've learned. When you're aware of it, you've acknowledged that pain's gone. Pain's gone. But you're doing it in this way. That white light is that energy. That's the energy you're putting into it. It could be a color, a feeling, a smell, whatever. It's just that energy that you're putting into it. And it's going, right now I'm doing this. I'm putting the time and energy into dealing with this, looking into the pain. But it's only a pain right at the beginning there as a warning. It's like, oh, what's this coming on? And you'll notice it always comes on nice and slowly until it's the hammer hitting you in the head going, you effing idiot.
Yeah, they've been telling you. We've been telling your body's been telling you. Deal with it.
And we know. We go, yeah, but can you give me the pill?
It'll keep coming.
That's ignorance.
Yeah.
That's ignorance.
Yeah.
I just won't
It's
think
laziness.
about that.
It's laziness as well.
It is. Yes. But let's switch that laziness to efficiency, because you can be really bloody lazy like I am, but it's more about efficiency. If you're efficient,
dude,
it's fear as well, though, isn't it?
I'm one of the most efficient beings on this earth, man.
Yeah, so when we move to that feeling and to that emotional aspect of it, this now becomes fear and pain are one and the same, just different. It's like water. Now it's air and now it's water, whatever. You know, it's just a different form, a different expression.
You have to go through pain to get something good. You can't just, you don't just get what you want.
Not necessarily.
That's
you know,
that's talking about contrast. There you're talking about contrast and how can you measure something without contrast? How can you measure the worth of something without contrast?
Well, are you comparing everything to pain?
Yeah, or you compare everything to energy that you could redirect.
Yeah, that's just one expression.
And that's changing your perception of what pain is and why.
Or just control, or just getting control of your mind and having control and saying like, "Hey, I'm gonna turn that energy into something else." I mean, it really comes down to that. It's just control and self-control.
Which is controlling your perception, controlling your perception of what you're able to do, the amount of control that you have over your own being.
I dare you to tell me I can't do something.
Yeah.
That's just going to inspire me to do it. This is going to mean I'm going to do it no matter what.
Yeah.
But then it's a belief. Like, if you believe that pain exists, and it does, if you believe you can't get rid of it, then you can't. But we know that in the army, they regularly train troops to not feel pain, basically, to deal with it, so it's not a hindrance. So
pain,
it's all what's real, right?
Physical pain is a funny one, man. Physical pain is a weird one. You can change,
but the thing is, you can change. Yeah, like Joe Dispenza was in a bike race on a push bike, got hit by a car, snapped his vertebrae, snapped his back in half, crushed like 3 vertebrae or something. They all said, you're stuffed, you'll never walk again. And so he was lying in a bed for 6 months. And within 6 months, he got up and walked out because he spent that whole time using his imagination and his energy to fix himself. And he just got up and walked out.
Yeah.
And stories like that are everywhere, but so are stories.
That's Joe Dispenza, isn't it? That's the Joe Dispenza story.
That's essentially my personal story.
Once you get poor little me, you're stuffed. You know?
Yeah.
I've got my own.
That's using that moment. What I am doing right now is dealing with this. It doesn't matter. So whatever comes up in whatever method, whatever way, that's the journey. That's the fun. That's, the way we somehow got there to do this miracle.
I think that
it's just that choice too, to go, I need to put my focus onto this, whatever the problem is.
So you're here to learn that lesson, and I think a lot of people don't see that. They think that it's like pain and suffering, but you're here to learn that lesson, and once you could get past it, you won't be in pain, and you won't be suffering anymore. You could choose happiness.
Pain's just a blockage.
Yeah.
It's just,
it's a mental barrier.
Think of a pipe, with water in it, and it gets a block.
Once you get rid of them,
pressure blowing up, right? And if you don't deal with it, it explodes.
Boom. And those are usually awakening moments too, when people explode, when they're so confused, they're so bottled up, they don't know what to do, they can't get a grip. Bang. Pop.
And I can hear
your
audio
there.
I don't. I think is it BurnEye's.
I think it's BurnEye's. I think it's his experiment.
Yeah.
I'm going to mute.
Couldn't remember the name of them yesterday either. Those flashy, globy thingies.
Oh, there we go.
No, actually, it's. I'm sorry to have to call it out, but it's actually Richie. I do believe it is the headphones, the cord on the toggling. If you on the phone, if you move the phone, is when it'll give that little bit of buzzing.
Exactly.
But it might.
It just looked like it was going to the beat of your thing in the background.
But yeah, it could have been that too. Does it stop now or no?
It stopped now. Yeah.
Oh, then it was me.
Is it?
No, there it is.
No,
is it? No, because I think it was. I think it might have been me, but I don't know how to fix it because
it's better now. I think it's like the cord. It's mostly securing the cord to the phone itself.
Yeah, like plugging it.
It might just be like a little piece of tape or something, even so that it like if it wiggles, it doesn't. The metal doesn't disconnect. That's what the buzz is.
Is it okay? Is it all right now?
No.
Was it?
My only concern with it is
like power lines, basically. It's just
my only concern with it is like we just watched that video and it's talking about like in the 808 drum machine. But now it's feedback. Echo.
Oh, now we got a new echo.
Yeah, that's because you were on loudspeaker for a second.
Right, the issues. It's like you just can't win. But
did you hear what he was saying about
you're worth it?
Did you hear what he was saying about in the 808? How there's like a tear in there, and that frequency destroys your whole frequency in your body. Sometimes I just think about like frequency and feedback. What type of effect does that have on you?
Feedback's a very interesting thing to look at when it comes to free energy and stuff like this. When you create a feedback loop,
feedback. Does that create essentially another harmonic? So you would then have two fields interacting. Is that what would happen?
Well, it's itself. You're putting itself on itself. You're putting whatever is coming out of the speaker going into the microphone.
Just not exactly.
So it's amplifying itself.
Resonance.
Yeah. So it just keeps on going and going and bust your speakers and stuff like this as well. If you, it's
a fractal.
It's a wave.
Fractal sound. It's a wave.
An exponential wave, right?
It's an exponential wave. It just keeps going.
So that's just tap that. This is what I keep saying about the resonance.
So we just need
destructive resonance, but it's only called
wave and pulse.
You just pulse it across the plane, right? 432.
Yeah.
Well, 432 is the harmonic that is already here. That's one of the harmonics that's here. So that's why.
The
Yeah, I mean, when people listen to 432 for a length of time, and they can feel these effects happen as well, because it is natural harmonic. You're rebalancing to something that's more in tune, more connected with nature, right? Because it was detuned. It was detuned. It's like it's a bass frequency, like a bass line. And if I want to change your bass line, which is now currently in line with nature or whatever, I adjust that music scale down. So you get you get used to that, and that becomes your new balance point, which is actually out of harmonic.
It's essentially taking A down to 432, isn't it?
Yeah, and there's a lot of subtle things that come along with that, being out of balance with nature.
What was interesting was when that guy was when he was playing his music in 432, but he was like B word, this word, like really negative words, but he was like, we turned it off at that point, but he's like cussing and saying like, oh, B word, better have my money, or just something negative, but in 432.
What does that do?
I think it didn't have the same effect though. It doesn't have the same effect. It doesn't give the words the same power. Like it doesn't make them as weaponized. See, when they make it 440, they weaponize the word. And that's just what people don't get. Like that's the most simple concept.
It's like that concert.
Yeah,
now we've got feeling and thinking too. So words are very thinking. Words are the brain. Words are the mind. Right. So
there's vibrations of the word too, right? Even every word you say has its own resonance.
Right. But it's like that tuning fork, and that tuning fork comes together for a vibration, which is the feeling. So it's that blend coming together to be that feeling. So putting all of that together when you do music like that too, but then that bass feeling, I've distorted it, and then then what do you match that distortion with? Something distorted, words distorted to match it, right? So that might actually feel right now. But when you adjust that bass back to something that's in harmonic with nature, something like 432, once you adjust that back, then as that fork too, that's your feeling. So now actual good words feel right with this. Bad words don't connect with this, but the feeling is, so you've disconnected it from that feeling.
Do you know?
However, they don't. That's why they don't have that effect.
I mean,
they're still whatever. But
you're just repurposing the word, like you're usurping it and making it, using it for good instead of what you're saying, I guess.
Do you know what I can't stop thinking about though right now? Thinking about all of this is dubstep. Dubstep, not dubstep. Is it dubstep? No, what's it called?
Yeah, dubstep.
Yeah, crazy sounds,
crazy
man.
Crazy frequencies, like
crazy frequencies,
really low vibrations. And that's what we're saying about the 808 is the 808
kills me out.
It affects your lower chakras, and that's why all the words that are associated with it are really low, negative type content.
Why does it chill me out though? Why do I find dubstep? I actually find it quite chilled out. It's not peaceful, but the beat behind it is actually very chilled out. It's a very, it's.
Well, I think what's happening is there's multiple layers of sound, and they really can affect you, and they could make you feel chilled out or angry or whatever.
What's the attachment? So you're attaching to that feeling underneath of the whole thing, but you say underneath of what? Of chaos? Is that what you're saying? I don't really know dubstep, so I'm not sure what it actually sounds like or whatever.
I remember the first time I heard it, man. It just blew my head off. It blew my head off the first time I heard it, and I was like, "What the heck is that?"
Bernie was touching on this earlier. He was talking about electronic music as well. I mean, it's weaponized as well. I mean, all these things. I mean, just think about the tones and the frequency that you're being assaulted with.
Oh, Wink, Josh Wink, higher state of consciousness.
look at it like a spectrum
And
too.
also,
So
just
it's
because
not just
makes you
4-3.
doesn't mean it is good.
Well, it
Just
depends where your balance
makes you
is.
feel good, it doesn't mean it's good. You know, like people take heroin and feel good, and people do all types of silly things.
Well, I mean,
it could, you know, could be
Disconnection.
familiarity. With the 440.
But what
know?
usually it's that slow build up to something like that as well, where it's this feels good, but it's a different feel good. All your feel goods are not the same, right? Why does this feel good? Why does this feel good?
Well,
it's a dopamine hit.
And does it feel good, or do you just believe it feels good?
A readjusting of this perception.
There's so much programming. Yeah, so much programming.
You know, I haven't listened to it. I haven't listened to dubstep for a little while, but I think one of the things that maybe I liked about it was there was something angry about it. There was. It's like it's thrown
and
together.
I'm going to interject here that dubstep, like in general, like, and some of it is like that straight, like just random chaos interjection.
Yeah.
But as a music engineer, sound engineer, and working in the music arts for so long, and being part of in the recording studios and whatnot over the years, it's like there's this rhythm, this natural rhythm, the beat, and then also there's like the conscious connection of the soul.
Well, the beat matches the heartbeat.
The chorus or like something catchy that will also connect to you in another dimension or another aspect of engagement with the music and feeling it and resonating with it. And that also, though, in a lot of this EDM dance music and stuff, there are so many new sound engineered mind kids with this information now that are putting in these different solfeggio frequencies and different sounds and stuff that you don't actually know what fully you're listening to, that there it could be random manipulations within it that they're not aware of, or they're aware of and not making public.
Well, I mean, you've been to these things, Bernie. You've been to these things. It's not just the, like, when you go to these things, it's not just the visual, it's strobe lights and the different lighting. That's MK Ultra style, don't you think? Like the beat is like the heartbeat. And that's just how
it's putting you into that
you.
trance, right?
And this is what like Calum could tell you. This is how they get you.
Ritualistic, tribal, occultic, esoteric trance of like around the fire, the dancing, like whether it's war drums or whether it's like
that's about connecting. That's about connecting, isn't it? When a tribe goes into a into a tribal thing, it's about the consciousness connecting.
It's not all necessarily negative. And it's that the controllers try to manipulate it to be negative influences. But
it depends on who's behind the control.
That non-censored, like singing purpose story, like voice resonance of, like, for instance, soul music, jazz, and it's like, oh, it's called soul, but it's because people were pouring their souls into it, and you would connectively, consciously connect with it, and then also be in that rhythm, that beat, that dance, that higher spiritual consciousness or something to it, right? And that it's something within humanity, within the plane of greater consciousness that the military knows about, but we don't too much. They've been
I think you're wrong. We do know, because everything is being unveiled right now.
Of course.
And the answers are all inside of you. No matter what, if you can't find it externally, it's inside of you. You just have to ask the right questions. Those who seek shall find.
Just ask the questions. That's absolutely.
When I said we don't know, I'm talking like mass media, mass popular consciousness or
but I think a lot of times, like we say, like, hey, like this is going on, and we're speaking that into existence. And I think it's like we're living in the present. So that's how it used to be. That's how it was yesterday, but that's not how it is right this second. We're the authors. We're writing the story. So let's speak it correctly. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I've been focusing on.
You got to
separate. For one,
but we're not actually living in the present.
Who's the we? You know, when
are we in the future or the past? We simultaneously.
We're doing this. We're doing that. It's not me. Is it you? So separate out that we, which is the spell too, putting yourself within it, right?
No, I'm just saying.
Out of it.
We are not born with original sin.
I'm just based on like what has been said tonight, like in this group. Is when I say we.
Manipulation.
Yeah, but we're used to this is the manipulation that's been going on for a long time with these spells. So it's just it's that awareness of it too, and then a bit of effort to remove programs within ourselves.
The people that have those programs haven't removed them are repeating them, and they're like, I guess sometimes it's us. Like we've been programmed to become the programmers that are programming the people with the spells that.
Yeah, the trauma cycles, trauma causing trauma, and thus all the genocides and whatnot.
Yeah, like they're not doing. They would be considered aren't doing anything. We're doing it all.
Hey, can I just make an observation just quickly?
Or me or whoever.
Sorry,
I don't know many people that can have a stream going for like 7.5 hours and still have 100 people in the chat.
The best community
7.5
hours.
That's hardcore.
Give them some shout outs. You got some good people in the community.
That's hardcore.
I know. We have amazing people in this community. But I think, Bernie, you're going to have to be BurnEye the Mad Streamer from now on.
Oh, Bernie's the 24
That's
hour.
going to be yet another channel. I'm going to make like 10 of them so they can delete them. It's going to be like whack-a-mole.
Oh, my God.
Quack. They just
Streaming 24 hours a day is just not enough for Bernie. Bernie's going to stream 72 hours a day, people.
Right?
Time doesn't exist.
He doesn't have that mental barrier of
streams of my streams, right?
He doesn't have that mental barrier of 24 hours in a day. He says 72 hours in a day. Let's go.
Yeah, man. He says there's only 24 hours in a day.
Right?
Yeah, who told you
that? Exactly. I am multi-dimensional.
Based on whose measurements?
We have the Wizards League. Wizards are us. We have Calvin, we have Double O, Campbell, David M, and the BurnEye Minds Third Science Guy. Wizards are us.
Yeah.
Streaming 72 hours a day.
Get me off that damn main screen, man.
Take that.
You take me off that main screen. That's because I've got the nice new background, isn't it?
Up there. Hey, come on. Hello.
Hey.
Come on, I haven't had my makeup.
Cam's way.
Yeah,
Hey. So this was a small painting I had commissioned with, the turtle at the bottom of the pyramid, and you have the golden age at the top, the silver on the sides, the bronze towards the bottom, and
is that Bernie and
Bert and Ernie makes Bernie?
Bert and Ernie, yeah.
Bert and Ernie Bernie make Bernie.
And a bit of Grouch.
Yeah, a little bit of Grouch. Right?
Yeah, someone's talking about FPV Angels channel too. I like how they're just playing videos, but it's live, and then they come in the live chat and interact with the live people all day too. Like you don't have to be doing live all day. You could be using old content.
Well, that's the stuff. I have all of those old streams saved, and like even that 48-hour one, at least 10 hours were saved of it. So when I get this next
go through
the first 10 hours
of the first couple weekends of the 48-hour streams, that'll just be premieres of those past ones being re-uploaded, and then we can do reviews of it and stuff like that, all sorts of stuff. And it's like even like when I rewatch our own videos, it's like I learn like 10 things every time I rewatch them, right? Like,
wow, I said that. I do that sometimes.
That it's like
you get what you say and you watch it back and it's like, wow, that was good. Yeah, that's interesting.
I've had someone tell me like, thank you for teaching me this and this and that and the other, and I'm like, I don't even remember saying that. What are you talking about? And they're like, yeah, look, you wrote it for me. Here it is on the paper. I'm like, whoa.
I think a lot of it is getting downloaded as we're talking. It's not things that we're actually holding in our minds. It's information that we're essentially channeling.
Absolutely, we're channeling. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. Like as I clean my system 100%. More and I detox more, I had more of a connection to that channeling, and stuff started coming out. And then 3 days later, I'm telling my friend on the phone, like, hey, this is what's going on in the world. 3 days later, there's a video about it, and we're all at sync at the same time. Well, I don't think so. I think we're all connecting to the same source, because sometimes the people are saying it word for word. Like you're either A, listening to my phone conversation and making videos about my content that I'm talking about, or B, we're all tapping into the same thing. I would think that's more realistic.
It's just happening randomly. Yeah.
Yeah,
I see it
they're
too.
reaching
All these
critical
channels that aren't
mass of
connected, and they all come out and say the same thing, like within a day or two. They
But also, some of those people are just copycats. They don't have originality, so they have to just mimic what you're saying. So I think it's both.
Well, there could be that as well. A bit of that,
Hey, if the
but I
bots
see
want
big
to
channels.
repeat our cause and our information, I'm all for the bots.
Well, look at Mudflood, for example. Look at Mudflood, for example. There was like 5 channels for Mudflood, and now if you look for Mudflood, there's probably 20,000 channels, 50,000 channels. Are those real? Or are those bots? Or like
a lot of them are just regurgitating the same information, aren't they?
That's my point. It's just regurgitating
into consciousness and discussion, though, right?
Yeah, but exactly. There's not that many good ones.
I mean, I'll be honest.
And that's how you could tell who the real people are, the real players are, the people that have the original content. You know?
Yeah, it was like I found these books, and like seriously, there's like a set of 10 of them, and it's like Tartaria, Mud Flood, you know, old world architecture, like all the stuff that we all talk about. And I was reading this book, and it was literally like someone was watching videos and making notes, and then finding a photo that matched it. And half the photos look like they've been pulled from our videos too. And it was just bizarre. And all through the book, he's saying researchers think this, and researchers have said this, and I'm thinking, you've written a book, and now you're telling everyone that you're not even a researcher. What are you, you know? Because he's saying so he's
maybe that's
not.
the programming.
It's
Maybe
just
that's the programming. He's telling you if you're a researcher, you have to think this or think that.
Yeah.
Because you read them, and I thought this is gonna, and I haven't read them all because they're so hard to read because they're written so badly. But I keep thinking this has got to be to, you know, to dispel what we're saying, to make us, you know, look like idiots. Because
damage control. It's called damage control.
For sure.
Well, damage control. I mean, how many times have like this small channel that only 40,000 people have heard of, unfortunately.
Yeah, not even. Yeah.
But like when you guys do a topic, and then 3 days later in the big media, they're trying to have damage control, or they're releasing the same information, trying to
we've seen
it down a little bit.
Happened. Look at what's just happened.
They're paying attention. Believe me, they're paying attention to everything we're saying, every detail.
Yeah.
Yeah. What just happened, Rich?
Well, with the originals video, with what you've been trying to do, and that getting flagged and taken down straight away, Kelly's channel being struck, you know, because at the same time, when you start talking about these people, then suddenly another narrative pops up, and all eyes are on.
Absolutely, that's a great point. They can't let.
We should stop talking about them all together because we're attracting them.
Yeah.
Maybe we should only talk about the people we want to
talk about. Crystal Cities, and literally when she came on, like all this stuff was hitting the fan. So like that interview was going to happen anyway, but it just happened when all this crap went down.
Yeah,
it was bizarre.
Yeah, I saw that video of Sonia yesterday or whatever in the morning, and that's exactly what made me think that. Like, you guys start talking about this, and then all of a sudden, like,
well, Sonia mentioned just in not even on a video in Skype. Is it called Skype? Whatever that is. Righteous anger, and she was just going, oh, you know, it's time for everyone to get pissed off. And seriously, within 2 days, all these channels were suddenly talking about and using the words righteous anger, and I was just going, fuck off. Are you serious?
Wow.
And that's just hit the narrative too. And if they're not saying righteous anger, they're saying it's time to get pissed off. You know, everyone's got to get up off their, you know, it's.
Oh, that's dangerous, Cambell. Like, you guys will get blamed for a riot. You're gonna get like trumped on Capitol Hill, freaking with that sort of thing going on.
Anger doesn't mean violence. Anger doesn't mean violence.
Anger doesn't mean violence. No,
that would be wrong.
Righteous anger. Righteous
like
anger.
I said earlier, it's like
violent.
we on this video say the dog wags its tail, and by the time the media is done replaying our video, it's grab them by
yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I got that.
And they've changed Wikipedia. I've got to do a search one day in Wayback Machine. Like they've changed Wikipedia entries based on our research. Literally, they've changed what used to be said about the glass industry.
That's damage control. They're doing that live. They're doing that live right now as we're talking. They're making changes right now. So when someone looks it up,
I can imagine. And it's 1984, isn't it? Like that's what they did exactly in 1984. But
yeah, if you
I did a
watch
video
any
of
of those
his
movies,
palace.
what's the other
Years
one?
ago.
A Brave New World, where he's changing
And the
history.
info's just not there anymore.
Yeah.
1980.
You know what I'm talking about?
Is it
A Brave New
1984?
World, where he's changing history in real time. And then he's like, no,
Brave-
this event happened. And they're like, no, it didn't. And they fucking shred everything and then they write their own story.
I don't think I've
That's
seen a
Brave-
Brave New
that's not
World.
Brave
That's Aldous Huxley, isn't it?
That's Huxley. Brave New World's where they live in the dome and they live till they're 30 or whatever, and then they
Yeah.
fly around and get shot by lasers.
Oh,
and they all
then
escape
there's
and find
another
the
one,
cats and stuff.
Which is that what
Then there's
Logan's Run
1984.
was? Logan's Run based on that?
Logan's Run. Oh, hang on. Maybe if I got
You
Logan's
said
Run,
that's
and Brave
Logan's
New
Run you're
World
talking
mixed
about,
up.
isn't it?
That was Logan's Run, yeah.
Yeah, because a Brave New World is like
Logan's Run.
utopia society, like where the dude is working as the censor and he's censoring
yeah,
the newspaper
the,
articles in real time.
And
Yeah.
the one with the alphas and the delta, and the alphas, omegas, and
Yeah,
the
yeah,
epsilons.
the different
That's Brave New
like
World, isn't it?
classes of society or whatever.
Which was a caste
Soma.
system, wasn't it? That was a caste system, basically.
Oh, shit, yeah.
Hunger Games.
That's an interesting word too, isn't it? Right, a caste system.
But the thing is, when you look at the caste system from the Bok saga, where he talks about the caste system, it's completely different to the caste system that exists now in India or has done for the last couple of years.
Yeah. The spiritual, the original one.
Well,
from
they
the
replaced it
Vedas,
with their
this
version.
Makes much more sense. It makes much more sense.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
original caste system, because it was a
Exactly.
natural progression. The more you did, the more you achieved. The more responsibility you had, then the higher
But
up
it
the
also
caste you
wasn't.
go.
There was no job better than another. If you were a farmer, you weren't looked down as less than a shop owner or a politician.
Well,
Everyone was.
that's what you've been programmed to
did.
believe. Like that's what you've been programmed to believe. Like rich people
maybe
have
that is-
wrong.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
it's
all
like
the program.
that
Yeah,
reading
right.
you were doing of Friesland, the Friesland book caste system,
Oh.
or like the rules of law.
Olinda?
Olinda.
The Olinda book.
Olinda, yeah, the
That's a good book.
Olinda.
I know. I've studied a lot of it.
That's awesome. That book.
Awesome book.
Vikings,
I'm
man.
gonna quickly play here for everyone. Olaf the Sverker. We were supposed to do.
What
a video.
happened
He
to what
disappeared.
happened to
I know he hasn't done
Yeah,
anything
yeah.
in a while. I'm gonna email him. He's a great guy.
Why don't you do a video, Campbell, with a Cat the Frying?
But this right here, this video.
Yeah,
is one
yeah.
he
I've
dug up.
contacted Kat. I have contacted her, and we've been talking on an email. I just haven't got round to it. I was talking to her, and she's like, "Oh yeah."
She's nice. And she's
I
really
realised
smart.
that. Yeah, well, this is the thing. I realised that before I go on an interview, I need to read that book about 4 times, or else I'm just going to sound like an idiot.
Yeah.
So that's why it hasn't happened yet. I just need to study more.
For sure.
Asha,
but here, I'm just going to quickly play this video. It's not too long, but it's a 7,500-year-old Slavic calendar, and he shows mass examples of it throughout Russia and Siberia on tombstones and all sorts of stuff. And Olaf, why he's so great is because he's fluent Russian, UK, Russian, Scottish ethnicity. And check this out because he's next level, and hopefully he starts making
He
more
was
videos
doing
again.
good work. Hope he'll come back.
Hello again, everybody, and today we are going to be talking about the ancient Slavic calendar. Now, there are many calendar systems in use in the world today, and there are even more if we go further.
Turn up a little bit. No, now we've lost him completely.
You turned it down or muted it. Oh, we lost him.
We need more power, Captain.
Isn't he the
He's
host?
gone.
17.
I wasn't expected to hear a Scott though.
Animals and different elements. The year in which these calendars
I'll do
places
sign
in
language.
has a massive degree of variance depending on which one we use. So the Jewish calendar puts the year at 5,781, for example. 6 years ahead of us on our
stop
Gregorian
talking.
calendar. Now these calendars
It's
are
very,
more or less
very,
fairly
very
well known.
quiet still.
And when we think of ancient calendars, we usually think of the Mayan calendar, which, as you know, was supposed to chronicle the end of days in 2012. And I'm sure we know how that went. But in
That was wrong.
1944, scientists made the discovery of a far older and a far more accurate calendar.
I'm sorry, that was just too weak.
Is the volume on the
I'm
video
gonna-
turned up? Is
Yeah, I'm
the
gonna
volume
post
on the
the
video
link.
up, or?
It was, but I think it has to do with my laptop here. I'm going to post the link if you want to share it instead through yours, Campbell.
Oh, yeah, chuck it in. Yeah, I think you need another computer, mate. You haven't got enough.
Right?
Go get yourself a good tablet or something.
What I was saying, Campbell, was what about the Ashia Logos guy? He did the Oralinda book as well. He did a pretty good series on it. Have you seen that?
Asher Logos.
Logos?
Yeah, Logos is brilliant,
Asher
man.
Logos?
He's,
Yeah,
I don't think I've seen his one, no.
Yeah, he did about like
I am subscribed to
a
him.
9-part series, and one part of it is Oralinda book specifically, but it's about the Scythians and all those different groups from that time.
Cool.
I think you'd be really interested in it.
Yes,
I think some of you should get on your show, like to interview as well.
He actually did a call to action about a year or 2 years ago.
He did one 2 days ago. He did one 2 days ago, by the way.
Yeah, he's always like asking for other creators to look at what he's looking at and to collaborate with and stuff. He wants real thinkers, though. He wants
I think his channel also has a lot of subscribers. I think what does he have, Richie? Like,
that's me, yeah.
He has more than you, I think. No offense, I'm not sure. I could look.
He has way more. He has way more than me.
No. I'm saying more than Campbell, not you, Richie.
I'm so offended, David. How dare you?
That's not hard to have more than me, man.
Oh, he has 57,000 followers. It's ASHA and then LOGOS for those who are interested in looking it up yourself.
I've been sub to him for a few years.
And the series is called A Conspiracy or Subverted History, and there's like part 1 through part 9, I think, or something like that.
I found another good series the other day too. Anarchism is the only way. Anarchism.
Yes.
Anarchy.
Nice. What's that channel? I'm interested.
Friesland. Yes, and of course, Friesland are the Friars, and Friar is where we get the word friend.
Yeah.
And that Cat the Friar. Oh, what was her name? I've forgotten her actual name. It's been a few months since I.
Her real name is Cat.
But no, it's not. No, it's not.
No. Her channel was Rosette, but her real name is Cat. So now she.
Yeah.
Now she changed it to her real name because she used to use that name before, and then she thought about what the name actually meant, so she changed it to
her
Cat.
voice, right? Have you heard her voice before?
Yeah.
She was the back in sort of 2000 and 12, 15 kind. She put out a lot of videos all on, deep state conspiracy, and just go to her channel, guys. It's Cat the Friar, and listen to her voice. And I don't know if you've been into this stuff as long as me, it'll just jump out at you like that's that person. Because
I totally know what you're talking about.
At one point, I actually thought that she was an electronic voice. Because she had so many videos out, she was just everywhere, and I thought that her voice was like one of these robot voices that people were just using, but it's not. It's it's actually her.
No, but I mean, it could be though. Like you've seen, like Adobe, they showed you this. If they record enough of words that we say, if we say enough keywords,
they can
find it out. They could just use my typing. Photoshop can do it.
Yeah.
Might get the Cambell bot soon.
I think the Cambell bot already exists, just not in channels that you see, like in channels in other.
They've
They've
got a cloned version of you, Cam, and it's sat there waiting
they
to
don't
be
need
imprinted.
they don't need to clone them. Do they? Wait, hold on, Richie. Well, wait, hold on, Richie. Do they need to clone them? Because we only know him from the computer or from YouTube.
Yeah,
so they could just replace him. They don't need to clone him.
No, it's not his body that's been cloned. It's his digital persona.
Well, he trained that himself by using his cell phone. When you use Alexa and all those things, you're training.
No doubt.
I don't use Alexa, mate. I don't use Alexa.
That stuff.
Well, it doesn't matter. Like, any one of those services, they're all the same thing.
Music is frequency programming.
Just us being on YouTube, you've given your voices away.
Well, frequency means that
my digital character's a bit of a
frequencies,
freak,
right? I can target certain parts of the mind, target the frequency to go to certain parts of the mind, and I can literally, if I want you to astral project, or if I want you to go to sleep, or if I want you to go into a meditative state, I can make my music do that.
The brain processes information electrically. It communicates with the cellular structure electrically, and it operates within a certain band of frequency.
This is Ike. This is David
You can
Icke. Just
broadcast
down.
frequencies carrying information. This technology's long been known.
Probably
Carrying
like
information
a
and
10-year-old video.
within the frequency that the brain decodes information. The brain will decode those frequencies and will have those perceptions. You can externally influence people's perceptions externally by broadcasting these frequencies that we interact with, because we are antenna.
The sad reality is that where we now play our music is in A440. Where did that come from? It used to be 417. A440 came in with the Roman Catholic Church. They suppressed the frequencies. They lost somehow the 152 of the best Gregorian chants, including the hymn to St. John the Baptist, which we've now recovered. That particular hymn was what triggered Dr. Palaio's investigation, looking for those frequencies of vibration by which the music was played. It was known as the most uplifting hymn of all the ages, the most spiritually uplifting hymn. Hymn to St. John the Baptist. It was played to 6 tones. These are those 6 tones. These are those 6 frequencies. And so the A440 is what now is the standard tuning. If you go A439, you're closer to one of the creator's tones. If you go A441, you're closer to one of the creator's original tones. That's how precise.
You never heard 417 before.
To do what? To shut down the 95% of your brain, particularly the right brain that operates the heart mind for the divine human community.
Some decades ago, there was a guy who worked out the frequencies of different emotional states. This is long ago. I mean, it's very, very sophisticated now. So every thought, every emotional response is a frequency. It generates a frequency, and it is of itself a frequency. Hate is a frequency, and it's different to love. You know, when you are in a room and there's lots of aggression and conflict and hatred, you feel it. What do people say? Oh God, you can cut the atmosphere with a knife in there. That is because the frequencies of hate and conflict have been so generated, they have changed the electromagnetic field of the room.
When you go driving your car and your channel on the radio is tuned to a station and you're grooving to the music, you love that music. As you get farther and farther away from the broadcasting tower, that music gets static. You start to lose the signal from the clear channel, broadcast, and it gets staticky. When it gets staticky, you get a little annoyed. But you want to listen to it. You really have a heart for that music, so you continue to listen to it for another 10, 15 miles, and suddenly it becomes so annoying that you just get disgusted, you go, ah, and you shut it off. And if you continue to listen to it, you get sick. That's what we're talking about here. Except you don't even know that you've been listening to the static your whole life. You don't even know what the true resonant frequency is because it has been kept.
Of course, to really be effective, we need to use the proper words and phrases, scientifically selected. But that gives you the basic idea. We embed messages just below the threshold of perception, so they can go directly into the subconscious.
They can play across a community these frequencies without anyone knowing, and it starts to have an effect, and it starts to build rage, it starts to build anger, and people might not realize why they're feeling it, but they start to feel it. And then what they do is they trigger that with an event, maybe some guy is attacked by the police or something, or somebody's arrested for something they didn't clear, and now there's the trigger. The blue touch paper has been lit of this manufactured frequency-driven rage, and you have mass riots and what have you, and people do things that they wouldn't normally do.
So in other words, the master composer, master conductor of the Universal Orchestra is singing love songs in 5/8, uplifting everything simultaneously. And we're the only species out of tune and accepting static for the clear channel.
Do you know the American military, they've admitted this. They have technology that fires frequencies at the enemy that basically breaks the enemy's spirit, so they give up and put their weapons down. This is the technology we're dealing with.
All right, shields up, people.
We are watching.
Man! It makes you want to move.
Oh my God!
Our products.
What the
No
hell?
more of that.
Wooja.
Wooja.
Wooja. Wooja.
Whatever that
Wouldn't
is.
Oh,
That was
Gal,
red brown noise for
so
you.
don't do anything revealing. Oh dear.
Brown noise.
They've been kicked out.
Yeah.
Grinding coffee, the mute was probably good.
Yeah, I actually I was touching on the browser and I hit back by mistake and it knocked me off the show. I do it to myself 4 times a show. Sonia, how you doing, Sonia? Good AM to you.
Oh, Sonia, hey, how you going? Welcome.
Sonia, jump on with us.
Have we got Sonia in here?
Yeah, she just joined the chat.
Don't put any links in the chat, guys. Links have to go through email
we can't
or
put
Skype or something.
Campbell, I sent you an email. Campbell, I sent you an email earlier with my email.
I can't see Sonia.
Sorry?
You
sent me an email?
Yeah, with my email, and I said forward it to Bernie as well, so he could have my direct contact.
Oh, okay.
So if he wants me and Callum to jump on this 48-hour stream, we could schedule it with us, please. Because I'm down. I know Callum's down. We've talked about it multiple times.
100%. That would be greatly appreciated. But
I put it out there. I just don't want to type it in the chat, just like everyone else.
Yeah, and we're getting to 8 hours exactly here. So it's 6 a.m. Where I live. So we'll end
we've been going for
here.
8 hours.
You've got 111
hours,
people.
111
people in the chat.
Right. 111. Still 100 people watching us. Oh my God! So let's just hope that we're actually entertaining, and it's not that they've got nothing to do.
Exactly, and there will be much more of
dance,
this added.
sing a song,
There's
Richie.
only going to be more structure
Go dance,
to it,
Callum.
and there literally we will have like some yogas in it eventually, some different art lessons in it, and this is Wizard School where we have Callum the Wizard whipping it up.
He's doing a wizard dance. Look at his wizard dance.
Where's his Gandalf staff, man? I want to know where the Gandalf staff is.
8 hours. Hey, 8 hours. That was nothing. We barely got started. What are you talking about?
exactly.
Bit of dude down.
Next week will be the full
Yeah,
38.
well, in Bernie terms, I mean, this is only a third of the way through a stream for Bernie, so.
No, 48 hours.
1/6.
Just the beginning.
1/6, even less. There we
Right,
go.
exactly.
Brian Evans, oh, you're in Wales. You're out there near Martin Leedkey.
Awesome, Brian.
Right.
Good to know where you're at, brother. So,
Evans,
the
that's a
48-hour
very
stream-
Welsh name. Evans. Very Welsh name, that one.
Andrea, hello, Andrea 73. I see you almost as old as I am, Andrea.
17 Joy, hello.
17 Joy, hello. Karen,
Jane
hello. Karen Wilkinson.
Jane Thompson, I mean.
Is that a T? But do. Who keeps writing these names that you can't even pronounce?
Truth Matters is in Barbados, man.
One.
Barbados.
Jane Thompson, hello. Miss Space Cakes, hello. Thank you for being. And Miss Space Cakes been here for hours with us too.
Everyone on this plane.
Thank you for staying with us.
Yeah, most of these people have been here with us the whole time.
That's amazing, isn't it?
We love you
Thank
all.
you so much, guys, for your attention and your support and joining the conversation. And yeah, so who knows? Well, we know we're going to be back. Benny's going to be working on an actual channel, so you'll never have to leave.
Exactly.
Right?
Several channels all at once.
You only need
all
one
sorts
channel.
of educational entertainment.
So coming up soon.
The Truman Channel.
They cannot shut. They can try to shut me down, but I'll keep popping up like a whack-a-mole. I tell you
Pumping
what.
up.
All right.
Yes, man.
We're going to finish it off with another one of these 3 or 5 minute beautifully edited, amazing videos from the awesome Mr. Campbell, because we all are autodidactic.
Hell yeah.
Thank you. All righty. So, all right, guys, have an awesome, oh God, what even day is it? Week? Is it Monday? God, I don't even know.
I don't know.
An awesome
man.
week.
Ra. What day is
Ra,
it?
you're in, okay.
Monday the 6th of
I'm
December.
in Perth too. Are you in Perth? Oh, where are you? And you're a 75 vintage. Ooh. Are you in Perth, Ra? Because I'm always trying to find more Perthy people. Let me know in the comments.
To contact him, Richie. Sorry, Campbell. Didn't mean
Yeah, send me a message in Telegram or below, or if you're lucky enough to find my email. So you're in Perth. Awesome.
What did you
send
say,
me a
Bernie?
message and we'll chat.
Richie, it
Awesome.
was Tree of Knowledge, I think. Yeah, Tree of Knowledge was asking for you to contact them.
Yeah, give me
she
your
was.
email, Richie, and I'll.
I just heard back from
Post the emails in the private chat, guys.
I've got.
That's what I'm saying.
Dave, I've got everyone's email. I'll just do a link them all and send out an email. Because I've got yours now, Dave. I've got yours, Richie.
Yeah.
I think I've got yours, Callum, but if not, you can pass it to me through Skype.
Yep.
But I think I do have it.
I'm on your
so I'll just send out
newsletter.
Oh, are you? Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Well, I must have it then. Right, I've gotcha.
I'll pop mine in the private chat as well.
Great, cool.
Oh, who's this? Gingaleander, also in Perth. Awesome. Well, anyone in Perth, let me know. Send me a message. Leave me a comment, or even better, put a comment on. Leave me a message on Telegram and sign it to me, and then I'll actually see it, and we can have a meetup. Oh, Ra's also single. Oh, where was that photo? Oh, there you go.
Hello.
And the 75, hey? Well, I might be too old for you. I'm old. You're a younger woman. I'm a 72 vintage, you see. So there you go.
I thought you were like 41 or 42.
Looks like I'm having a date with Ra.
36.
Me? What? That they say, I don't know if it's true, because I can only go off a birth certificate, which is a corporate fiction, but they say I'm 49, but I don't know if I believe that or not. I don't think I do.
Yeah, I think you're like
49.
27. 27, 28 tops.
I agree. I agree totally.
I think inside you're even younger than that, man. I think deep down inside you're even younger.
Oh, yeah, I know, right? I'm just a child. I'm so immature.
We're all just children here, man. All of us, we're all just children here, really.
22 is perfect. Oh, there you go. So yes, send me messages, right? And who was the other one? Gingalingaling, whoever it was.
Ginger.
And
Ginger
yes, reclaim your name. I actually bought my name, my legal name. I own the ABN for. So F you, government. I own myself. I own my own corporate fiction. Yeah, baby. Now try and find me.
That's cool.
I'll shut up now. I'll shut up. Thanks, guys. Love you all. We're going to play and we'll talk to you all soon.
Beautiful souls.
Bye.
Love you guys, man.